I'm finally tired of all the standing by. Never said that I was perfect, but I'm willing to try. Let me show you what I'm made of. I am so much more than my mistakes. And I'm finally tired of all the standing by. Never said that I was perfect, but I'm willing to try. Let me show you what I'm made of. I am so much more than my mistakes.
Halla Boblo. Halla Boblo. हेलो ये है नहीं है इसका क्या हुआ इस कौन कौन देख रहा है
केबल निकला था ना वो चार्जर मेरे बैग से कहाँ वो
इसमें ग्रुप 1 का गेम है
व्हाइट कलर का था ना उसमें
भाई सुपर क्रेजी भाई
And yet again, as we join all together, it is the best teams in the world looking to climb the top of the esports mountain. And it starts with one of the best games in the world, Valorant. The 16 best teams have qualified on in, but only one can become the game title champion. Welcome, everyone, to Esports World Cup 2026, live from Paris, kicking off with Valorant. Digon here, alongside my fantastic analysts. It's Kakuka and Big Time. Welcome back. We made it here in Paris. We're live, everyone. How you feeling?
So happy to be here. Happy to be in Paris. Happy to be with you guys. I feel like this is like summer camp for me, but Valorant style. We get to see the teams in a different environment and competing for something different. And I get to share time with you guys. So it's 10 out of 10 for me.
Yeah, I mean, I think it can't get any more exciting than this. It is the best teams in the world here to duke it out for yet another competition. Doesn't get any better than this. We got banger games lined up the whole way through, especially today, so it doesn't get any better than this, Digo.
Also, we have so many storylines coming off of Masters London, plus the returning members from last year. A lot of teams have requalified, but some of their rosters might look very different. It's going to be very, very fun here, Kakuka.
And the coolest thing, no Pearl.
That
is the best thing about this tournament, for sure.
Yeah, I mean, it's good for EMEA. I'll say that.
Yeah,
You've got
that's
5
what I mean.
teams here.
5 teams and Sunset.
Yeah.
If we don't win again, last year we had Fnatic versus Team Heretics in the final, EMEA versus EMEA. But honestly, with how I would say across all 4 regions, how different and how good the teams are looking, I'd be down for some spice, but I'd say minimum one EMEA team in the final.
Sorry, speaking of EMEA, they were the region that did the best last year. 3 of their teams making it on out. As you said, that all EMEA final. Big Time, how do you feel like Pacific's going to be stacking up here, given the recent history?
A lot has changed in a year.
A lot has changed?
A lot has changed in the landscape. You know, we have PRX, we got the big dogs. We also have different teams qualifying. Nongshim, they lifted a trophy this year.
That's true.
We got RRQ and Global, who are poised for upsets on this big stage.
Yeah, I think people are interested to see how Global's going to do.
I think they're very interested. I think it doesn't get any more interesting than that, in fact. So that's one thing we got to watch out for as we move forward. But I'm always going to be proud of Pacific, no matter how we perform, and I'm optimistic.
Yeah, are you sure? Your voice just cracked there with optimistic.
We'll see. Let me see them play first. We'll get into it, and then maybe.
You know, speaking of optimism, you have to go ahead and look at the Americas, right? With squads that are brimming with talent, but last year did not do particularly well in this tournament. G2 #1 squad from Americas in London had that quick exit. They are in the same group with the team that they celebrated earlier in XLG. That's going to be a fun matchup on how that storyline's going to shake up here big time.
Yeah, I mean, we know that those are all teams with potential. When we look at who the Americas are sending, we know that then they can compete, of course, but it's just, can they make it happen here in Paris? You know, G2, like you just said, we're looking for a rebound from them. Really, they should be the top dogs. They should be the big guys in that region, but they've not made it work yet.
Yeah, but that's the same storyline that we've kept for a very long time. The good thing is, you know, I've been talking to them. I had a very good chat with Valen yesterday, and they're trying to approach things differently to kind of break that curse on, like, we can give so much of us regionally, but then when we get to internationals, this is that. I think that they're crossing things off the list. It's like, was it this that was wrong? No, it was not this. Was it? So eventually we will get to the point where G2 will be the champions. And I think that even though we only have 3 Chinese teams, I think that we have great Chinese teams. I think that All Gamers was a surprise at the beginning of the year. XLG top 6 in Masters London. Thank you. And EDG.
Yeah.
It's EDG. What do we have to say? It's EDG.
Top 3 was fantastic.
With a sub, it's still EDG.
Yeah.
Top 3.
So, I mean, I think the sub is a huge storyline for EDG. We have to see how they're going to perform here in Paris. It's a different place.
Very different.
So, yeah, I mean, it's just, can they continue what they showed in London? Can they build on it?
And better. We've added an entire extra week of competition, made sure all matches are at least a best of 3, and added an extra $750,000 to the prize pool to bring it up to $2 million. You don't want to miss a single second of this. 16 of the world's best teams have earned a spot here at the Esports World Cup. As the EWC 2025 winner, Team Heretics from EMEA have been invited back to try and defend their crown. They are joined by the Stage 1 winners of the VCT Regional Leagues, G2 Esports from Americas, PRX from Pacific, and Edward Gaming from China. As Team Heretics won VCT EMEA, but already qualified to EWC as the title defender, the second place EMEA squad, Team Vitality, also received an invite. The remaining teams all battled their way through the online qualifiers to make it here. 3 teams from EMEA, Pacific, and the Americas earned spots through each region's qualifier, while the top 2 teams from the China qualifier also advanced to LAN. We kick things off with a GSL group stage featuring 4 groups of 4 teams. Teams will play a double elimination bracket. Win 2 matches, and you advance to playoffs on the main stage. Lose 2, and you head home early. All group stage matches will be a best of 3. The top 2 teams from each group will advance to the single elimination playoffs. Matches here will also be a best of 3, until we reach the grand final where 2 teams will face off in an epic best of 5. There will also be a third-place decider match played just before the grand final. That's everything you need to know, so let's jump straight into action. It's time to kick off Valorant at EWC 2026.
Awesome breakdown right there, and it's pretty simple stuff. You got to survive 2 match wins out of the groups. If you make it there, you're playing in the playoffs where you're guaranteed some serious cash. We got Athena and Mitch to break everything down. And Pilsky, I want to talk a little bit about the teams feeling pressure because some of the squads got invites at the start of the year. They knew they were coming into EWC. But you were casting qualifiers up until last week. What has it been like for some of the squads getting here?
I mean, it's a very different road for a lot of the different squads. Some of the squads have come straight off the back of a Masters event. They will not have had time to prep, whereas some other teams, as you mentioned, G2, for example, they might have had a little bit road for a lot of the different squads. Some
of the teams
decider match played just before the grand final. That's everything you need to know, so let's jump straight into action. It's time to kick off Valorant at EWC 2026.
Awesome breakdown. People backstage. Talk to me about our squads we're going to see on the main stage open up.
Yeah, I mean, the first matchup we're going to see 100 Thieves versus RRQ. I think this makes a lot of sense because both these teams are so good. I mean, when I'm watching them play, it's been phenomenal, but it's also been like they've been one step behind from making it to any of those globals and kind of proving themselves. But also with BBL and EDG, both these teams were looking to see more from them and make sure that they have some sort of proof on the stage.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, EDG coming straight off the back of Masters London, they were so close.
Yeah.
They were playing so well. So I think that they really realized they have potential to beat the very best teams in the world. They were coming in full force to try to represent China, you know, as well as possible because some of the other Chinese teams, I don't know how much faith you can have. XLG definitely right there. All Gamers earlier on in the year had a really good run coming into an international event, but seeded ahead, unfortunately, fell flat a little bit.
So keep it a buck. Who is the top team in this group? Who is the dark horse or the biggest underdog in Group A?
Oh, that's hard.
I got EDG as my top team, but
EDG is the top.
BBL is pretty good. Dark horse, I'm going to have to say RRQ.
Really?
Yeah.
100 Thieves? For me, it's EDG for sure, and then 100 Thieves second up there.
I love it. So you guys are choosing each other's region, or your own region, to be the weakest.
You'll never catch me choosing America's. Are you serious?
Sorry about that. My bad. All right, so that is a look at what's going down in Group A. We also have our second round of matches coming from Group B, and you said this could be where the people are most excited. Athena,
oh my gosh.
we are going to see so many great games. All best of threes was the biggest change, though. So how does that affect your gameplay coming into the group stages?
Oh man, BO3s is awesome, I think, for a team because you have more than one opportunity to kind of show what you are made of. I think especially when it comes to vetoes, there's so much that comes into it. So much gameplay, so much understanding of how the other team wants to go. And it also gives you time to kind of anti-strat, make sure you're not letting those strong maps go through for the other team. And I think when you're talking about teams like PRX and NRG, that is super important because they did just both perform in London. They did both just play, and so everyone kind of knows what they're coming hot of.
Yeah, I think there's just going to be less parity. Best of ones always lead to maybe some more random upsets. Maybe one team is able to veto down onto a map that they're very comfortable on, whereas across a bigger sample size, they might struggle against a stronger team. So I think there's going to be less parity. You're definitely going to get the best teams heading through from the groups in towards playoffs because even if an underdog wins, you can't really take much away from it when they win a best of 3 instead of a best of 1.
Now, I just came off a Call of Duty event in La Defense Arena, and we witnessed the Gentlemates, who are going to be competing in a number of EWC games, going wild for their squad. We have 2 other French teams in competition in Valorant, though, and they have to play each other on day number 1. So who do you think has the bigger fan base between Vitality and Carmine Core right now for Valorant in particular?
Easily Carmine Core.
You reckon?
Surely. Yes.
I don't actually know. I'm not an expert on this. Personally, I'm more of a fan of Vitality, but in terms of fan bases, I mean, I'm actually not sure. I know, regardless, though, that there's going to be an insane number of French fans cheering for all three of those orgs that are all participating in Valorant. It's insane that all three of them have made it. 3 out of 4 of the EMEA teams do have some kind of French backing.
Now, one of the big surprises is the fact that the Heretics were the reigning champions. They also were able to give the second place in EMEA a road to EWC. Are the Heretics the team to beat coming into 2026, or is there a new giant in the Valorant world?
No, you definitely could not make the argument that Heretics are the team to beat. In fact, I think even going into that EWC event, I was kind of calling it in the group stage because they were playing very, very well last year. I don't even think they were necessarily considered to win that event either. I think they were a bit of a dark horse that went on a really good run, hit a really good purple patch of form to be able to run the gauntlet all the way through that last EWC tournament. And I think that there still are a very stacked interest.
The first seed in EMEA for the first global event of the year. And coming into here, I know that people were saying, oh, qualifier online, playing against a Turkish team is never going to be easy. But we have to see the resurgence coming in from them because stage 1 was not good. This is one of the teams that technically I will put on the bar of did not survive the Euronerf.
Yes, I mean, that is the absolute story for them. I mean, I think their arc was so amazing to go through Ascension, get picked up together, then come into VCT EMEA and absolutely farm it. But now that train has kind of slowed down. This is a great chance for them to get that ball rolling again and have another crack at an international trophy.
Yeah, and for our EWC watchers, this is a completely different roster to the team that we saw last year, right? This is a full Turkish team, and now representing the pride there of Turkey, coming in, winning kickoff, as you said, surprising everyone, and then starting to slow down a little bit as you see the team setting up on
dialing in. Do you need to open up 2 different windows? Which is the more important matchup to start the day?
Oh, absolutely. I think you got to watch both matches. But for me personally, this has nothing to do with a bias about me being from Americas and being on the Americas stream. But I think this first match, 100 Thieves, is going to be my favorite to watch with RRQ because, again, both these teams, they've struggled to prove themselves. And I think this is going to be kind of one where it's a battle of creativity and a battle with the maps just to make sure kind of they can prove what they have because 100 Thieves for me never made a global, especially with this iteration of the roster. Asuna, who's been on the roster for so long, hasn't been able to kind of prove himself in a global either. So I'm really expecting to see something cooked up from here, considering they're one of the most creative teams to come out from America.
Excellent answer there. And as we're getting ready for this matchup, I'm told we can take a look at our players. So Pilski, do us the honors. The RRQ boys are on the stage first. So who is the squad representing the Pacific tonight?
I mean, they're kind of the team that has always struggled when it comes to internationals. They did manage to take a Pacific title last year, so they very much always prove domestically that they are some of the very best in the region. You've got Jemkin in the duelist role. He might be one of the best duelists in Pacific. He is definitely a player to watch, as well as Xfero, who is arguably the best sentinel in the whole league. They have 2 really big heavy hitters, and they've got a great caller on Crazy Guy. The question marks start with really the rest of the roster. Kushi is a very up and down player, and then they've just added a new player. They are replacing Monyet with Zan. Roll for roll, that's going to be a really good swap, but I'm not sure if he's going to be able to be ready for this international stage and this level of competition.
Now, what I was going to ask, though, is I know they've struggled internationally, but that could have been in front of an audience. Today, you're in group stages with no fans. This feels like you are practicing at a normal studio or even at your home boot camp. It's a very, I guess, calm atmosphere in the venue tonight.
I would love to agree with you, but they were here last year at EWC in the exact same environment. Guess what? They bombed out of the groups. It's different roster this year, but some of the same players. So one of these 2 teams, I mean, this game will be very important for one of these organizations who also do compete in other games at EWC. RRQ's got teams in other games. They want to at least make it through the group stage here, and this first win is going to be super important, especially when you're staring down the barrel of an EDG, I believe, on the other side of things, or maybe a BBL. That's going to be potentially the harder game compared to this first one, in my opinion.
Coach 100 Thieves fired up on the 100 Thieves side. It is your turn. Who is this beautiful man with the blonde hair in the front?
beautiful man with the blonde hair I didn't get to see, but I'm looking
उधर भी
at
चल रहा है
you're
BBL
talking
versus
about
Advert
Cryo.
Gaming.
You like the little blonde
Of
streak
course,
in
he's
there.
getting fired up for
Absolutely.
EWC.
Dude, Cryo for me
अभी
is
पता है
one of
तेरे
the
को
players
ये
to
group
watch. Maybe the
सुन
player to watch
ये
for
जो
this
games है
roster.
ना
There's
ये
so
group
many
stage
hard
के
hitters,
games हैं.
but he's consistently been really good, always fragging out, being really phenomenal on the Senti role, especially when he switches over to that chamber. When they've done that, they've done a really good job at enabling him, making him take that space, being aggressive with his operator, and he's held the lines for his team. But of course, the rest of the roster, they're all so good. I'm looking at Vora as the IGL, and I think he's absolutely phenomenal. And then Asuna as well, who's been on this roster for
I wanted to ask you about that because I started with Valorant as a caster, and Asuna was in all of the games, right? He was the star. You would watch him on Raze, Bind. He would just blow you apart. Is he still the star fragger? Is he the one to lead the team when it comes to kills?
So he's not the star fragger right now. Timatino is the duelist. That being said, Asuna has been the best flex player, I think, in all of Americas right now. He's been playing Sage, he's been playing Neon, he's been playing Phoenix. He's literally been doing almost
Few different play styles in that group.
Few different play styles. We've actually asked him a lot of times, like, how do you deal with so many play styles? But for him, it just comes naturally. That being said, when he is on the Neon, him and Timatino have such good synergy. They're so good with the double duelist, and he can definitely get up there with the frags. I feel like towards the end of stage 1, that's when he really started performing.
Uh-oh, I'm a little worried about some jet lag setting in. How are you feeling about your Pacific crew? Okay.
Most cool, collected player. I don't think I've ever seen him
मजा आने
raise
वाला
his
है
voice
भाई
above a
डोबलो
5.
डोबलो
And I think on the other side of things to Cryo, stylistically, they play very similarly. These are two players that have played the duelists, that have played Jet in the past. They flex onto Chamber and Sentinel at times. They like to play a slower play style. I described Jemkin when they won stage 1 as kind of like the Terminator. Like he's always coming for you.
He's
going to take
recharging
his
right
time,
now.
but he's
recharging,
he's very
बोल रहा है.
dangerous if he catches up to you, and he's got things at his own pace. And I think that really is very much his style. He's a very dangerous player when he's able to activate.
We've got our players ready to go. We are just moments away from kicking off map 1. And reminder, it is not best of ones. We've increased the prize pool by $750,000, and we've increased your match length by at least 1 map. Let's talk about the distance. Will we get to a game 3? And Athena, walk me through how we're getting to game number 1. What map did they choose?
I mean, this makes sense. We have the map veto. RRQ did ban Split, which makes a lot of sense. Against 100 Thieves. They've had a lot of success with that Sage comp, but then 100 Thieves has followed up, banning that Lotus, leaving RRQ with that first pick. They did pick Ascent, which I want to know your thoughts on that, actually.
Yeah, I mean, RRQ, it's a map that they've dabbled in for quite some time across various different metas with mixed success. So we'll see how it's going to go for them. I think these vetoes between international teams that don't play each other from different regions are always very tricky territory. I even remember going in as a coach to an international event and thinking, I've just got my best 3 maps in the veto, got like 13-6, 2-0'd, you know? Like sometimes you have a certain read that you have a very good comfortability on a certain map. You look at how the other team plays in their region, but you lack the context for the regional strengths of some of the other teams and how they might be performing. So we'll see how the Ascent picks goes for them. We're getting into the agent select for that particular map here. Is this kind of what you were expecting on the defense here?
Yeah, this makes a lot of sense. Asuna has been phenomenal on this Phoenix. We actually haven't seen them play that much Ascent yet when it came to it. So kind of interesting. I could have expected a Sage. Knowing Asuna, he's had a lot of these opportunities just as
RRQ में ये Zan करके है ना जो ओमेन लिया ये नया बंदा है कोई पहली बार नाम दे रहा है देखा मैंने.
And I'm really excited to see Timatino on the Jet being able to take that space. I think this comp is pretty standard, pretty meta, so it makes a lot of sense. But on the other side, I see a Sage.
पहली बार नाम देखा
Yeah, I mean, RRQ, they like to, get a little bit tricky sometimes. That'll be an interesting one to see as they go through their attack side here. It is naturally going to be a bit of a slower comp. You don't have as much kind of punching power as something like a Phoenix. It's going to be a little bit harder to work the map. You know, you're working in towards A main or B, or taking mid. A lot of the time, a blaze wall and a curveball goes a long way to making progress, but RRQ is just a comp full of a bunch of guys with guns. There's going to have to be a little bit more contacting, and they're going to have to get much more value out of something like a drone.
Yeah, I think it's kind of ironic that they're picking Sage against the Asuna Sage. That's been the one that's coming up with a lot of these walls. I don't know if you
they're thinking
Hold
about
on,
that. I don't think they care about that.
Do you not remember on Corrode when Asuna did the boost into that tiny little hole and
everyone started doing
it?
Yep.
I'm
Full
just saying,
started doing that.
he's the first Sage. He's got that that on lock. So it's kind of interesting to see. But again, starting on attack, it's kind of rough with that.
I mean, it's always going to be rough. That is the age-old thing with Ascent. In a lot of metas, a very defensive side of map. I think if you're playing a double duelist mirror, that's a different story, but that's not going to be the case here for RRQ. Might be a little bit harder for them to get going on the attack. Hopefully they can try to win the pistol, try to get in with a couple of good gun rounds, and then when they flip over to the defense, maybe they'll be a little bit more comfortable. I think it's interesting that Jody is the coach of RRQ here, though, and at least he has a little bit more insight and knowledge into how some of these American teams perform, because he's been over there in that region. He might be watching it a little bit more actively than some other people in Pacific. So
dinner करते करते अपन मैच देखेंगे.
Yeah, we didn't even get the chance to talk about Jovi earlier on, but he's been absolutely phenomenal. I've actually worked with him personally on a personal level on Slack when he was in charge of that game, changed his roster, and he's so good at understanding the fundamentals of the game and making sure he's communicating that to his team. He's also really good at anti-stratting, and that's what I'm scared of, because knowing how 100 Thieves play, they are very creative, but you can anti-strat them at the end of the day. And I think too, for me, when I'm looking at the Phoenix, when I'm looking at the Jet, it is kind of scary when they do switch over and switch sides, trying to get attack anywhere on either side of the map with that Sage, with that Veto. You're gonna have to bait out so much util before you're able to actually be able to do something.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it can be a little bit troublesome to be attacking into these heavy senti comps, but that's where Ascent, I mean, you're going to have to be able to keep the defense honest. You're going to have to be working those main controls.
देख भाई हमारा ही सिर्फ वायर नहीं दिखता भाई, उन लोग का भी इतना सारा वायर है.
Forcing out the Sage wall, breaking that a little bit, doing the double pumps
समझ
against
रहा है
the
बोबो?
Veto. That's probably what RQ has to have in mind. But that's
साले
what this
घपड़ा
game
घपड़ा
has been.
घपड़ा खाना बंद कर, बात कर इधर.
Very much one of the best callers in Pacific. It's really just a question of whether he has the best read at the time.
हाँ वो इसलिए दूर रखते हैं ना, what.exe ना डाल ले.
Very good mid-rounder, and especially if a team like RRQ goes down a lot of rounds, particularly starting out on this attack, I might be concerned for someone like
साले लोग what.exe के बिना भी ऐसा मारते चौड़ा देते सबको.
things like that at the pass within the APAC region, but at an international event, we haven't seen this player. He's going to be debuting in replacing Mon yet. But in general, RRQ a very, very good team when they're behind. A lot of tenacity to be able to make some comebacks and things like that.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy because on the other side of the roster, other side of the stage, you have Bang, who has done a really good job and been in charge of one of the reasons why 100 Thieves has had a good championship run.
अबे
हाँ
तू क्या बोलते हैं वो बयान सुना
इसका बयान
T20 पे.
हाँ हाँ एक्सपेरिमेंट
नहीं जज का
हाँ वो तो बोल दिया ना, वैलिड रीजन दो नहीं तो तुम्हारी ऐसी तैसी कर दूंगा. सुप्रीम कोर्ट का जज ना, हाँ वो तो कल ही आ गया था. साले तुम लोग करोड़ों लोग पे गालते एक्सपेरिमेंट कर रहे हो. मारो दनादन सबको.
मेरे को लग रहा है उनकी भी गाड़ी खराब हुई है तभी.
Personal grudge. Reasonably stacked. Yeah, there's some question marks.
मेरी गाड़ी खराब करेगा.
Matchups and things like that. You know,
I'm looking at
these placements. I'm seeing a lot of 4th, 5th, things like that.
Yeah.
I'm looking at RRQ. I'm seeing a lot of 4th, 5th. They just can't seem to get into the top couple. That can sometimes be where you're running into a brick wall playing the very best teams, or where you're running into a team that's on a really, really good run of form. I think we had that in both Pacific and Americas. You guys had Furia in kickoff go on a crazy run. We had Nongshim go on a crazy run. So sometimes you just run into
तेरे को पता last year का champion कौन था?
Run into one of the old staples that always makes top 3s and goes to international events.
तो last year का पता champion कौन था?
100 Thieves actually beat
100 Thieves
and then moved on to beat Loud 3-0 in order to qualify for this
नहीं
event.
नहीं 100 Thieves नहीं था भाई, अबे नहीं था.
Americas is right now where you never know who's going to win. That and when I'm thinking of a
No
team
doubt
like
अच्छी team
MIBR,
तो है.
it's the same thing.
अरे उसका
Both
नाम
these
भूल
teams
गया
have
मैं,
so
रुक बता
much
रहा हूँ तेरे
potential,
को.
so much firepower. They've proven it time and time
Cloud
again,
नहीं.
but they haven't
नहीं,
been able
नहीं.
to put up the results.
वैसे ही कुछ
to
नाम है,
show
नाम
that.
भूल
They
गया
haven't
मैं.
made it to an international.
Yeah.
And I think
Full
for
sense.
this team of 100
नहीं.
Thieves, when you're up against
वो नहीं है.
Leviathan, Crew, you have
Indian
G2,
नहीं है, Asian नहीं,
NRG,
Pacific नहीं
MIBR.
है.
It's kind of really hard, but this is the time to kind of cement yourself and show yourself as a pillar of the Americas.
FUT.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see RRQ take on an
अरे नहीं,
American
रुक
team.
बता रहा
I
हूँ
feel
यार,
like at
नाम
most
भूल
international
गया.
events,
Heretics.
I'm used to seeing them play an EMEA. I feel like they've played
That's
Fnatic like
Heretics.
500 times. So I'm hoping this is going to give them a little bit of a different
Team
flavor,
Heretics था.
something a little bit different at the start of this group stage. Because I think both of these teams, although there's no kind of easy team in this group, in my opinion, I think both of these
देख
teams will
जैसा
see this
PRX
opening
चल
matchup
रहा है
and be
अभी,
happy of it, looking at the other side of the bracket and
समझ
seeing
रहा है?
EDG versus BBL. Both
उस
of these
हिसाब
teams
से तो
are
फिर
gonna be a
कुछ भी हो
nightmare
सकता
play.
है भाई।
EDG's on a hot streak coming back off the back of London, and BBL is no
और
pusher.
जिस हिसाब से जी चल रहा है वहाँ भी कुछ भी हो सकता है, बस उन लोग थ्रो करना बंद कर दे तो।
Do quite well for themselves, have a nice little run over in EMEA. Unfortunately,
वो तो है भाई।
foot kind of eclipsed them a
अचानक से
little
throw
bit this
करने
year
लग
around, but
जाते
these Turkish rosters, you really just cannot take them for granted.
Yeah, I'm really looking at these players. I'm obviously a little bit biased here, but for me, my prediction, personally, my prediction is that 100 Thieves is going to run away with this, but they're
Sure.
not going to take it easy. I think I'm looking
दीदी बोल रही
kind of
100 Thieves जीत जाएगा भाई,
personally,
RRQ को
especially
हरा
looking at the
के।
maps.
Yeah, I kind of feel like 100 Thieves is probably the favorite here as well. RRQ
support
is a
कर रही है
hard
ना,
team to
इसीलिए
root
हाँ।
for at the best of times.
Damn, you're not even loyal to your
Domestically,
team.
they
उनका
are
friend है
very,
ना,
very
दीदी
good.
का।
Internationally, they always struggle.
दीदी
and
favorite
I've
है
watched
G2।
all of their games internationally. It has caused me great pain.
least
दीदी
they
फेवरेट है
made it
G2, स्टार्टिंग में बोल रही
That's true.
थी।
That's true. And we can have a conversation about maybe if 100 Thieves would have done a little bit better or not. Been a while since we saw 100 Thieves win Americas. For RRQ at least, you can only need to go back a couple of stages, and they've also already taken a title for themselves. So, look, maybe they're not necessarily making it into the top couple. Part of that is down to, T1 super team, Nongshim going on a little bit of run. PRX is always just good. It's a hard, tussle to make it into the top couple of Pacific. So, yeah, we'll see.
Yeah. Looking at these maps, at least. So we've got Ascent first. That is RRQ's pick. Then 100 Thieves. They've gone and
मोन्यो को देख, ऊपर का लाइट देख रहा है।
surprised about. I don't know how you feel about this, but seeing that RRQ hasn't had the best of success on Breeze, and seeing that 100 Thieves
गाइस जो भी देख रहा है लाइक वाइक कर दो भाई लोग, भाई लोग।
every time they've played Breeze, I'm really surprised that they let that through.
I think that Breeze is going to be a bit of a false dichotomy for 100 Thieves, in my opinion. I think that RRQ, the whispers are that RRQ has been very good on Breeze. In some of the officials, maybe it hasn't gone their way. In Kickoff in particular, they were the team in the upper bracket game, and they lost 3 best-of-5s in a row to be kicked out of Kickoff and not make it to the opening Masters tournament of this year. And they lost every time on Breeze. Since then, they have kind of mixed things up. I like the fact that they're kind of playing the KO Harbor comp at the moment. I think it allows them to mid-round quite nicely. I like the way that they play the KO, so I think it is quite a good map for them. I want to see if they rejig things a little bit, though, in terms of their comp in particular when we head through onto Breeze, because previously they didn't have one yet. Playing the Harbor was okay on it, a little bit up and down, but Zan mixed into this roster is definitely a Neon guy, and Jenkins is not a Neon guy. He kind of just feels Neon when they need to, so I'm wondering which one of those two things is going to take priority, or whether they'll actually just move in a completely different direction and start playing double duelist again. I wouldn't be surprised to see a lot of Jet Neon from RRQ.
Yeah. Dude, I would love a double duelist matchup, because 100 Thieves on the other side, they've been doing that. They've been loving it too, which is kind of crazy considering as soon as KO was also really, really good in Americas, but they've switched over to that Phoenix, to that Jet. I don't know if they're going to keep that essentially today, but from what I've seen, it's where they found their success. They're so good at those aggressive plays. They're really good at setting up a lot of these little mini trap plays.
दूसरा गेम देखे क्या?
A lot of the map control, because even on their defensive side, they've taken
दूसरा गेम देखते हैं, शायद चालू हो गया।
towards that A main.
जब
They're
तक ये हो ही
using
नहीं
their
रहा।
resources there to be able to fight, to be able to
हाँ
push
उधर हो
back
गया।
the team and not
From the
take
end
it
of Masters,
easy.
I think I worked like 2
Moving
days.
on
अबे
to
वो
that third
बोबो
map, we have the Haven, which is
भाई
the
तू
decider,
जो तू
which
गेम
for
देख रहा है ना,
you're
वो तू
smiling right
BBL
now.
का
Tell me
देख
what
रहा
you're
है,
thinking.
BBL वर्सेस EDG।
It's just stock standard RRQ, really.
Yeah.
It's just like
तो
dead in the middle
उधर
of the
टेक
map.
पॉज हुआ
I
रखा
think
है
this is a
क्योंकि
lot of vetoes, to be honest. I
Yeah.
swear to God, Haven is a
अरे,
third map
हाँ,
decider in like
गलत
every
देख रहा था
second
मैं।
veto at the moment. It's because it's just been in the map pool for such a long time.
वही
So
मैं सोच रहा
I
हूँ,
don't
चल
think
क्या
that
रहा है भाई,
RRQ are
तू
gonna be
उधर अलग
particularly
क्या देख रहा है?
happy or sad that the third map is Haven. I think they're just totally fine with it, and it's just going to be down to the better
अरे
team that
कैसे
wins at
करते
the
हो
end of the day.
बोबो?
Yeah, I think both teams just pretty
अरे वो
solid.
ध्यान
for
नहीं
that
दिया
one.
रे।
RRQ is very happy with this veto,
Yeah.
if I was to guess. I
Really?
think the Ascent is a bit of a question mark for me, but they're always a
तू
little
उसको
bit
कर, मैं
funky
इसको
with their
करता हूँ।
pick. I think that the Breeze stats are a little bit misleading. I think RRQ is going to be a little bit better than you would expect to be on Breeze, but we'll see. The stats don't look great, but I'm telling you, I watched and casted most of those games
Yeah.
recently. How much? What's the filter on that, by the way? How many months are we talking about?
This is stage
Ba-da-da-dum.
1 and Masters.
Stage 1 and Masters.
Okay, does not include the EWC qualifier,
Okay.
so there is a little bit of data
The thing
missing.
is, though, if
so.
you add a kickoff to that, those stats will get worse.
Kickoff doesn't count.
Those
That
stats will
was
get
so
worse,
far.
though.
Wait, really?
They lost 3 in a row in kickoff. Oh boy, so look, Xfero, you can see he's locked in. He's ready for this game. He is very much meditating for himself and getting ready for this series, as are we. But we'll take a little bit of a break, allow him to have a rest, and we'll be back with map 1 of 100 Thieves and RRQ right after this.
भाई यार दोनों जगह टेक पॉज लगा दिए बे.
Sorry, I was like,
हेलो भाई क्या हाल है? अमित भाई वेलकम टू द स्ट्रीम. EWC अमित भाई EWC मजा आ रहा है भाई. रंग बिरंगी लाइट में अरे आना पड़ता है भाई. एक मिनट ना. Abba jabba dabba abba jabba. अरे दोनों जगह ब्रेक हो गया भाई. क्या देखें फिर हम. दोनों जगह ब्रेक कर दिए भाई. चीटिंग है भाई हमारे पास. और बताओ भाई अमित भाई बाल बच्चन कैसन बा. रब्बा रब्बा मेरे रब्बा starting in 2 minutes and 32 seconds. थंबनेल कैसा लगा यार अमित भाई ये बताओ. वो सब छोड़ो आप. ये बताओ थंबनेल कैसा लगा. लाइट
नहीं मान रहे भाई इन लोग.
क्या नहीं मान रहा. अरे फिर 5 मिनट हो गया.
वही तो बोल रहा हूँ नहीं मान रहे.
अरे यार अभी तक 3 मिनट 53 सेकंड है. क्या है ये. क्या चल रहा है भाई. हेलो on the first day of EWC what is this happening.
Happening is this is what.
बताइए भला। क्या करें यार गाइस, ये तो गड़बड़ हो गया। भाई जितनी जहमत हमने उठाई है ना, चीजों को करने के लिए वॉच पार्टी में, एनिमेशन किया, सब किया, किसी ने नहीं किया, सब ने ऐसी लगा दिया है। हैशटैग टकलूसी। अरे बाप रे भैया, सेकंड नंबर पे दिखा रहा है हैशटैग EWC में भैया, बड़ा आदमी भैया
दिखा रहा है भाई।
आप और कौन भैया?
अरे थैंक यू भाई, थैंक यू फैंस, बिग फैंस, थैंक यू, लाइक वाइक कर देना, थैंक यू।
2.2K की वॉचिंग आ रही भैया आपकी।
हैं कितनी?
2.2K।
वो थोड़ा सा आप भूल गए होगे, 0.2 जो बोल रहे हो ना वो नहीं होगा, सिर्फ 2 होगा। हम गरीबों को उतनी की आती है। मैं गरीब हूँ। मैंने क्या किया पता आदि तेरे को? मेरा जो मॉनिटर टूट गया है ना, मैंने उसको ऑन किया, ठीक है?
हाँ।
और ना उसमें पॉपअप चैट को लगा दिया है और नीचे OBS को लगा लिया। जितना मेरे को दिख सकता है ना उतने में मैंने सामान फिट कर लिया उसमें।
बढ़िया। तो और क्या चाहिए बताओ?
इसमें स्ट्रीम कर रहा हूँ, बैठ के डिस्टर्बेंस नहीं चाहिए अपने को, ये आराम से बैठ के देखेंगे। सही कह रहा कि नहीं यार? बोबलो द डोबलो।
बिल्कुल 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 बिल्कुल।
डिम्पल डिम्पल टिंग 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 टिंग। लेकिन बहुत फ्यू लोग ही हैं जो क्या बोलते हैं स्ट्रीम कर रहे हैं वॉच पार्टीज का।
भाई भरे तो सब है,
करते नहीं है ना भाई। हम जैसे लोग करते हैं लेकिन हम लोग को वो नहीं मिलता है, रिकॉग्निशन नहीं मिलती है भाई हम गरीबों को।
टप्पा 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 टप्पा। आ गया आ गया आ गया आ गया आ गया, गेम आ गया, गेम आ गया, गेम आ गया। चालू हो गया गेम, चालू हो गया गेम, चालू हो गया गेम, चालू हो गया।
नहीं हुआ है भाई। अभी फिर से टाइमर आ जाए तो 10 मिनट का। है वो भाई
याद, ये आदमी
तू मत बोल भाई मनूस वाली बात। मेरा 2000 का चालान कटवाया है तू। नजर लगा दिया साले,
चला रहा था,
नजर लगा दिया इतना।
मैंने तेरे चालान की बात भी नहीं की थी, तुमने ही अपने चालान की बात
नजर लगा दिया बात करके भाई, कसम से गंदा आदमी।
मैंने तो बात भी नहीं की थी, बताओ। तो मेरे ऊपर लांछन लग गया, बताओ। जो ड्राइव कर रहा था उसने अपनी गलती नहीं मानी और मुझ मासूम बालक के ऊपर लांछन लगाया जा रहा है। लांछन
लग नहीं रहा है भाई जन्म में हो पाएगा कुछ।
और कितना क्रंची रोल, ये तो वो तो ऐड आ रहा है भाई, जल्दी गेम लगाओ यार। इतना
पैसा मिला है बाबा क्रंची रोल से,
हमको भी दो। अरे तो डॉटा 2 के स्ट्रीम पे लगा था ये वाला थंबनेल, क्रंची रोल वाला।
Stream all the latest and greatest anime, Crunchyroll.
स्ट्रीम करने बोल रहे भाई। को स्ट्रीमिंग राइट्स मिल रहे क्या क्रंची रोल के भी है भाई
मिल जाए भाई कर लेंगे वो भी
भाई बस यार EWC वाले ये चेयर देते हैं बस इसी में खुश हो जाए ये सीक्रेट लैब्स की चेयर
I think it's crazy. Our fan
सेक्सी
base
चेयर
is
है
like
यार
really huge in France.
White
I
color
think
की
most
ना
of the
मस्त
people like already saw some events we did, so I'm pretty
White
happy
नहीं
to
भाई,
be here.
black.
We missed out on
White में
Champs Paris last year. It's good for us.
दो
to have an
दिन में
international
कलवा
event
पड़ना
that we
चालू
can
हो
play in
जाएगा
front of our crowd, you know. I don't know if it's stress, but it's like it's a good pressure that we have. We of course want to represent the country of our org. Also, like I grew up in Paris, like it's a special city for me, so there is a lot of story about it.
We're extremely excited. We cannot wait for this opportunity. Obviously, we need to get out of groups first, but that's like even extra motivation for us to meet them all. It's our organization home country, home city, you know, so that's one of the biggest goals for us for sure.
Feels good to play here, of course, because Vitality French
Direct.
org, and we're in France now, so it will be really fun to get into playoffs and
Profanity sold out हो जाएगी भाई
I think that will be cool for everyone, one of us and stuff, and for me it will be especially like I am playing the French org.
अच्छा
For
है ना
me,
भाई नया
like,
ओनर नई
it's
जिंदगी
a really
नया
exciting,
पैसा
tournament, I think.
I moved to Paris when I was 7 years old, and growing up in Paris, like I think has been a chance for me because I don't think I would be there today if I didn't, like if my mom didn't move to France. And as I said, like yeah, I'm grateful for everything, you know. Like I'm trying to stay humble, like work hard, prove by what I'm doing every day.
Our group is definitely the strongest, but I don't know. I feel like it's also
IRL
the most
stream
exciting
करना
to
तू
watch. We have a lot of
नहीं
fans
पसंद है
and
मेरे को
stuff,
पेरिस
so again, we'll
पेरिस
be cool
जितना
to play in
सुंदर
front of
दिखता
them
है
and
बाहर
just,
से
feel the support in
उतना ही
person to French fans, especially when I'm watching like different esports and stuff. The crowd
बहुत
is
vlogs
usually
देखे हैं
really
भाई
big.
मैंने
Game by
दुनिया
game,
भर
we
के
have first Casey, and then we'll see like who will play next. It will just be fun to see it.
I wish it would have been like with the crowds. Unfortunately, the first game there's no crowds, but I wish there was a crowd because there's gonna be Vitality fans against KC fans. It would have been so good, but it's fine.
भाई हमारे जी के भी दिखाओ ना उनका भी इंटरव्यू ये क्या चीटिंग है हमारे वालों को भी दिखाओ
अबे तो जिनका होम ग्राउंड है फ्रांस पेरिस उनका दिखा रहे हैं
Last
ना
year's finals, we were in tough situation. I think
तो
a lot
मेरा
of
भी home
different
ground है
words were said, different tactics to wake up. Maybe some harsh, maybe some
थोड़ा
inspirational.
फ्रेंच
I
बोल
think
के
all it took
दिखाना तो जरा
was
फास्ट
winning that
पाउस
third match
ऐसे नहीं
to
बोल
give
रहा
us that big amount
French.
of belief in ourselves that we can do it.
Even though it was so bad, we still inside
एक
believe
मिनट
that it's possible. Can't stop believing,
¿Cómo
because if you
estás?
stop believing, then that's it.
Friends on 78 HP. He did the ultimate on so much crashes.
I think the trophy felt unusual. I mean, it was
भाई
not
ब्लर
so
मॉनिटर
good.
ज्यादा देर
I
तक
think
ब्लर
for
मॉनिटर
all
भी
as
देख
well,
लो तो
especially
साला वो
now
भी
thinking
क्लियर
back
दिखने
to
लग
our
जाता
goal
इधर
in
तो
the worst position possible. It felt amazing. It felt like a moment of finally.
I think I kind of knew in my head that we would win it just because it's really hard for them to be mentally strong, being 2-0 up and then going to 2-2. Like, there was no way in my head that we were going to lose that last map just based on knowing what mental state they're in and what mental state we're in.
Yeah, I mean, this year, Minibu is not in our roster. I mean, obviously, I would have liked to play with my brother, but it's, you know, esports, it's competition. Koshmaras and Minibu are very similar in terms of playstyle. Of course, they have differences, but I think as a team, we're very similar to last year.
I think there's a lot of good teams here, but we're here to defend our title. We're gonna try as hard as possible, and teams will remember the form that we were in last year, and hopefully we can replicate it this year.
We're here to defend the title, and good luck to the teams trying to take it from us.
आ गया
ब्लर मॉनिटर भी क्लियर दिखने लग जाता है थोड़ी देर ज्यादा देर देख लो ना उसको इसका मॉनिटर बदला है शायद कुछ दिक्कत
All
है
right, we're
इसमें।
back from the break here at the Esports World Cup 2026, kicking off with Valorant. Just running through a couple little teething issues here on the stage before we kick off RRQ versus 100 Thieves.
पता है ये OBS bot है ना इसके भाई वेबकैम भाई बहुत सेक्सी होते हैं भाई
Americas
बहुत
versus
सेक्सी होते हैं
Pacific
इसके
and Americas
webcams
versus Pacific on the cast.
मेरा
Whichever
बर्थडे आ रहा है
one
भाई
of us
जब
will
तो पैसा आएगा ना
perform better or worse will
उसी
get
का
replaced later.
वेबकैम
Yeah,
लेना
that's
not
how
already
it works.
decided.
Yeah,
Yes,
no,
it
it's
got
not
better
decided
होता
on
है,
rotation.
got
We
better.
actually, whoever performs, not only do
20-25
they have
हजार
to
से
get
start
off
होते
the
हैं।
cast
बस
if you lose,
अभी
you
बोलता
also have
रॉकी
to
भाई को
just
देख
leave and leave Paris completely. So it's kind of insane.
I'm
but
packing as many croissants into my suitcase as I can. They're pretty light. I can get a lot
Game
in there.
चालू करो.
True.
Game चालू
You
करो.
squish 'em
Game
up,
चालू
make a
करो.
nice
मारो
little
मारो
stack.
मारो मारो.
Yeah,
There's someone
ruin the
who's done
croissant.
that, and I'm sure a lot of French people are mad about it.
Definitely. But while we're talking about
Game
French,
chalu
we're going to be
karo.
talking about
Game
Paris
chalu
because
karo.
this
Game
has been
chalu
such
karo.
a beautiful city to host this event in so far. And again, just to reiterate, the prize pool, $2 million prize pool, first place going home with
अरे
a
एक
big
बात बता,
chunk of that money.
EWC
They've
का कप
increased
कौन से गेम में
money.
मिलता
They've
है?
made
हर
it
गेम में
below
वैसे
3
ट्रॉफी
matches
देते
at the
होंगे जो
beginning.
चैंपियन
And
बनता
so
हो.
this is a huge event that we're here for and we're so excited for, especially
है,
with
ये नहीं
this
बता
matchup
सकते.
today.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, a bit more of a condensed
भाई तो
format last
BCT
year.
में भी तो ऐसी है ना?
This year they
हर
definitely
साल
are
नई
starting to
ट्रॉफी
flesh
मिलती
things
है.
out a little bit more.
नहीं
As
नहीं
mentioned before,
वैसा
the
नहीं
best
बोल
of
रहा
three
हूँ
is
रे
gonna be huge
बावले.
for the players. I think it's going to
तो
allow
जैसा जो इसका मेन
and the
ट्रॉफी जो
team
तू
to
हाथ पे
really
पकड़ा तेरे
shine. You
थंबनेल
mentioned the
में
vetoes and things like that.
वो
So
हर गेम
just
के
getting
जो
more
भी
reps in an
चैंपियन
international
टीम
event.
रहेगी
I
उसको
mean,
मिलता
I'm
है
from Oceania, so I'm used
या
to going to
कंसोलिडेट
international
करके
event,
देते
or
हैं.
at least supporting a team at an international
नहीं,
event, being the
ऐसा नहीं
16th
है.
seed,
Okay,
you
humble
verse the
brag.
first seed,
हर उसका
and you
एक
get
वो
banged
होता
in
है.
a best of
क्या
one, and
बोलते
then you go
हैं?
home for 20, 30 hours.
वो.
So sometimes that's how
हर
it
गेम
be.
का
At
अलग
this
होता
event,
है.
not the case. You get to play at least
समझ
one
रहा
best
है.
of three, multiple best of three. It's got the GSL format, upper lower bracket. We're
हर
not playing
गेम
round
की
robin
अलग
or any of that
ट्रॉफी. मतलब
nonsense.
जैसे देख
And we're just gonna go.
तू
and
जो
get
ट्रॉफी
the
पकड़ा है वो
two
किसकी
teams from
ट्रॉफी
each
है तो?
groups into the playoffs.
वो
Yep,
ट्रॉफी
sounds
at
great
the
to me.
end
And for
जो
those of you that are
फाइनल
just jumping
winner
in, it is
बनेगा
100
जिसके ज्यादा
Thieves
points होंगे
versus
उसको
RRQ
मिलेगी.
on this
वही तो पूछ
stream.
रहा हूँ
We've talked a lot about
कि
both
ओलंपिक
these.
पैटर्न में
We're talking
होता
about
है.
they're both powerhouses in
मतलब
their own
all
way.
over
And a
all
little
over the
bit
games
about
एक
the vetoes.
टीम
And
को
while
जाके
we're just
मिलेगा
getting
आखिरी
things
में.
started here,
चाहे
I
वो
wanted to
Valorant
talk
की
a
हो,
little
चाहे
bit more
वो
about 100
ranking
Thieves.
होती है
Who would have
teams की.
guessed? Who would have guessed that I would have
चाबी
wanted to
चाबी
talk
वाला
about
सिस्टम है
100
ना
Thieves, but they've
देखा है
been
ना
so
तोड़ते हैं
phenomenal.
चाबी
But
एक दूसरे
I
की.
don't, I don't know. That caught me off guard. I don't know how you feel about this.
गेम
but
चालू
for 100 Thieves for me,
करो.
they've been one of the most creative teams that we've
Oh,
seen
what.exe
in
install
Americas.
हो रहा है.
I say this even starting in kickoff when they had the waylay. The way that Timatino was being set up to use that waylay was really well done, and I feel like I didn't see that many teams abuse it in a way that they
Guys,
did. They
जल्दी
ended up
जल्दी
using that
install
waylay to
करें.
get a lot of that
जल्दी
information.
जल्दी
They'll
like
be
and
able to
subscribe कर
refract
दो.
back
जल्दी
and
जल्दी
be able
इंस्टॉल
to
कर
go
लो.
really quick into another direction, just completely catch the other team off guard.
ताकि सबके में
Obviously, waylay no
what.exe
longer
install हो जाए
that
guys.
good
मैं
in this
320 हार्ट
meta,
जाने तो
but
फिर इंस्टॉल
I'm excited
करूंगा
to see what they can kind
what.exe.
of bring to the table here.
फिर सब को इंस्टॉल कर
They've
दूंगा मैं
made
यहाँ से.
any changes to their comps.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, on the side of IRQ, you know, they tend to like to keep it pretty vanilla. Of course, they have their own flavor of things that they like to do. We have already
As
seen...
they've just picked Sage and Vito on Ascent.
Pacific is a wild place, okay? I know
You
in
can't say that in a safe vanilla.
In America's go, oh my god, they changed one agent. Wow,
Yeah,
this
that's
is
a
really
big
creative.
deal.
In Pacific, we're picking 3 to 5 duelists sometimes.
We
so.
go on strat roulette and we spin a wheel
So
for
yeah,
duel.
I mean RRQ. The thing is, RRQ stylistically would probably
Java
be
Igniter
considered a
तुमको
bit more of
बुला
a
रही
vanilla
थी
team
बात
because
करने के लिए.
I think a lot of people who don't watch the region might regard Pacific as like every team just runs it down. RRQ definitely plays a lot more like a European or an American team. They play a slower pace. They mid-round a lot.
Yeah.
They don't just play 30-second, site exec simulator. They definitely do kind of work the map a little bit. They try to be a bit clever with the calling. They try to have some decent amount of prep. So yeah, I think that's going to be an interesting thing to kind of be tackling stylistically against a team like 100 Thieves. And I think in general, that's kind of my own opinion about why sometimes RRQ might struggle at internationals, because they often try to play, like they're playing a team like Fnatic and they're like playing a slower style. And it's like, we're just kind of doing what you're doing, but maybe a little worse sometimes. Although they have had some very close maps. But in Pacific, I mean, they very much are the team where they do like to slow down the mid-rounding a little bit more. They do like to mix up the pacing as opposed to some of the other teams that are a bit quicker. Your PRXs, your full sensors, things like that. They like to send it a bit more.
Yeah, I think for 100 Thieves, they've definitely done a good job at balancing both those things. Being able to play somewhat aggressive when they need to be, especially when you're looking at how they were playing versus Loud, which Loud is known to be super phenomenal with their fragging power. Players like Luke Show just going out there, trying to get as many picks as possible. successful, but 100 Thieves were able to shut that
इन लोग
down.
की
They're
जगह तू ही
so
लगा ले.
good at being able to play back when they need to.
इन
Being
लोग
able to just
हो
be
रही है.
aggressive and maybe running it down is the strat to do. They've done such a
भाई
good job
साढ़े
and a really big props to
4
Fora
बज गया
because his
था.
IGLing his mid-round
5
has
बज
been
गया.
phenomenal as well.
एक
I
गेम
feel
चालू
like
नहीं
he's
हो रहा
really
है.
driven this team to success. And for me, when I'm looking at the coach and IGL synergy, Vora and his coach have been so good at understanding each other, building these playbooks, building these strats, having such a deep map pool, but seeing that in the server, nobody's actually lost or confused or overwhelmed with what they want to do. So I think for me, from 100 Thieves, that's why I keep talking about their creativity. It goes way beyond through and through the relationships, not just in the server, but also outside of it.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of overlap, honestly. If you just discuss both of these teams and say what their strengths and weaknesses are, you know, you talk about having a strong map caller, you talk about having a bit of a slower paced, you know, maybe Beatty at times, star player that likes to just let the game come to them, evolving a core gradually, incrementally over time. I think that's the same thing for RRQ. They've had a certain core of players. Xterra has been around since literally the inception of Pacific franchising as the centerpiece of RRQ. Then you had Jemkin, you had Crazy Guy come in a little bit more recently than that. Similar to 100 Thieves, you've got some players that have been around since the very beginning.
i3 डाल के चला रहे हैं और ग्राफिक कार्ड है 1650
over time, changing in 1 or 2 players at a time over seasons until they end up with their current iteration. So I think both of these teams, as mentioned before, maybe falling a little shy of some international qualifications. This event is a good opportunity to prove themselves against the global field.
Yeah, and as much as 100 Thieves
दूसरा गेम चालू हुआ क्या यार, वो देखते हैं बैठ के.
उधर भी टेक पॉज हो गया है.
Few years, them not winning is the fact that it's not a great event for them because everybody has the.
उनका भी टेक पॉज हो गया है.
Going to be a little bit more pressure. I'm looking at a player like Timotino, who's just come up from challengers into this roster. This has been his first time in the This has been his first roster, and he performed absolutely phenomenally. It took him a little bit of time to warm up at the beginning of kickoff, but he's blossomed into a very well-rounded duelist player, someone who does his job really well, pulling those crosshairs, not necessarily constantly fragging out, but being able to do that job, get the movement in there, open up and make the space for the rest of his team. So I'm still it's honestly still a question mark for me how they're going to perform. I'm thinking, if I'm thinking of the VCT Americas 100 Thieves, then 100% I understand where they are. I know who they are. I've seen them play. They're so phenomenal. But when it's moving to a different style, it's kind of going to be interesting to see how they do on the global stage.
GC,
but that being said, we still have a couple more things.
GCSA का क्या बोलते वो हो रहा है, वॉच पार्टी स्ट्रीमर कर ले भाई साइन अप.
तो भाई वो लड़की लोग का है.
हाँ तो कर ले.
मैं कुछ
RNTX is set to make 100 crore power move with global esport acquisition.
स्काउट ने तो बोला कि 100 करोड़ नहीं है.
अबे 100 करोड़ बहुत होता है भाई. 100 करोड़ यानी समझ रहा है,
2 डिजिट में नंबर है.
हाँ होगा 50 करोड़ तक बोलते भी तो मैं समझ सकता हूँ. 100 करोड़ यानी समझ रहा है. एक ही बार गई है मास्टर्स खेलने, वो भी पहुंच नहीं पाई, दरवाजे बाहर से आ गई है. समझ रहे, दरवाजे से ही बाहर आ गई है. और तुम उसको 100 करोड़ में खरीदोगे भाई, इतना बड़ा डील थोड़ी करेगा कोई यार. मजाक थोड़ी चल रहा है भाई.
हो रही है एडिट. अरे तुम याद नहीं दिलाया यार अमित भाई. तुमको मैसेज करना था ना मेरे को. तुमको काम दिया था तो याद दिलाना करके डालना है.
इसमें चल रहा है आदि BVL और इसके एडवर्ड गेमिंग के चैट में चल रहा है मेसी रोनाल्डो दैट फुटबॉल अलग चल रहा है. उसमें तो बी राइट बैक लग गया है.
I think that with players like Happyway is going to be very, very interesting to see if he can keep up the level that he showed at Masters London, because he was so good.
मेरे को एक बात बताओ अमित भाई,
And then we have Group D.
ऐसे 12 जो है
GE, AG, and
वो
Heretics.
EWC में सिर्फ दो
And I look at
दो
that
गेम में ही
group,
क्वालिफाई
which is
कर पाई
the random group, because it's like, oh hello.
कसम से भाई कसम से मैंने तुमको बोला था उस दिन स्ट्रीम पे कि मेरे को याद दिलाना करके
क्या
मजाक नहीं कर रहा
अबे क्या
अरे वीडियो डालनी है
Omen, got the jet raise on EDG.
बड़े लोग भाई वीडियो डाल रहे हैं
एक तो तुम कब जाते हो और कब आते हो पता भी नहीं
There we go.
चलता
We're
ना
just showing again. I think
इधर
the
उधर
reason we're
नाचते
doing
रहते
this
हो
is because, of
स्ट्रीम्स में
course, it's been a little while. You guys have been sat waiting for the game to start, and you might have forgotten what agents people are playing. So we are going to we're showing you again.
I do very much like the Vice is being used by both sides. I think on this map there's so much value to be had. Those Thorns, I mean, I think back to Benji, even when he was having a bad game on Heretics regionally, this guy was able to have so many rounds that he single-handedly won for the team just with the delay, just by sectioning off some players. Found a lot of
चल भाई EDG का मैच चालू हो गया भाई
मैं तो वही देख रहा हूँ
the same from Kreven. There was something Kukuka brought up on the desk, but he has been sensational when it comes to the Vice, getting to play on comfort. And BBL knowing Ascent is up next. It's definitely a dangerous start for EDG, despite coming in here as a favorite. Like we've said, they have a stand-in. And now, with the way that the map veto's gone, maybe they could take it when we go to 3, but BBL have a chance if they can start strong. Still, perhaps we have to give the favor to EDG. As time ticks away, folks, it seems we are ready to roll. Barriers up, and away they go. BBL starting on the defense, and they've gone for an unusual strategy. A 4-man totem pole waiting on the stairs for any engagement. The second Con rounds this corner, he is gone. There's no way.
4 आदमी इंतजार कर रहे हैं इधर तो
Already a back and forth, a firing squad, and Lovers Rock on that defensive side. Neon has managed to give them the advantage. Early damage done, rotation already coming back in for support.
दोनों फंसे हुए हैं
वहीं. That's the only thing, and it seems like Signed is aware. Paranoia is solid. The slide out, it looked like maybe he could escape. Instead, the trades back and forth. And
reload आ गया था बेचारे का.
Than they would have liked, but it is the round.
कल edit करता हूँ बैठ के.
That smoke threw a little bit of a spanner in the works, but BBL quick to adapt by just running through it to look for those battles together. You can see Con still getting his kill, despite being up against the numbers. And it does come very close, considering BBL had the right read on that play in terms of the boots on the ground. Right position, right time, the right result. A 1-0 now. Here's where EDG don't have a lot to do. They didn't get a plan.
एक राउंड का तो हाफ टाइम घुसे हो गया भाई.
Convincing force by. Instead, they will have to play this as a full eco. The main thing for BBL though is they have one pistol. You do not want to see this be anywhere near a close round, and they've already lost the pistol.
ये कब सुना? मेरे को सुनाई क्यों नहीं दिया है?
अबे लिखा हुआ आया था.
This is the one player you don't mind losing, but ultimately they're losing quite a bit more. This is getting a little bit dangerous until LaRock is there to close it out. A bit close for comfort, a bit costly, but it's still their round.
Yeah, I think they lose an SMG, a Marshall, and a Sheriff. I'll probably pick up the Sheriff. So it's not the end of the world. Definitely, the problem is, though, that 2v2. That was a chance for a Bulldog to end up on the floor. But for BBL, a quick start, indeed. 2-0. And this is where things get interesting. Coming into the full buy of EDG, LaRock 2 away from a showstopper. Lovers Rock as well could have the finger guns. And those 2 ultimates, or even one of them, could make a big difference in a round where there's so many weaknesses. BBL have to play this with all those losses in the last round as a super light buy. Barely anything invested. LaRock already close to death.
दोनों को लो कर दिया है पूरा.
Yeah, there's a hell of a lot of damage. LaRock almost gone. Rose almost gone. A lot of the danger of this round seems to have diminished. Maybe if they can give Loiter a gun, that would be nice, but no, it's Con just cleaning things up.
उस पे मार दिया.
पट्टे से भाई 8 HP वाला बंदे ने मार दिया.
A push going through to the other side of the map, and Gianni has already seen where Loiter is. His survival seems impossible, but he's managed to teleport back at least a little.
Kreven bought some time. Roses now finds himself a kill. This is a fantastic start, but left alone, he'll have to do all the hard work himself. 1 HP and a Bulldog, a clutch for the ages. EDG sporting a few bruises though, and they were up against a very light buy. I think BBL can keep their heads held high exiting that round, and for EDG, the goal now is to deal with the full buy.
Yeah, they did an unfathomable amount of damage in the first few seconds of the round, and then after that point, plain sailing. But as you said, this is where if that ult
अबे
came online last
ENC
round, it
का
would
भी
have been
तो
great. Instead,
बहुत
though,
लोग
it's
वॉच
come
पार्टी
online for
कर
this
रहे हैं
one.
यार आदि
Operator for Lovers Rock. That was what I was mentioning
हाँ भाई
about 30 minutes
ENC का
ago. I love his defensive side operator on that Neon. The fact is, though, early utility expended and a TP.
Rock, there's the old pop.
Well,
Jenny's gonna snipe him out of the sky.
भाई
Controls
भाई
the
DG तो
site.
crazy हो जा रही है
Walking through that smoke was a brave and bold play for Rose. Now a 2 versus 5 seconds into the round. You thought the damage last round was impressive. Well, they've basically won this one in the first 20. A save has to be called when Lovers Rock having an op as well. There's no way you want to throw this at a near unwinnable situation.
No, it's crazy how clean that was on entry, especially Gianni's reaction shot just to be able to get rid of that showstopper because it was super dangerous on entry. But yeah, Creven definitely under serious pressure early in the round, and I like it from EDG. A little bit more direct, very aggressive in their stance, and when you have that operator set up on the other side of the map, the fast pace into A could have caused them issues, but they basically won the round within the first 20 seconds.
भाई सुनना
मरा 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 वो देख पता तो मेरे को मरेगा हाँ
लियोसन का फीमेल रोस्टर भी आ रहा है
EDG denying those weapons won't be possible.
हाँ लियोसुना करके
लियोसन लियोना
what they were trying to save, but
हाँ
that was
अरे
such
वही
a quick
सुनो ना
round
सुनो
from
ना
EDG.
टाइप
It's hard to
सुन
even
रहा हूँ
imagine from BBL's perspective. And the fact that they popped the showstopper, so it's costly not just because it ruins your economy, but it also takes a very big ultimate out of the round and out of the game for a while. Now leaving 3
अबे
players
डायनामो शायद क्या बोलते हैं गॉडलाइक ज्वाइन कर रहा है एज अ को ओनर
बढ़िया है
भाई कुछ तो क्रेजी पक रहा है सब अलग अलग लगे पड़े भाई
Lovers Rock able to dip in, dip out. Get rid of Khan.
अब वो कंटेंट क्रिएटर नहीं रह गया ना
वो ओनर है
but they've gambled on the other two sides of the map.
In fact, just look at where LaRock is already. Very deep positioning, pushing in on that flank. Sure, the rotation to the B side is still possible, but that's being watched by Creven. So they at least have information there.
So,
and if LaRock were to keep pushing, he might have a fast flank. However, that plant is going down.
उसने
with
ट्वीट
the time
किया
ticking
है
in their favor and still solid weaponry.
मतलब उसका आया है कि उसने ट्वीट किया है कि BMPS जो हुआ 2026 का वो सोल के पूरे करियर का जब से सोल है एग्जिस्ट करता 8 सालों में सबसे गंदा चोक हुआ है इस बार
This is an advantage now for BBL, and they know where that last man is, but Jenny pops the showstopper. It'll buy him time, but he really wants that pick. Shots fired from behind. The showstopper won't land for the kill, though.
वो मरा ही नहीं
LaRock ends up coming out on top by the skin of his teeth. That rocket almost took him out.
Yeah, he's actually a little bit unlucky. If the showstopper gets the kill, the fact that he's able to spin around and headshot the guy behind, real nice play, or real nice try from Gianni. But ultimately, that's a low buy round coming through for BBL. The operator of Lovers Rock, that flank from LaRock, but also just Creven buying time. Like you mentioned,
फ्री होगा तब ना वो
get a
देखना
kill or two
ठीक
in the
है
mix. Important stuff.
क्या बोला
कौन देखना अपना
Lead brought
भाई
back
कितना
and the
डिफरेंस है एक बार
economy-
देखना
it's taken
तो
a little bit of a hit, but the blade storm will pad everything they need over on that EDG side.
Well, we've seen this delay on the C site from BBL work pretty well. Looks like EDG want to break through and deal with Creven, but this time it's not Creven. Instead, it's going to be a full setup. Initially, Lovers Rock takes the kill. The thrown through as well, keeps them back, does damage, and the Blade Storm now looking a bit weaker. Skyhill comes through. Concon's back up to full, but running out of dash. Wants to get in. Oh no, he dashes in! It's a crazy play.
whip कर दिया बे वो पूरा whip कर दिया रोज ना whip कर दिया
and sends them scurrying back towards the C site. Numbers even for now, but the attackers have an easy time. They're going to change direction, and no matter where they go, they have an advantage.
Yeah, the Seekers gave it away. 2 Seekers after you get 2
हाँ
kills.
भाई है तो
That was 4
अंतर तो
players
है
on the C site. That means there can only be 1 elsewhere, and it was not B.
बहुत ज़्यादा
All
अंतर
only
है
just getting tripped, but
भाई
even still, it's a little bit of additional
भाई
damage done
Esports World Cup
Creven.
के लिए
However, he
YouTube
still
चलते
manages
सोल
to
का ऑफिशियल
win the
पार्टनर
fight.
है
Puts it back into an advantage. Weaponry not in their favor, and Lotus just spammed a bullet through the
पैसा
smoke.
नहीं
He
goodwill
leaves it all onto signed. He needs to try and clutch.
अरे पैसा
on his first
आएगा
match for the
बोल
team,
रहा हूँ
and it's not
पैसा
gonna be
आएगा
happening.
तो क्यों नहीं
Lovers
होगा
Rock
भाई
closes
YouTube
it
X
down, and again, after a decent back and forth, the recovery is solid from BBL.
मैं बोला पैसा आएगा दिए नहीं है मैं ये नहीं बोला आएगा भाई पैसा है उसमें तो क्यों नहीं करेंगे बताओ कोलैब ये बोला
here, leaving Rose embedded as well, at least trades out Concon. If he's not there and instead is in front of that jet, it's a different game altogether. But keeping the numbers like that, buying a little bit of time, and then winning their fights when it came to it. Also a very lucky spam by Loida, but that's neither here nor there. 4-2 for BBL. It is a good start to the
अरे वो वाला गेम चालू हुआ नहीं हुआ भाई
have been extremely dominant.
वो अभी जस्ट चेक किया
Oh, they love this seed.
उधर तो चैट में लोग पागल हुए पड़े एकदम दे दनादन
वो क्या बोल रहे पता है इससे अच्छा तो रियाद था करके
Utility being sent
पेरिस में इंटरनेट नहीं आ रहा
a lot of damage on the way back out. In fact, there's pressure in. The stinger enough for Concon to find the opener. But already
ये देखिए ये फिर से क्या हाफ टाइम लिख दिया बीच में ये क्यों लिख रहे हैं बार-बार बीच-बीच में
is doing so much work in terms of damage. And once again, the players on the other side of the map.
मुझे लग रहा है गलत स्टिंगर वो उठा लिए हैं पता है
right now I feel like Lovers Rock is looking for the classic I got one kill, so you know that means I did damage. Bro, you're going up rare, leave. You can't leave now.
He doesn't have the choice.
Yeah, he could have before, but he can't now.
Have to stand his ground. The good thing is they don't know.
बबली बदमाश है
So for now, at least, if he continues flying under the radar.
अरे पीछे देखो पीछे है मामला उधर कहाँ भाग रहे हो साहब
A ninja, surely. It won't work. Not with sign. Oh my God, he is. He's trying it. He's gonna try it.
Wait, he might get it.
He could have time here. I think he's got time, and no one's close.
ले भाई डिफ्यूज हो गया डिफ्यूज हो गया अबे डिफ्यूज हो गया शिट ब्रो
Steals the round away.
He's just on a
oh भाई डिफ्यूज हो गया
someone 1v5 ninja defuse on the first map of the tournament. I can't believe it.
Even as he was running towards the site, I didn't believe that's what he was doing, and they all left, Tom. Why did they all
diffuse हो गया bro
crazy give you info. they just left him. Oh, what a disaster. Well, somehow this man's sticking around for one extra kills, giving him the round. 5-2 we go.
You can't blame me for not expecting him to do that. Utter madness, and well, there's the one extra kill. It's at the beginning of the next round. Nice work from Gianni on the trade, but again, some weaker weaponry in play here. Obviously, it's kept through from the last round. I can't believe they didn't leave one Stinger player behind. It wouldn't even matter if that man went down, but...
I can't believe he won that.
भाई लेकिन crazy diffuse करके भागा है वो.
Was crazy, but EDG have got to be kicking themselves.
Diffuse भी किया और जिंदा भी बच गया वो भी 1v5
और सुनना अगले राउंड में आके मार भी दिया एक को.
Vice set up constantly and it causes problems here as the Thorns slowed them on the push towards the A
एक kill
site.
के चक्कर में पूरा राउंड थ्रो हो गया भाई.
And now EDG are calling the freeze. They've waited for 20 seconds, 30 seconds, and finally they'll make a move. But BBL have waited as well. They are still sat in position. Of course they don't expect Larocque to be stood there. With the Vice wall covering his back, he doesn't care. They've left C completely open, but BBL are willing to take that gamble, and it's paying off for now.
A pretty hefty advantage. But the second he tries to enter this site, will trip the wall, and even then, it seems like there were players watching it. Instead, they've reaggressed, looked to try and push behind, finding that there's nobody towards C side of the map. We'll gift them a plant. A little bit gambly, but when you're in a 2 versus 4 situation, you have to try and take that risk. However, the full force of the defenders will be there in a matter of seconds.
Yeah, that door swings open and they're already.
भाई इन लोग ना हर चीज के लिए वो लगा दिए हैं.
Larocque searching, has found his target. It's an easy kill with the paranoia going through. Plenty of players can still see him, but Chichu apart at least.
Oh, bhai.
But it's back to winning ways for BBL. They're continuing on this crusade 6-2.
भाई इन लोग ना हर चीज के लिए वो एसेट लगा के रखे हैं पता है तेरे को.
EDG guaranteed.
और प्लांट हुआ तो प्लांटेड.
Much more one-sided. Of one little mistake.
There you go. The diffuse delayed so they can get the operator. It has been having impact. Those early picks coming through from Lovers Rock.
Hello soundtrack bhai, kaise ho?
I do like the fact that we're seeing both
Jenny and Kankan at times really look to put the pressure onto that
कैसे हो
operator.
साउंड भाई?
It has been
बढ़िया स्प्रे
problematic to try
ट्रांसफर
and
किया
deal
था
with.
यार चीचू ने.
Either way, 6-2. The attack now have themselves to buy. Of course, they've got plenty of credits to play with. They lost a round with 5 players alive. That is a
पर
a
बीबीएल
rare
ना बहुत
occurrence.
अच्छा रीड कर रहा है ईडीजी को. हर
Whether
बार
or not they can start putting
जहां
the
ये
rounds
आने
on the
वाले
board,
होते
and
हैं
again,
वहीं स्टैक
they
कर
go
रहे हैं.
towards the seaside, and this time Lovers Rock is
नहीं,
on that
actually क्या
side of the map.
BBL का ही मैप है ना तो थोड़ा
It's the
सा
same setup we've seen. Having
एडवांटेज तो रहेगा ना
the
ब्रो.
C's nade,
हम
having
लोग
the
अभी
op
इतने
looking
ज्यादा
for the
प्रिपेयर
opening
होके
pick.
नहीं है.
EDG fell to this with ease last time. Bit more of a
Lotus
fight now though. Good trade back.
Ooh.
And they
Oh,
find Lovers Rock.
whiff
The
कर
seaside's
गया.
wide open. They can run in. The smoke in their way shouldn't delay them by much.
नियॉन का नाम पढ़, प्यार का पत्थर.
Dog to clear that out, but they decide not to put it through. And in the time wasted, Krevins.
वो तो पीछे से आ रहा है
Look
वो
at the
मन.
TP though by Loida. It's huge. They're clearing it. They think he's here, but dealing with him is another story. Chichu. Well, he found 2 to close out the
वुमेन
last
का नाम
round
पढ़ क्या है जो
before
मारा
he
है?
died.
लॉलिता.
This time it would be enough. Take it across the line. He's going to use his ult just to be safe in grabbing that spike.
Yeah, it might even work as bait though.
हैं?
Because
वो A पे
you
सोच
could
रहा है.
almost have assumed that he had it already.
वो A पे सोच
It's a
रहा है.
very, very long rotation back from Loiter.
आपके स्ट्रीम में एड्स क्यों नहीं आ रहे?
लॉन्ग टाइम नो
मैंने
सी.
बंद कम
हाँ यार,
करके रखा था.
मेरा मॉनिटर खराब हो गया था यार.
Starting to doubt where his opponent would be coming from.
मतलब मेरा मॉनिटर अभी भी खराब ही है, नया आया नहीं है अभी तक.
Our spawn has he gone all the way
मैंने
around the
एड्स
back.
कम करके रखे. क्यों?
He sat in the corner, basically just trying to cover off as
तो
many
मेरा
angles as possible. Timing.
नया मॉनिटर आएगा उसके बाद.
And in the end for Chichu, it's all too easy. 3 kills for him in the round, and 3 rounds for EDG.
Yeah, a big clutch for Chichu. A much needed round for EDG as well, as we said, after losing that 5v1 Ninja Diffuse. I genuinely can't I can't remember the last time I saw a
अरे गिर
Ninja
गया था, टूट गया है.
successfully found. I think in the last year we've done like 1 attempt.
सिंगल मॉनिटर है मेरे पास और ऊपर से
And then you think about I'm including regional games in that.
मेन मॉनिटर टूट गया है मेरा. सेकेंडरी नहीं, मेन मॉनिटर गया है मेरा.
Like this.
Yeah.
That is not the kind of mistake that
तो मेरे पास जो मॉनिटर बचा है वो बहुत पुराना है. 7-8 साल पुराना है.
Already happening for the economy. A little bit rough. Well, for Gianni, the showstopper has worked out this time, and the wraparound looking to come in from behind. The ult trying to pad the gap, and well, Kankan ends up with 2.
ले भाई कांग कांग हो गया. बंग बंग. pretty bang bang.
Trevin decides he doesn't want to face into the Kankan.
अरे मैं ना UPS मंगाया था नया, ठीक है, उसको मैं सेट कर रहा था और मॉनिटर ना एकदम एज पे रखा था मेरे टेबल पे, तो मेरे को लगा नहीं था कि मेरा हाथ टकराएगा और गिर जाएगा, और वो गिर गया. टूट गया.
Got the weapon for the job, at least. Already the first one tap under his belt.
गिरा तो
Side
टूट गया
puts
यार.
an end to that. 6-4 now.
दिखाऊं आपको?
EDG with a chance to equalize still at the halftime.
Yeah, it was looking like, especially after the 1v5, potential for BBL to run away with this half, but that potential is slowly slipping away from them. Of course, on a regional standpoint, EDG are normally incredible on the attack side, so I'm interested to see.
दूसरा गेम ना माने भाई.
Have that same sort of caliber on the defense. We've only
तो
seen
वहाँ अभी भी वही चल रहा
really
है.
versus DRG, who they lost to both times.
चैट में सब बज रहे हैं.
But of course, it's hard to doubt.
भाई मैं क्या बताऊं यार, मतलब मैं हमेशा कुछ ना कुछ लूटपटांग हरकतें ही करता हूं.
जब पेमेंट्स वगैरह करने होते हैं,
I'm going to see this early aggressive start.
बुरा तो लगा यार, देखो हर बार मैं कुछ नया खरीदता हूं, फिर कुछ खराब हो जाता है, फिर खरीदता हूं,
He's going to continue his
फिर
push,
खराब
but
हो
it's
जाता
almost
है.
worked out as bait for Loiter.
Oh, it's a great power.
ओ कहाँ खड़ा है?
On a tear these last few rounds. He's found the rock.
पूरा ब्रॉन्ज लेवल का गेम प्ले दिखा रहे हैं.
But EDG back into a
Can you show?
Rose is gonna
show तो कर सकता हूँ दोस्त.
Hooking on the left. There's a wall in front of him and some thorns to.
सेफ्टी ब्रेव की सेफ्टी ज्यादा.
ये देखो.
कोलैट
दिख रहा है?
For 7, the lead locked in for halftime.
I'm very surprised that Rose got as much done from that corner. Normally I expect that to be a one and done. Of course, EDG were focusing more on the timing of getting over the wall. And because of that, they walk through, one's looking his way, the other's obviously clearing the other angle. That player doesn't hit, he gets 2 for 1.
तो वो मेरा मेन मॉनिटर था जो टूट गया है, तो उसमें गेम खेल ही नहीं सकता मैं. और जो सेकेंडरी मॉनिटर है वो मेरा 6-7 साल पुराना है और उससे हर्ट्ज वाला नहीं है.
Kind of what's expected.
नॉर्मल मॉनिटर वो भी खराब हो गया है.
But either way, operator waiting for Conker. He knows that a player is likely already crossed. It's Rose currently holding the operator, allowing Lovers Rock to get aggressive and now peeking into a double of players. All going to be baited. But instead they go back towards the C site, which as of right now is completely open. It does look like BBL is setting up for the retake though.
That it does. I mean, they've got 4 players having pushed up on A. A lot of space taken there. The whole idea is to just fight this.
बंदर लोग टाइप इला चढ़ के निकाल रहे हैं इधर-उधर से.
And the idea from EDG is to do the exact opposite. They go to the top. They go to the defender spawn, taking that as a nice foothold. Seekers go out and tell them where to look. One player towards water. That's going to be nobody searching for the kill, trying to make this.
ले तुम मारोगे हम भी मारेंगे. अब only classic होगा.
The ult going through, no more thorns, sorry, for the attacking side. They haven't got anything to slow down this, so BBL going to run straight through, already having dodged the ultimate. They've got their weapons in hand, and now Signed and Chichu have numbers against them. A smoke that's going to block them off, and the defuse can now be tapped. A spam through the smoke, the best that it gets, but they found him. Rose is down, 4 for Chichu. And Signed is there to close it out. It will be 7-5 at the half. The lead for BBL, but EDG.
Did you order the same or different model? Different.
Great round coming out from Chichu.
मैंने ऑर्डर किया है अभी Alienware का 320 Hz. Upgraded, बहुत upgraded लिया है मैंने.
Well, just even the spam through the smoke, making sure they couldn't even get it to half. I think at that point, Lloyd already knew.
बेफिजूल का खर्चा ना यार, बैठे बिठाए. अपग्रेड हो गया चीज है, लेकिन बट स्टिल यार, I don't feel. नहीं, पुरानी चीज होती तो हम नया खरीदते ही नहीं ना यार. वैसे कोई प्रॉब्लम तो थी नहीं, बस खुद के गधेपन की वजह से हमने नुकसान करा लिया.
That's tough. For BBL, the lead by 2 indeed. It's
something
to work with, but I don't think they're out of the woods just yet. Mistakes.
तो मेरे जितने दोस्त हैं सारे के सारों ने, मेरा बर्थडे नेक्स्ट मंथ, तो इन लोग सब ने क्या बोलते हैं मेरे को गिफ्ट दिया है.
As the tournament goes on as well, and that's always the effect that we see when you have a coach coming in to stand in. You think about Zeiss. Yes, he was great when he stood in for KC the first time around, but as the days went on, as the weeks went on, he started to grow more and more into that position. The team identity looked better. Started to feel how to call in the game, and the team knew how to play around him as well. And that's exactly what I expect to see here for EDG. That Signed will become more and more integrated into this roster over games. That on-stage experience is vital for any top tier player.
You guys don't have thumbnail.
With these guys, on-stage experience as a player, I mean with your team, right?
Yeah.
हम लोग से बनवा लो भाई.
Here with a chance to build that day by day, already looking pretty good.
Yeah,
आदि बना देगा, आदि contact
कर लो. You do have like a coach in the mix. Because you can have those additional inputs that you might normally have to call a tactical pause for. So it can give you additional value. Of course, what you lose is Smoggy, who's an insane player.
But बेफिजूल का खर्चा है यार, soundtrack भाई है. कोई sense नहीं था उसका.
Full positive. I think there's some pretty hefty negatives in there, but he's held his own so far in the game.
यही होता, मैं इतना महंगा बोले रहा हूँ, उससे अच्छा गलत एक RAM stick खरीद लेता. क्यों भाई आदि?
Popping off at the moment and going into the defensive side. We'll have to wait and see what they have on over.
But ठीक है, जो किस्मत में लिखा था, जो ऊपर वाला चाहता था, वो हो गया.
But a lot of the time they dominate that first half so much that we don't actually see that much of their defensive side. So I'm excited to see what we're going to get. He's 17 and 8.
मैं बैठे बिठाए खर्चा ना वहाँ, कि सब कुछ चल के आ जाता. लो भाई मैं आ गया हूँ.
I remember he got like a 2K out of 4, then a 2K clutch, then a 4K to close it out as well. Chichu's having
दो बार महीने
7-5 though. Pistol round underway. It's BBL on the attack. Lee said we're going to get a glimpse here at EDG on the defense, and it is 4 players towards C. 2 later. Initial fight. In fact, Jets the only one week dashing back, and then
double ही आता है.
For the late round.
महीने में एक बार भी नहीं आता, क्योंकि month है वो. MONTH. और year में एक बार आता है. ये soundtrack भाई मैं intelligent हूँ.
And that has caused a problem for nobody. They're all around him. He's going to be taken
but
the trades at least favorable for EDG.
Yeah.
Great paranoia.
He did pretty well there, getting out of that with a kill and then setting up Chichu, who, I'll be honest, he doesn't need much setting up. He's just managed to right-click
Hey, my intelligent to soundtrack, bhai.
Half of the bullets hitting the wall. Yeah. That's how the classic works. There you go. That's all you need.
I was thinking that. I was like, I'm pretty sure the wall ate most of those shots. I just saw his health bar disappear. Like, oh.
Well, look at the control, though. Kraven's managed to get them into the A. So the thing I like from EDG, though, they've grouped up.
अरे साउंडट्रैक भाई मैं बहुत लेम जोक्स खेल चुका हूँ मेरे को सब पता है almost.
Pair of hands if he's on his own. Yeah, I'll certainly be believing in him. Plant coming through for BBL. A man down and a lot of HP missing on Loida. He's going to try to be the snake in the grass, and I don't think they saw his pistol. There's a jump scare for Signed, but they're still hunting him down. Jenny, as reliable as seems like Lloyd has hit another
Lolita मार दिया सबको Lolita.
Kills under his belt, but he might need to do more. Kraven's the only one left on his team alongside him.
Lolita हो गया.
Proves easy for the Vice. It is now 8 on the board for BBL, and an injection of rounds in this early half could make this a very dangerous series for EDG.
Yeah, that's both pistols under their belts as well. I agree with you. I thought that Loiter would be dead to rights. The fact he gets 2 while on 8 HP, that's the defining part of the round. If he gets even just 1 kill, there's still going to be that pincer in onto the remaining players of BBL. Instead, it gives Kraven a lot more of an opportunity to isolate some of those fights.
कुछ और पूछो साउंडट्रैक भाई वो भी जवाब दूंगा.
8 to 5.
सब जवाब दे दूंगा. ये भी वो भी अभी.
Lead extended. Come on. Lovers Rock with a sniper back in his hands. What more do you need?
Mamma mia.
Bye. Lovers Rock with a sniper. Nobody, the sniper being the outlaw, but nobody even having shields. Should be an easy cleanup for any fights.
You're correct. Nobody doesn't have
पकड़ लिया उसको.
Well, technically, I said nobody has shields. So
exactly.
I'm incorrect because I said I would have said nobody does have shields, but I meant no
better.
player on the defensive side has shield.
Come on, try harder.
Sorry, yeah, my bad. I thought he had a shield beside his name, and it definitely wasn't the fact that his name is nobody, and it's an annoyance. Something, someone, and nobody. God damn it. Well,
sound like a hater.
It should be the cleanup, but the weapon he comes up against is a sniper on the other side. It's good enough for the kill. Problem is, everyone else has classics.
Looking to come in on that flank position, but it does seem like the attackers have now sort of realized that flash has left Rose so blind, but again, I think he's got almost all of his kills from corners unchecked so far. He got 3 from one corner.
Yeah.
That's a 4th. I think he may only have 5, but we'll ignore that.
And he got Con in the back from the corner on C long, so he actually did get all those kills from corners.
There you go.
Incredible.
Lolita नाम है उसका Lolita नाम रख दिया
Easy cleanup for BBL though, and now is where we basically need to see the breakback from the side of EDG. Of course, this is their opponent's map choice, but we don't really know what to expect from Ascent going in. It's not a map that we've seen them play too much recently.
जंबो दिखा रहा दो ठो.
Be an understatement. We haven't seen them play at all.
Yeah, there's something poetic about seeing the IGL only getting kills from positions of outplay.
Yeah, you gotta be ratty sometimes.
I do like that. It's kind of how he should be playing. Well, for BBL, double digits if they can take this round. They've invested decently. 3 rifles, a Guardian, which is another rifle. I say rifles, I mean these ones. The big boys. Vandal up close, not good for nobody. Caught pulling it out, and Loida gets an easy opener. The plant now on the B side as a result, but of course, Chichu not going quiet just yet.
A good nade, but the cover equally as good.
Yeah, with 4 HP.
Nice shot already.
भाई लेकिन BBL बहुत अच्छा खेल रही है यार. खेलने नहीं दे रही है EDG को तो.
खेल तो रही, no doubt खेल रही है भाई.
Dave call already.
Yeah, it's not really much of a choice. Now, it's interesting the position of that Vice Wall. It
feels
like they're leaving him boxed in on his own setup. Again, that's quite a common thing to do with a stand-in.
Chunana.
Is on B, so that you know it's fine to not do that if you're very aware of the gap. I think you can tell from the way that nobody died. He was completely unaware from the gap. That can't happen again.
Yeah, it's not been the prettiest. Rose has gone down to the spike. Well, he was making sure they're not getting ninja diffused, and I can certainly appreciate that. Well played, Rose. But for EDG, uncharacteristic mistakes. That's the thing that's surprising. You had the 1v5 Ninja Defuse earlier. You have this round as well where BBL are allowed to simply walk up.
Lorok's giving them a round of applause.
Of course he is. Of course he is. I haven't seen them stand up all too much so far, but hey, there's plenty more room to the series.
Comfy.
Exactly. There you go. Sponsors are gonna love that one. That was a great hit.
भाई लोग को बाय बाय मिल जाएगा क्या दूसरे गेम का भाई लोग तो चालू ही ना कर रहे.
What's next on the script? Well, 10-5 BBL in a very good position right now. They come into this. We spoke about it, EDG favorites, but we don't know how they'll play with the stand-in. To be honest, I'm not going to blame on the stand-in. Top down, it's looked a little bit messy in some of the rounds. We still need to see them wake up.
भाई अगर इनके इवेंट के तरफ से हुआ है मान ले मतलब मॉनिटर का इशू है कि इसका होगा हाँ जो भी प्रोडक्शन का होगा तो वो गेम तो डिसबैन हो नहीं सकता.
Yeah, I think that's the bay. They're ready for Kankan's push. Kenny might be a bit more of a surprise. The flash. Oh, hello! No! Signed.
मुंह पे ही आ गया भाई.
Gets the timing. They found the rat this time. Now the split back to B, but there's a player ready and waiting. Kenny has his nade primed again, can just look to slow them down. Paranoia in, and there's the man of the moment, Chichu with that rifle. Even escaping from this, you're still walking back into another player in the form of Signed. He's got himself an additional weapon.
Oh!
Lovers Rock. 2 quick shots. But they still have to answer the question of where do we go from here? The C site seems the safest, and that allows for that rotation all the way back to the other side of the map and a post plant.
Oh, Lovers Rock almost getting caught, but he's on the right agent for it. Quickly able to slip away back to the C site. They know the Outlaw is lurking around, and for Signed, that's a big problem. For Chichu, not so much, at least for now. Ult's going to be put into play from the shadows. He sat in the backside, spots 1, maybe even 2. They definitely have the info to work with. Loida as the same himself. Lovers Rock wraps around, they double swing, take Signed down, and leave Chichu in an unwinnable spot. Time against him.
चुंचू हो गया. Who will win? मैं इन दोनों के गेम में चाहता हूँ EDG जीते, but BBL नहीं जीतने दे रहा है, खेलने नहीं दे रहा है. EDG ज़्यादा अच्छी टीम है. Quarter mommy का है, putter mommy.
Let's learn a little bit of our own weaknesses, but also, yeah, as you sort of said, I think a lot of the mistakes have been a little bit more blatant.
ये लोग वो नहीं ले रहे हैं, time out नहीं ले रहे हैं भी.
Things that I don't think you necessarily need to be told that need to be fixed. Chichu though, still having an insane game. He's being
तो घर ले जाएगा क्या बचा के अब हो तो गया 11-5.
But they are just waiting on the other side to try and catch them out. Lovers Rock, he's already taken quite a bit of damage. A push in towards Chichu might not be advised. Ooh, maybe now it will be. He tries to TP away.
ले भाई कर दी swelling.
Look at the space that's already been claimed.
यार हम लोग को दूसरा मैच देखना था, but वो हो ही नहीं रहा है. वो है असली गेम. वहाँ होगा असली तगड़ा गेम.
About rotating that player through, about moving Loida, but the flank coming through is a big problem. Signed has not been spotted. They seem to have no idea that he even can be here. There's a freebie on offer, and he will claim it, leaving Rose to try to fight back. And now finally, Loida does need to rotate through. But when he does, it's too little too late. Big round for EDG.
Yeah,
right in the nick of time.
वो बढ़िया खेला भाई.
Obviously Signed. Great work on the timing on the flank. But the big player in this round is
उसने दो जो निकाले ना ऊपर से उसने ये वाइस नहीं ऑन. Why is it not happening? कुछ वो है technical issues है.
But if you have a guy on
वजह से वो गेम
around
हो
with his
नहीं पा
knives
रहा
out, you're looking at that guy. You're looking at the guy who's the biggest threat in the server most of the time.
ये देखो ना.
That's the moment that gives the Sign the opportunity to strike.
Starting में था.
11-6.
उसके बाद वो गायब हो गए. देखो.
After 4 in a row.
स्टार्ट हुआ था बट अचानक कुछ हो गया.
Having no look when it comes to these showstoppers. He's picked out of the air again. 3 versus 4, damage done to Rose. He'll be taken down with ease, miles away, and the showstopper lands for damage. Not for the kill, but it feels like enough has already been done. They are throwing everything at this one. Even in the 4v2, No room for error. And EDG, well, EDG were making an easy meal of it, but now signed and cheap.
भाई वेदर तो बहुत अच्छा है.
One away from the ult on Loida,
मस्त एकदम ठंडा वेदर है.
and then plant with ease. This has turned into a
कि जा रहा है और उठाने और उठाएगा और अल्ट मारेगा.
There's the AWP. It does seem like this has been thought of though. Look at Chichu. Chichu is so ahead of the game. He's so ahead of it. He's so ahead of it. He knows exactly what's coming. He's going to be waiting for his opponent. The second he goes with a barn, you thought he had a big brain play, Loiter, but Chichu's brain is even bigger.
कोई भी हो यही करेगा.
Anyone would have expected it.
रेनिंग सुबह सुबह पानी गिर रहा था, अभी तो नहीं है. अभी एकदम शांत माहौल है.
He's kept them in it. And this would have been a very flat first half, if not for him, and it would have been a game over. Although absolutely anyone watching the 1v5 defuse would have cancelled that. But 4 rounds left to go. The gap's starting to narrow a little bit again.
आज PRX का मैच है ना?
It is any moment that BBL can answer up. It's not even waiting for the next round when the full buy comes through. They're just as dangerous here with pistols.
Couple of ults here and there to play with as well, but very situational ones. And the ult for the defenders is pretty much useless. Get rid of one of Larocque's weapons, but Khan's push already gets an open. Chichu, very open ground, had a high-low, but it ended up a bit low in the round. Gianni at least keeps them the advantage. The Nightfall has been sent through, and in quick succession, both players pick up a kill. Nobody's been bottom of the team so far. But they need him to win this one.
Crept up, got Rose. But the first kill might not
Do
be
we live in flat or house? By God.
Caught in the corner and caught by nobody. It's been a rough match
Push
for
करके
this
मार
guy
दिया
so
उसको.
far. But the win now fills his sails. Again, a necessary clutch. BBL constantly on the edge of running away with this. And yes, it should have been an easy round. They had pistols, yada yada. I don't care. For nobody, that's the round he needs. A clutch to get him back in the game.
I think they were all laughing after that one because it was definitely a little bit more shaky after you.
घर है यार मेरा, घर फ्लैट में नहीं रहते हैं.
Very well played in the end. And well, you mentioned timeouts earlier. It's going to be BBL taking one. 3 rounds in the lead, but feeling the pressure. And I think they know, as we talked about in this group in general, you're playing up against EDG with a stand-in. Still a tough opponent, but I don't think any of the opponents look any easier on paper. Like a full force RRQ, 100 Thieves. So it's going to be very interesting to see whether or not
मेरे मम्मी पापा नहीं रह सकते फ्लैट में.
they can get this one over the line, because if it slips and
मतलब उन लोगों को नहीं जम पाएगा.
Hey, your opponents have picked it after not playing it. You can't have prepped anything going into that map.
उन लोगों को ऐसा घर चाहिए जिसमें अपना खुद का गार्डन हो, अपना सब चीज हो, कोई डिस्टरबेंस ना हो. लोग शुरू से वैसे ही रहे ना.
Could set them up to knock this out of the park 2-0 to avoid that sunset in the end. Never know what EDG are going to be pulling out there. Or how high up the power creep can go as we get later into this series. But I see the fist bumps from BBL. Their timeout coming to a close, and it's time to get right back into the game. We said, lights out for Chichu. Looks like Lloyd is matching his performance as well. Certainly had his fair share of rounds, but for Chichu, it's that underdog story. It's because they're behind, and he's been the one fighting back in for them.
EDG कैसे जीत जाएगा?
That's bloody impressive.
Well, even after 3 rounds in a row, it's going to be
जैसा गेम
with no shields.
चल रहा है उस हिसाब से लग नहीं रहा है मेरे को.
So definitely a little bit.
लेकिन वही है पहले.
Okay. See you later, LaRock.
All because of that clutch, you know. They had the confidence to spray otherwise.
Most people would have thought that nobody was there, but not nobody. Khan in position, waiting. Had a teammate to support, but in this case, with an advantage already, he's going to fall back.
Another pick.
Track है bro.
Trade is there. It's Rose. Quick on the trigger, but Jenny, a snake in the grass, striking when they least expect it. Leaves it all.
भाई दोनों चेक नहीं किए.
4 to find. The first doesn't come too
5
easy.
HP बचा है क्या है?
Is hunting him down.
5 HP मार दी.
Okay. He's alive. The smoke fades. A player up top. Good flash. And now a 1v1. Surely not for Kreven. But the spike is down.
ult मार के उसे push कर दे.
Protecting it. One away from a showstopper, but that's not going to come online here. That's for a future round instead. Kreven playing it slow. The problem is, without opening that door, Jenny's going to know you're coming from this direction. And Kreven, it's been so long, he doesn't know where his opponent's gone.
A single bullet needs to be a headshot. Gianni will be there to close the round.
अबे वो क्लासिक से भी मारता तो मर जाता. 5 HP था बेचारा.
With 5 HP, but it is still the streak of rounds going. Now again, it's a
Soundtrack भाई आप कहाँ रहते हो? घर
on the back burner just getting an
लैंड हाउस में रहते हो या फ्लैट में रहते हो
पानी ले गया है.
या पानी में रहते हो?
Flips to the other side with Gianni. Having another big round on the Rays. Of course, as said, we've seen him on Duelist in the past, but it's him swapping back to it for this.
हवा में रहते हो, चिड़िया हो.
Good work by Jenny. Just sat in the corner. Shame that there was no utility for Kreven to make that an uncomfortable fight on the other side. But
अपन नहीं रह सकते यार, अपन लोग फ्लैट में.
Scalp to take early on. Jenny. Not liking the odds of taking this round. Showstopper goes through and he finds LaRock. How? I don't know how he survived, got his weapon out, landed the shot, and now BBL, okay. They'll recover the rifle. They'll deal damage to Jenny. But the advantage sat firmly with the defense for now.
Weaponry dissipating. A heal onto Gianni as well, so although he took damage early, that's now dissipated, and the other side can't have that same sort of luck. Kreven is down to just 45 HP. It would need to be a couple of instant shots once again. I don't know what you're going to do with that information. Yeah, there's a player there. Now for Kreven, he's gone back, but he's walked straight back into the hands of Khan. That operator still in hand. And for Rose, well, he's not been having the best of games individually. Might get one for free. The second player would be a little bit harder to land, but he knows exactly where Khan is. Knowing and doing anything about it is a very different story.
Yeah, well, this
भाई
is
कांग बहुत क्रेजी ऑफ करता है यार, बहुत क्रेजी ऑफर है. यार फ्लैट्स में अपन रह ही नहीं सकते, पता है? मतलब आदत ही नहीं है. ऐसा लगता है बंद टाइप का फील आता है मुझे. हाँ भाई, वर्ल्ड कप तो बिल्कुल देख रहे हैं. आज सुबह मैच है पोर्चुगल का. क्रोएशिया के साथ है. क्रोएशिया के साथ है. क्रोएशिया.
He might just kill everyone. That's kind of what he started to do, like lightning fast reactions on the operator. And then you still have the likes of G2 up the top of the board. Gianni started to wake up. We know that they have so much individual talent that even
Portugal,
if
bro,
a piece of their puzzle has been removed,
अपन रोनाल्डो फैन है.
might not even have to do too much. And right now, well, what's that? 2 pauses in 3.
एकदम डाई हार्ड रोनाल्डो है अपन.
You could see that BBL are really feeling that pressure.
And
you have to start to fear that if you let this map slip away from such a massive advantage,
एक गवर्नमेंट दिख चुकी है.
going to be remotely close. I think it is. It's within 2, right? Because they lost 3 in a row. They took a pause, lost 2 more, and took another pause.
2,
so I think it is literally 2 pauses right. in 3 rounds.
Round 22. A 1-round gap now. A team that was trailing and deactivated has found their way back into the game. Second wind, but it's Khan to fall right away. LaRock said no look on the showstoppers this time. He's finding his mark. Pushing up to 12. This could be the round for BBL. Good damage, though. Jenny hunting down his prey. Blood in the water. And he's hot on his tail. The classic trying desperately to find him, and it will be nobody to do it. At least dealing with 1, but still a man advantage for BBL. And now the time is ticking in their favor.
Oh, they're using everything. This is literally just blitz all your ultimates at once to try and scrape your way through a round. This is a must win now for BBL. They'll have nothing into the next, but they are taking this one home. Signed, the stand-in, the coach in a 1v4, and with the credits desperately low. Not today.
Now listen, maybe he'll be a replacement on the main roster if he wins this one. You can see him already leaving to the other side of the map, fleeing for the save. 12 for BBL. At long last, it felt like an inevitability.
Average तो है, मैं भी मानता हूँ.
It has been a good streak from EDG.
But that's not recreatable at all. Like, you can't
That
use
was a big ult dump.
3 high impact.
Average भी नहीं, below average है.
And okay, sure, LaRock got the opening anyway, but the showstopper definitely helped get rid of Chi-Chu.
करेंगे क्या आप? नहीं,
Okay, I'll say that the Steel Garden didn't really do anything.
मतलब
Slow one player
below average
just
है.
a little bit. But it has also put the economy on the back burner a little bit for EDG. No operator on their side. In fact, it's Lovers Rock. Now, they do have a Blade Storm. That's going to help, but there are definitely pieces missing here and there. And an immediate 4-player aggression. Kankan 1-for-1. The nade won't quite kill off Loiter. And after seeing that many players, surely that's an immediate response from the attack to go back the other way.
Kankan's dealt with. Chi-Chu still alive, and with the TP as well. He can move to this A site if noise is heard, but Sign not yet getting the read. And the push coming his way. Now a lot of utilities making its way in. And in a moment's time, you're going to see Lovers Rock looking for that opening on the up. Resigned. Oh, yeah, I think he's going to walk into it. Oh, no! Lovers Rock walks into him. Great shot from everybody on EDG. They have shut down the push. The danger averted. 12-11. We're going the distance no matter what.
Yeah.
What's the reason?
You get rid of the ultimates. And
Team player नहीं है इन
the
लोग.
last one might have not gone their way.
Individual खेल रहे हैं.
That is not how they would have hoped for that one to go. The individual stepping up. That's it. Signed 12 and 14 right now. He's holding his own within the server. A man that was playing
Football team game है. Individual game खेल रहे हैं, इस चक्कर में problem.
Way out there of a player who's not ready.
अगर तुम्हारा फॉरवर्ड प्लेयर अटैकिंग के लिए रेडी है, तुम उसको बॉल ही नहीं दोगे तो फिर चीजें बदलेंगी कैसे? ले हो गया 12 all.
At OT, well, it almost feels inevitable at this stage.
Loida might be able to get some work done, but nobody is sneaking up on his left, and he has no idea. Great shot from nobody, and with Signed on a 3K overtime, locked in EDG. They, like, I can't stress enough how out of this game they look at the server. The mistakes they were making were unforgivable. Like, for BBL, I could see a world where they win this, where they even look dominant on any map because they have the individuals coming out the gate, shredding. That wasn't the case. It was mistakes on the other side, and now that EDG have tightened up the game, it's looking a whole lot better.
I want to go the other way with it. BBL win both pistols. They win, I think, 2 rounds off of straight BS. And now they've gone to OT. This is a choke and a half. Like, they were handed the map. And now they are in overtime. Like, the pressure is severely on them. I don't think EDG could have given them anything more to take this game over the line. If they lose from here, I'm not going to lie, it's a little embarrassing.
Yeah, you come into Ascent then with a different mind frame than the quasi-advantage you might have thought of for BBL earlier, that hometown hero when it comes to the 82nd province of Turkey. But you come in after a loss like this, and I'm not sure that matters at all. Confidence will take
Soundtrack में आपकी favorite team कौन सी है?
Start to this attack side. They've seen so many aggressive rounds out of BBL. Think about that C push especially that had a lot of success for the defense. So they wait. And now, push comes to shove. And that was very dangerous. The spike was involved in that fight, but it does make it out. Man advantage. Jenny, they know he's tucked in the corner, and they want to deal with it. That's a bold play.
Can't go with an attack side operator. He really has not been missing. He's got one every single time. It's only if there's someone ready and raring to trade him. Walk back. Not going to be caught. EG have just completely paused. They have left their opponents with little to no information. The corner being flashed, by the way, just to make sure there's nobody there. Rhodes is already dead. They were still wary that there could be a second. But now with a plant and an advantage extending even further, the lead looking like it's going to be taken. And Hubert Kankan, you know he's not going to miss that shot. Lovers Rock needs to try and recreate it, and it is all but over.
भाई EDG ने गेम ही पलट दिया.
EDG after being
अरे इंडिया तो है ही, इंडिया के बाहर बताओ ना. जो वर्ल्ड कप खेल रही है, इंडिया तो है ही नहीं.
Doesn't have that same flair as what we saw in the first half. The pressure they were putting on the extremities, the early fights that were going their way every time. And now, shoes on the other foot. It seems like EDG have the plot armor. They have managed to bounce back from a huge deficit and delete all of those silly little mistakes that were there. That quick of a turnaround is impressive, but it's
अगर ये
also
मेरे को
what you
बात
expect
पता
from a
होती
squad like this. Is said with this stand-in, I expect
तो
them to
मैं
get
तेरे
better
साथ
and
बैठा
better.
होता कि वहाँ खेल रहा होता
Map
पता.
under their belt. I didn't think it would be every half under their belt. A chance for 14 to close the map here and go on to a set. EDG's map pick, and often a hometown map for any Turkish team. Go in there after dealing a blow like this. That'll be a huge advantage. I think they just noticed he knifed the prowler.
कतर
It might be Kong with the op. Why wouldn't he shoot it? Okay, let's go.
कतर ने चीटिंग कर दी थी.
भाई अभी स्ट्रीम पे रियाद का ही चल रहा है भाई. हेलो मत करो.
अरे तो उसको कंटेक्स्ट थोड़ी पता होता. मैं बीच में से बोला हूँ. चैट भी नहीं पढ़ा उसका तो मैं.
बच गया.
Leaves them a man down, and the C site executes failing, but with the opener onto nobody, that definitely makes things a lot more interesting.
Lolita.
The A site is completely under their control.
Lolita.
Before they'd had signed.
Google YouTube पे सर्च करो.
On that side of the map.
मिल जाएगा आपको. अभी यहाँ नहीं बता सकता ना. उसमें YouTube पे सर्च करो. बस इतना ही लिखो. Why India lost in qualification. बस इतना ही लिख तो आ जाएगा. फुटबॉल डालना लेकिन ना.
Looked like it was on for the start. Immediate swap from Kankan. He shoots, drops his weapon, and goes in for the fight, but that's not going to work. And with him taken out, the rest of the squad a little bit further behind, and a showstopper now online. The round is tied up in a neat bow. BBL not going to let this one slip just yet, and they'll get another chance at that defense.
Back and forth continues. A much needed one as well. I feel like that resets this into an even playing field once again. I was just worried they were going to completely fall out of the map after it coming all the way back to overtime.
Nobody मरा इसलिए everybody मर गए.
Still have some fight within them. No surprise that Kankan's invested back into that operator once again. The defenders.
Nobody died. That's why everybody died.
Looking to re-aggress towards that seaside, but Kankan is waiting. This time not missing the shot, but he has missed.
भाई पता है तेरे को अभी भी वो वाले गेम के चैट में जो लोग बज रहे हैं ना.
A little bit of a different layer to hopefully allow them to push through to give Lovers Rock the chance to clean house. On the other side of the map is where EDG are focused. Spike outside A. A jump spot that they're hearing every couple of seconds.
भाई इनके पास बहुत इन्फो है भाई EDG के पास तो.
On each extremity, finally Lovers Rock has walked up. He's hearing the steps into
A भी pushed है, C भी pushed है.
None the wiser, but the shots don't land. That was a huge play, perhaps round winning.
हमेशा nobody पकड़ाता है किसी
something else to fight with.
He can't keep up that fight. Means there's no longer going to be a flank. The power is perfect though. That's the advantage.
One tap.
Nobody waiting in position. Kraven, however, catching. This is looking like a round set up for victory, but still, Kankan and Chichu wait, but it's a missed shot, an uncharacteristic one at that, and a flawless defensive side round for BBL. They need one more attack side round, and they'll finally close out the map that they started.
Yeah, it certainly wouldn't be the blowout victory.
इतना इन्फो होने के बाद भी
mismatch in that first half. But the same can be said when you look at EDG's play in the second. For BBL, this is the chance to take it home. The attack side's being kind to them in that last overtime. It was LaRock having a fantastic round.
छुट्टी पे गई हुई थी.
Finding that showstopper
Family
online to close it out.
Profanity.
It looks like they will put a lot of focus towards this left side of the map. 2 players outside B, maybe 3. We could see that door swing open and an immediate challenge of the season.
अबे जब वर्ल्ड कप है तो ये और वाली टीमों को क्यों खेलने दे रहे हैं?
Swap up.
भाई क्योंकि ये Esports World Cup है.
Where we've seen Sim playing a nice shot from nobody off rip, but they're still continuing the walk up, and Jenny's just waiting on the cross. All too easy for those initial openers, and losing 2 personnel off rip. You almost feel like it needs to be a mistake for somebody over on the EDG side if they're going to turn this round back.
Oh yeah, they'd have to trade out the mistakes made by BBL. Oh, yeah, you're just about going to survive that on 1 HP.
Okay, yeah, never mind.
Kankan goes
वो देख भाई.
No, he doesn't. He hit both shots And now Sign, waiting on the side, flash for him to swing as well. He doesn't swing. He plays it patient, plays it slow. Maybe that's a mistake. No, but he now dropped and Sign under pressure from that right side. The off of Lover's Rock. Now all eggs in that basket. Good damage done, but whoa, it's a bit shaky. They get there. 14 to 14. Another overtime needed.
मैं बोला ना एक राउंड वो जीते एक राउंड ये जीते
अभी इतना पानी मत पी भाई चूचू लग जाएगा
I have to wonder though, how the hell did nobody get a kill and get out when 3 players were looking at him? What the hell were they thinking then? Shift walking through. That was like 2 seconds later. Where do you think nobody's gone? And it wasn't even him. They've got another teammate.
They looked and they were like, oh, nobody's there.
Nobody's there.
14 to 14.
दोनों जन ऑफ ही ऑफ खेले जा रहे हैं
Not been purchased up on the other side. Seeming like both teams have now found their rhythm, but only one can take this map over the line. The map choice of BBL. Definitely feeling a little bit more tentative than what we'd seen so far in this map. Less fast-paced rounds, patient stuff, and this has been a big point of contact. Kreven just spams into the smoke again. There seems to be a regular occurrence of just players picking a timing, spamming, and almost getting a kill.
A minute on the clock. And EDG still spread thin. The spike was alone outside B, but now it's regrouped. Okay, danger's averted, but the problem is this bait setup. We saw it before from BBL. The jump spot's there from Loida. He sees them and hits the paranoia, but instead he swings out wide. Now goes down. Rose has to have a sensational performance. It's a bit shaky. Could have been 2. But 1 found. At least for BBL. It's just a 1-man disadvantage, and they've got the rotates in just in time. Lover's Rock and Kreven are here to hold the line. The early flank.
भाई ये कांग क्या मार रहा है बे भाई ये कांग क्या खा के आ गया अचानक से
He's just been getting better and better as the map goes on. Like we've been saying, it's a lot of the time it's been one and dones. This is him finding a player with a classic, walking into the site with an operator, finding another couple, and then closing it with a blade storm. The better this guy gets, the scarier things become. By the way, you remember when Chichu was like miles
जो ये है ना Leagues of Legend
was 15 and 15.
उसका सबसे legendary player का नाम जानता है
He's had a little bit of an awakening.
Yeah.
A small amount.
क्या बोलना
एक बार उसके बारे में सर्च करना तेरा दिमाग खराब हो जाएगा उसका नाम वो सुन के
No more bullets
fired.
He'll survive that engagement. Oh my God, Lover's Rock is going so fast, and he's caught Chichu completely off guard. And another under Lover's Rock belt. How has he gotten away with it? Now pushing in for more. A third will be found. This one not quite caught off guard. And that makes it even more impressive. Con. Yeah, he has had an awakening, but this might put him back to sleep. A 1v4 with an op. You gotta think he's got no chance.
अगर ये ऑफ से 1v4 कर गया तो
doesn't even have the shields to play with, so can't even take the additional little bit of tickle damage. Like, I think he's just waiting to say, okay, surely someone gets greedy. Someone starts looking and hunting for an additional kill. They do not. He's still going to get one. Again, it just seems so clean with it, but this is just stat padding at this point, and eventually Lover's Rock will close out with a 4K. It's almost identical to the last round. A duelist with a 4K closing out the round, and we are about to head into round number 31. Map 1. The entirety of the tournament is going the distance. But eventually, or at least I hope, we do have to find a winner.
सुनाई दे रहा है कि नियॉन दौड़ता हुआ आ रहा है.
You think so? We've had some long games in our past. We've had some lengthy affairs.
Yeah, BBL were one of them.
Yes, they
were.
Not
this iteration of it, but it was BBL. I'm hoping they're not going to do that again, especially with Ascent coming up next. The opportunity for it to maybe even be even longer, but we're going to see ourselves a timeout taken, a chance to talk through with the coaching staff once again. Of course, Key was pretty much trying to stem the bleeding all the way through that comeback from EDG, and he failed to do so. It's now whether or not he can find that little piece of magic
ये जो लीग्स ऑफ लेजेंड के जो प्लेयर है ना दी, अपने देश का मतलब जिस कंट्री का है वो साउथ कोरिया का, इतना बड़ा प्लेयर है, उसका स्टारडम इतना बड़ा है जैसे हमारे यहाँ शाहरुख खान, उससे भी बड़ा, जैसे रोनाल्डो और ये है ना वैसा। उसका नाम सर्च करना कभी, फेकर नाम है उसका।
हाँ सुनो फेकर का लीग ऑफ लेजेंड्स का प्लेयर है
भाई, तो इतना खतर बोलते हैं, इतना खतरनाक प्लेयर है कि मतलब बैंड बजा देता है भाई अच्छे प्लेयरों का। तो
naturally, and he's going to find success with it as well. Now, if Jenny hasn't just hit his desk, I think that's what I heard, and I'll be very surprised. That's an upsetting way to have the OT round kick off right after the pause. EDG down a man, attempting to take some space on site. Chichu has a nice paranoia lined up, but it hasn't caught Krev, and he's stood up on top of the wall, and he's been spotted, but the blind was good in return. Krevin's found himself too. Signs surrounded is dealt with.
भाई बीबीआर पूरा घेर लिया भाई उनको तो।
रीड बहुत अच्छा कर रहा है, बट वही अटैकिंग भी वैसे खेले तब तो जीते मैप।
लेकिन ना एक बार कभी ना फ्री होगा ना, उस फेकर के बारे में पढ़ना भाई, ना बहुत बड़ा प्लेयर है भाई वो।
लेकिन लॉल्स का प्लेयर नहीं पता था मेरे को।
Just landing the shots as he always does. 16 to 15, that's it. We've seen these constant back and forths. In fact, we're creating a parallel timeline at the moment, but that means this time we need a defensive round from EDG to keep this one going.
Well, Concon's being the one to find success, and again, he's walking about, pushing up on B to start with the flash blinded, so he knows there's someone here. Instead of continuing, he will wait for them to walk in, but this one, an uncharacteristic miss. In a very crucial round, he goes in for more and misses once more. This could be it. EDG lost one big player, the top fragger on the server, down and out. Jenny tries to pull it back, but he's traded, and Lover's Rock finding sign seems to have sealed the deal. The A site.
चिंचू निकाल लिया तो पता नहीं भाई, चिंचूली।
All that stands against him. Nobody's had a tough game, but he stepped up in the moments where it mattered. And Chichu, well, he was on a tear. When this team was down and out of this map, he pulled them back in so many of those rounds in regulation. Now they have to do it again.
It's still so tough to break in on. Flash, ready and raring to go. On the other side of things, the walk up at least, but it's been pinged. They have an idea that somebody could be going through. Never mind. Chichu made it past. Loiter's position, though. Are they aware that there could be a player over towards the box, trying to create a crossfire, trying to force someone into a peek, and that's what they've done. Chichu, once again, his opponent TP.
बाप रे, 3 मार दिए उसने।
That is insanity from the side of EDG.
ओ भाई, crazy bro.
And Chichu, again and again, he is digging deep for this team. Everyone talks about Concon, and for good reason.
भाई crazy मारा भाई।
Look at him go. How many?
Quiet as well, though. That's the crazy thing. He had like 20 or was it 17 kills in the first half.
Yes.
Went missing for a bit and then goes, oh, you guys need me
मजा आ रहा है भाई।
It was like the last 5 rounds of the second half.
तो कुछ हो नहीं रहा, यही देख के मजे ले रहा हूँ।
To keep them alive, and he's done it again.
भाई दोनों टीम
Map
यार,
point. And up against BBL going into Ascent. God, that could be series. But now, EDG, they get another chance at this attack side. Fight straight into C. They're wasting no time on this run. And indeed, wasting bodies case Concon. He's found his first already. Rose catches.
अरे बच गया।
Catch the wraparound. Jenny's left on 7 HP somehow.
Maybe it's Loiter's turn. Chichu, the man up against him, looking for the fight, and he'll win it again, no doubt about it. And it's left all onto Lover's Rock. This is not the gun you want to have in this scenario. Well, nobody's there to close it out. Swings and roundabouts once again, the back and forth of this game. Guess what? EDG have another at point.
I can't believe Jenny just survived there. Rose was on his tail. Jenny was blinded up, looking the wrong way. Took a few shots, not even knowing from where. And ends up surviving on 7 HP. That's the face of a man who knows That should have been his kill, but also who knows, this map is slipping away now. EDG 17-16. It's a
भाई हारा हुआ मैप को खींच लिया EDG अपने तरफ.
the same overtime. I mean, 30 and 31 technically, but there are differences. You know what I mean? And for EDG, this could be it. They dealt with Concon early last time. And this time another missed shot. But that was a harder one.
Oh, already a much faster paced take, but it's a ruse. It's a bait. They're pushing them in towards Signed, who's ready and waiting, but already getting smoked off. Chichu also with Paranoia, but I think they're past it. They are past it. A little bit further ahead than maybe he's expecting. One of the danger men gone. A post plant once more. But if you could lose a 2v4, you could definitely lose a 2v or 4v5, sorry. And well, let's even things up once again.
That was what should have won them the round. Leaving Lovers Rock behind Rubble, but nobody cleared it. Nobody checked for it, and now they can make the way back to the side. Hard to find value with the up-breaking crew, but he finds it in the choke point.
जीत गई. जीत गई.
And not for long.
जीत गई.
They dug deep and delivered map number 1.
It's insanity. I don't think I've ever seen anybody with an operator get that many kills with that position. It makes no sense that Concon is just able to sit there like a turret from above. And for BBL, this is a brutal defeat. You were so far in the lead. You took double pauses in the space of 3 rounds. That is crazy. Nonetheless, we're going back to Digon and the desk.
Thank you very much, Tom and Mitch. That was crazy to have that happen like that. Just insane. We're getting ourselves off the top. I know that we had the pause to kick things off, but we basically had half a game right off of that one. Welcome back to Desk. Digon here alongside Kukuka and Big Time. And it's just a great way to have our first round of Valorant here at EWC.
I mean, welcome to the EWC, people. I mean, this tournament has come in with a bang. It was absolutely unbelievable. I think BBL are going to be so upset about how that game turned out. They had every advantage. Their map pick, 2 pistols, a bonus, a ninja defuse for crying out loud.
The ninja defuse was unreal.
इधर तो गेम ही नहीं चालू हुआ भाई. Does anyone know what stream 100 team will playing on?
And every single time that Kankan was getting around for EDG in an impressive manner, Lovers Rock was like, I can do that too. I can do that too. I'm going to show you how. Crazy the fact that we got there onto the overtime. And also, we were saying about EDG. I think that Tom and Mitch were doing.
भाई PRX game दिखाओ. ये खत्म होने के बाद PRX का लगाओ.
Also, the way they bounce back, some of the players, like some of the individual plays that we have seen just during this first map of EWC have been unreal.
Yeah, I mean, you got to talk about Kankan. He is the guy for EDG. He always has been, and he has a very slow first half. You know, he's down there towards the bottom of the scoreboard. He's missing his shots. Yeah. You see the way he activates, and you see how the rest of the team come alive around that. I felt like they're
जब तक हो रहा है मैं आ रहा हूँ washroom से.
Solid as well, and that's what got them back into the game. So also credit to Sign on his own anchor. Those sides, not easy. I think no doubt they deserve that map.
Yeah, absolutely. It was towards the end of that first half where the score was heavily in favor of BBL. That Kankan was like, what if I grab the operator? I know that the economy, of course, when you're losing so many rounds, it's very difficult to even think of like a tool that is so expensive but so effective in so many maps that we have seen across the entirety of Valorant, having that attack and operator that actually I think mentally got to bounce back, because we were talking about the teams being here and the stage getting loud. I have never, and I am from EMEA, heard Loita scream the way that he was screaming at them. The rest we see sometimes here and there, but Loita's kind of like a good boy, you know?
Yeah, let's take a look at some of those highlights here, because again, the gameplay required the pop-offs that came out there, especially in overtime. EDG started getting loud, BBL started matching, and then every single round, especially that 2v4 later on, that was game-saving by EDG. And remember, this was BBL's map pick, and we talked about coming into it, the form of these two squads. Will BBL be able to stand up to EDG, who has been doing well lately? They come out on fire and just aren't able to close it on out as we take a look at some of the big moments.
I mean, we have to say it once again. ETG have a sub here. This isn't even their full strength roster, and they just won what seemed like an unwinnable map. The level of composure that they have is insane.
I also want to highlight Jenny. We were speaking about him going back on the duelist. Some of those showstoppers, I feel like we were seeing it every couple of rounds. Some of them were so impactful. The kills across the smokes, having those kind of preparations, they're so important right now. You know, you play the Phantom, you have to spam those smokes, especially the way the BBL were playing. Honestly, the highlight for me was the entirety of the match. I know that it was very of the map. I know that it was very long, you know, but I feel like everybody had their moments to shine. Like that clutch where Kreven was in, where he was 1 kill away from getting like I think it was a 1v4. Were absolutely insane rounds. And if the rest of the tournament is going to be like this, I mean, the bar is already incredibly high for the rest of the teams.
Yeah, I think one thing that jumps out at me is the pause that was used in overtime, the timeout that was used in overtime by BBL to make the adjustment on the C push, where it's like, all right, we're going to sit back with the judge. You can see every single person, not just the players, the coaching staff as well, on point here, because it is so important in this group stage to work your way on out, get that first win.
Yeah, I can't believe this is map 1 of the tournament. This is the type of map that makes you love Valorant when you get into it. The tactics on both sides, the shooting, the individual brilliance of a lot of these players really just coming to shine. But I think now as we move towards Ascent, the question has to be for BBL. You have to find a way to reset here, because this should have been yours.
There is something very important that Tom was mentioning, and is the fact that, well, map 1 was long. If you are from EMEA, you know that Ascent and a Turkish team is a hell of a long map for that one. And especially considering that both Kankang and Lovers Rock are leaning so heavily into the operator. Really looking forward to see both approaches from the teams, because we did see BBL playing Ascent during the qualifiers, and we saw them playing with the Deadlock. I want to see if we're going to see that again. And most importantly, what is ETG going to be doing? Are we going to see something very vanilla, very boring? Probably because of the situation that they're in. Actually, that calls for both of them. Like, what would you do? Because you have experience coaching. Okay, so what would you do? Would you go for? Sorry, would you go for? Okay, we're gonna play it simple because we're playing with a sub, or let's go with something spicy. They're not gonna expect it.
I know that they got something spicy. I want to see them take risks here. This is game 1. You know, I think you have a little bit of time to experiment. It is that GSL format, and you're a map up. So you know, they can play that kind of pretty standard, boring comps, but I don't want to see that. The one thing I do want to see is Kankang on the jet. If he's on anything but the jet, I will storm that stage myself.
What if it's a chamber?
Oh, okay. You've convinced. I can see chamber.
Would you be down? I know that it calls for a jet because it's Kankang. Like also like he holds everything. What about a cheeky Yoru?
No.
No.
You lost me there.
I thought that you
Didn't
like
we
something.
talk about it? The Yoru was one of the reasons why EDG started struggling a little bit. The meta moved away from that.
But that's
now
exactly something that they're not going to expect. But you are right.
I mean, they won't expect it. We won't expect it.
Well, again, this is the 4th most played map here for EDG on Ascent. I feel for BBL because they had him on the ropes, right? You were just a couple of rounds away. You had so many in the pocket. They tried to call it a timeout at 11-8 to be like, hey, let's settle down. EDG's warming up a little bit, but we have so many rounds in the pocket from the first half. We should be able to close it out. What's the mentality of a squad like that who had success early on in the league year and now are starting to struggle a little bit?
I mean, you got to find a way to not doubt yourself. You know, we've seen the PRX players talk about this in the past. You got to have that short-term memory loss. You've got to have that goldfish memory. You got to be able to put these behind you because they know that they played well enough to win that game. It wasn't a question of the level of Valorant. It's a question of composure.
Right.
And we know, we've seen them have success over in EMEA. It's not like they're known to crumble. They just have to remind themselves that they are good enough. It doesn't matter who's on the other side of that stage. It doesn't matter that they're world champions. You're capable to win this game if you play the way you can.
I think that we can also think about how aggressive they were from the defense, especially here on Lotus, and how much are they going to learn about how that worked out, because that aggression on the defense that gave them so much, like even when they got a pick, sometimes the overheating was there, and they need to learn to get composure in those kind of situations, because also it translated to the attack, making a lot of unforced mistakes.
Yeah, well, we are underway here in Paris. The champions of China take the first map, but BBL will battle back here on Ascent. Don't go anywhere. You're watching EWC 2026.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by Play.
We were there. For every click, every clutch, every respawn. We were there for the years of grind. And we're here. Now. The proud founding partner of EWC. Powering the biggest event in gaming. Shoulder to shoulder with the world's best. Making history. Greatness deserves a stage. Lenovo Legion. Reach your impossible.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to EWC Valorant 2026. Digon here alongside Kukuka and Big Time. And yet again, we're back. It's EDG 1-0 over BBL. EDG, the #1 seed from China, up against BBL, who started off on fire in EMEA. They qualify on in as the final seed. They lose their map #1. Now we head to Ascent, Kukuka.
Yeah, and I think it's going to be an interesting one also because of the bar that we were speaking about, that first Lotus set, but also because I think that they have to calm down. I know that the beginning was a little bit difficult because we have to wait and whatnot, and that might throw you off. They try to stay on top of that, but it really looks like EDG has adapted very, very quickly to the way that they want to play. And it's because they have a lot of experience. It is very difficult to throw something at EDG that they haven't seen before. The aggression, yes, is going to work because, trust me, BBL can shoot, but eventually EDG will pick up.
Yeah, for sure. They're so good at adapting. You see how they get themselves back into the game in this second half. Their defensive side especially was so solid over on Lotus, but now towards Ascent. So it's EDG's map pick, even though they've been banning it, but Ascent is a notoriously Turkish map. It's a map where the whole country seems to thrive through that, they have that pure aim, that firepower. You see it time and time again. So I think this becomes really hard to predict, and I do think that the idea of mental and composure is everything here.
Morgan, but this could be what we want, okay? So Turkish Valorant, right?
Yep, I'm there.
So they win Ascent, and then what do we get?
Sunset!
Exactly!
That's what we want to see,
There's
people.
a plan. You need to plan. You need to plan. It's all here, guys. It's all here.
All right, let's head on over on stage as they are getting ready for Agent Select. Again, before we toss into the match here, I want you both to pick one player to step up, right? It's all about earning things here. Nothing given, everything earned. Who's going to be the hero for each team?
Can we wait until we actually see the agent picks? Because I want to know what is going to happen with the sub situation and if they're going to, playing in a different role.
That's true.
So for that, for the side of BBL, as I was saying, I think that I know that the one that didn't put up the numbers was Rose, but that is also the way that it is in EMEA, and he always says that he is just there to make everybody else shine, and with the players that he has, it's very easy to do something like that. To me, I kind of want to keep seeing the operator duel. I'm kind of really enjoying the Kang Lovers Rock because none of them is scared of the other.
Oh, definitely. And I think Lovers Rock started so hot in that map one. He was consistently finding those openings down C with that operator, and you see it slowly come to a stop as Kang begins to activate. For me on the side of BBL, if he's able to be consistent, he can do so much work for them, but he can't afford to fall off, or you start to see that composure, that experience from EDG outshine them.
Composure, experience, and also the mental side of this. We always speak about how it's easier to bounce back from a game where they just destroyed you, from a map where, as we said, they had everything in their favor. Winning the 2 pistols, some crazy rounds, the ninja defuse, the ecos and whatnot. So let's see where they are right now.
Yeah, I mean, we have the agent select coming through.
Oh, a chamber!
Yeah, it's getting spicy for EDG.
And the
on that chamber. And I love the sage here.
I love this.
See, no, you asked me, Kakuka, do you want to see them play standard or do you want to see them get a little bit spicy with it? And they've done exactly that.
I love this.
But on the side of PBL...
Sage, God. Okay. Seriously, I want this to be an absolute stump from EDG. I cannot believe that I am saying it, but I want them to destroy right now with this composition. I want them to give them confidence to keep doing it throughout the tournament and to do it in China as well.
I will say it's going to be tough in this first half. They have to attack into Cypher Deadlock without much to really be able to burst through. Not a lot, no verticality. Only the Phoenix there as that solo duelist. So I think this first half is going to be crucial for that double senti of BBL to be able to build up some numbers, put a real stop to EDG.
Yeah, again, this is a Group A matchup, EDG and BBL, alongside RRQ and 100 Thieves, which will play later on. You want to get that great start here, and for EDG, they were on the back foot and showed the spirit of a champion, forcing that overtime time and time again, going to all 5 overtimes, 34 rounds, but get the job done in that last map on Lotus. Here, pulling out this composition that is exciting. It's changing things up. As you said, it's been banned. Ascent has been their ban, and now showing up with something new that maybe BBL won't be prepared for.
And it's also the change of roles, right? Like we saw Jenny going in the race on Lotus. Now he's on the Omen, and it's going to be Signed who is going to be going on that Phoenix. There's a lot of weight on his shoulders because we see that even though you have the chamber and whatnot, looking forward to what Cheech is going to be doing and how cheeky he's going to be getting with the Sage. Especially for them on the attack will be to force the players from BBL outside of the site, just play for that plant and then just play for the post plant. If you are EDG, you have a lot of tools to try and delay them. I want to know, though, from that post plant, how aggressive they're going to be.
All right, here we go. Already 1 map win here for China as a region. They only had 2 map wins overall all of last EWC. Let's see what happens here. We're going into Ascent, EDG and BBL.
Alrighty, it's time to get into this map number 2, Tom. If the first one was anything to go by, well, it was, I think we might be in for a long day. But Kukuka says she wants to see a blowout for EDG. A one-sided affair from start to finish.
It's kind of mad that we have an EMEA traitor in the form of Big Time on the desk, and now Bayer's starting to do it too. I feel like there's a full conversion coming in, but we'll have to wait and see. Obviously, I would still love to see a lot coming out, but it's Kankan already managing to get a couple of openers. Chichu finding another as well. We're worried about the entrying in towards the site, but it seems like Kankan has them covered in the pistol.
Rock and Lloyd up with it all to do, and well, for anyone that does want to see a blowout in favor of EDG, this is the start you're looking for. Look at Kankan already sneaking up behind. It could even be a knife kill being plated up, but he said he's going to grab the easy one, confirm the kill, 3 under his belt already, and Larocque with it all to do. Should be impossible and proves to be 1-0 for EDG. And this pistol gives a lot of value to this EDG side, as you heard from Big Time earlier on. This first half is going to be crucial for BBL, playing the double senti. Things do change as different metas evolve, but I think especially with Deadlock, that double sentinel on the attack side isn't as weak as you would think. You're missing some pieces, sure, but when you do get onto the site, you can lock that down. You have a lot more flexibility in terms of the utility you have. to stop floods, to stop early aggression as well. So it definitely does still have his benefit, but I do agree with him that this is the half where it has the most for most teams.
Yeah, I feel like that's going to be the case for both teams.
उसको अभी तक चालू हो जाना चाहिए था, वो नहीं हुआ ना, अब नहीं होगा. अब वो next होगा game जो भी होगा.
Is really good, but then also you've got a chamber and a sage, both of which are always pretty deadly when it comes to that defensive side. Already Kankan has managed to walk into their spawn. Now, of course, this is an eco round. I can forgive it in an eco round. In fact, it might even be worth it happening now rather than any other time. Instead, he almost gets a collab. It's going to be a stronger weapon would have done the trick. Already, though, getting towards that tour de force, which is a pretty scary prospect. Building up now is the run it back.
Of course, Kankan is the one to make that play, a weaker weapon in play in the form of Marshall. Very clean.
दो तेरे तीन मेरे.
In this round, you don't expect to see a player fishing for information like that because you're risking giving a weapon over, and often grouping up, taking that clump play is what works. Kankan really sealed the deal without any danger exposing his teammates to any. Now, the formality out of the way.
अभी लंगड़ा के भागा था वो.
A little bit more predictable, a little bit more standard, a little bit plain. But now the spice comes into the mix. A buy for both teams and a strong third round for EDG. I mean, this is a bonus, sure, but they have credits and they've got pretty much a full buy here. McConcon already 5-0. A tour de force might not be far away. So for BBL, you need to be careful. That's a little over-aggressive, I thought, from Lover's Rock, but he does get out with one.
Yeah, had the dash available. That's going to be enough to allow him to escape. And now the contact. I like the wall boost. It gives them an angle that you wouldn't normally have. The spam damage has actually done a significant amount, and the Molotov's going to force Loiter into a move. Even still, though, both players still standing, and now you have that barrier mesh put into play. Even still, though, a hefty amount of damage done onto those couple of players that definitely makes things a little bit more uncomfortable on that side of the map.
Oh, it's going to make this push a lot easier if BBL hadn't rotated so many players into position. That's the other problem. Now 4 standing by here with Rose covering the flank, and they will They did make some noise. I think LaRock will have heard that. But often that's going to be a bait from the attack side to get you to push, to get you to peek, or to get you to rotate. Rose,
he has to get something.
There's 3 players on that catwalk. They're not even looking at him. It's shot! Nothing!
This has been a problem. He's been in good positions, but he's never been finding the kills, and because of that, they're going the other way. Now, the only danger is that they are a little low on time, but they're going to get past all the utility before that's a problem. And also, they've caught Loiter on the other side. This is an opportunity for a great start, especially with a lurking Kankan wrapping around the back and the re-swing as well. A nice attempt from LaRock. It doesn't even matter.
Great read from EDG. The second that they killed Rose, they realized, why would he be there?
Yeah.
It's because they've already rotated because we made so much noise. Instantly, they direct themselves towards B. What would have happened if he just stayed tucked, not even took a shot? They would have ran with 20 seconds left into a 4-man stack on a site that has a lot of choke points for those numbers to hold. That would have probably been a lost round for EDG, and a mistake there sends EDG miles into the lead. A 3-0 start and a very low buy for BBL in this round. They're saving credits for the next. And a 4-0 for EDG is a terrifying prospect, especially with the second round being clean. They have a lot of credits built up. And if this is clean as well...
A lot of credits. No ultimates used yet because they didn't get to any of them. So now they're built up for this round. And there you go. Run it back just to try and send it through some of that utility. Early pick coming in. Oh dear, another opportunity, but not taken. Kreven's only going to get the one, even still trading back into a slightly more even scenario. The Bucky on the side, then they're just not checking. They're not checking. He lands a shot, but it barely does any damage. The spam will be enough in the end. It's not clean. It's not pretty. It's not a round I want to remember, but it is a round for EDG.
Yeah, I'm really glad they used that run it back to avoid any unnecessary damage taking place, or in other words, to avoid losing the round, because they didn't clear Kreven there. He should have even gotten more, and then Loida ends up landing a tag with the Bucky close range. This is very nearly a lost round, but hey, they had a lot of wiggle room to work with because they had a lot of credits built up. So The important thing for BBL there is, yes, they did damage. Yes, they kept the squad a bit more modest. But the downside is, EDG don't really care. They can come into this round with a full buy. They can go into the next one with a full buy. They have a tour de force to work with as well. So not even investing into the operator and still having that one-shot weapon on Kong.
Which
Kong.
Exactly.
With him, it's all three. Oh. The Rock. Annihilation is available. But it's picking a time to use it that will be more important. He's definitely slowed them down. I like the little aggression up the top, then use the Annihilation, tries to make it harder to break. Instead, he's spamming forward. And Rose will be the one to find the kill. Loiter in the corner has also done incredible work.
Deadlock hold kar gaya pura.
Time to get going. This one will be clean.
And you can see why this comp is so strong on the defensive side, or why Big Time was talking about how important this first half will be for BBL, or more so for EDG, because the second half will be a little easier, but pushing into this Senti comp should be tough. And here you see exactly why. You have a Cypher setup on B, you also have a push in B as well. And then that Deadlock utility not only helps on a main where they run out into a Sonic Sensor and get stunned, giving an easy tee up for Loiter to slam dunk at home. And then on short as well, you have the net going through, the kill from the net, and then the ult, which also caught a player who was hit by the net. So when you're out of the ult, you can't move, and it's the easiest follow-up of their life. For the defense, yeah, you get that one, but a lot of that came off Larocque's setup, catching them off guard, and the ult being online.
Early bit of damage, but looking like a much more direct take. Again, though, that sensor in an aggressive position and executing onto it could cause an issue. Instead, they're going to try and utilize the Hunter's Fury to give them a little bit of extra space. The problem is, hasn't found anyone. They don't know what positions are cleared, and they do not clear. Another great start to the round. The net has actually caught 2 players as well, but he's just making sure they stay safe at this stage. A lot of early damage. And sure, there's a res available, but is there an opportunity to use it?
Look at where the bodies are. Not only are they behind the wall, but there's 3 players ready and waiting for that res to come through, or for another body to come through that choke point.
And mid is covered as well with the operator.
No risk of the rotate back, and then because they've got double Senti, not only do you have that Sentinel slowing you down on the A site, you have information for BBL. Nobody on the B site, but a camera and a trap waiting there. And yeah, it won't be ideal if EDG just walk in, break the trip, and get a plant, but that's why they've got this man around. Lover's Rock realizes they have enough time now to have rotated, so he's set up and waiting for them.
Been hitting one here could be enough.
12 seconds.
They also he still doesn't have any friends to play with at this point, but the TP to the back of site, he could just ignore it, or at least try and wait out a little longer. His teammate in position, and he has done the work. A back-to-back flawless round from BBL. And this time, well, I'm a little happy to see that it was Lover's Rock on the other side of the map. No offense to Rose, but he's definitely been having some fairly devastating whiffs in this game so far. Lover's Rock, not so much. He's been having a good day.
Well, there was a point, what, like 20 rounds into the last map, Rose had only killed people who were looking the other way. So
yeah, and even when they were looking the other way, he still didn't get a kill.
I think it was about 50% conversion rate, so which includes going into the overtime, the run around onto Jenny. It's been a rough day for Rose.
And sometimes he's hella clutch.
Sometimes the leaders call from behind. Like behind the front lines.
Yeah.
That's what he's up to for now. But we have seen it, like even going through the qualifier, Rose was dropping 20 like almost every map. It was definitely a standout for this squad. And that's the thing, right? BBL have a lot to fall back on, because he was the one that was discussed when they were going through that Ascension run through the Tier 2, that like, oh, all of these guys, the young guys on the team, are going to be in BCT. Whether they qualify or whether they get picked up, we know it's going to happen. But people were like, oh, even if they make it, even if they get all the way through, Rose is going to be on the chopper block. He's old, he can't aim, and all these things. And then he showed us right away, even through that run, that wasn't what he was, that he had that extra gear to shift to. Yeah. Maybe we need to see that here today, because it has been a slow day for him.
Yeah, I think as well. He's one of those people where a lot of people will focus on the IGL stats. I think if you're winning games, it's completely irrelevant. Like, the fact is, this squad has talked about being like a family for quite a long time. I think that's why when Comeback initially left, it was a devastating loss. But Lover's Rock, the man who replaced, quickly became a new member, an adopted version of that family. And the thing is, I think it wouldn't be the same without Rose in it. You'd have that firepower, but you would lose so much more. Now, a good couple of rounds, like not just, okay, you're looking at scoreline 4-2, you're saying that's not great. 2 rounds where 0 people have died on the defensive side. And that sets you up wonderfully for rebuys. If you want the operator, you can have the operator. And I think for EDG, it's going to be fairly important that they break back quite quickly. But this round, not looking too likely.
No, but I mean, Headhunters on Concon's basically an extra rifle every round. Raz online for Chichu might bring Concon back, so that's an extra gun every round. And
so your strategy is basically pass to Will. Pass to.
Oh. I know what that means.
Okay. No time to explain.
Okay. But I'm sure that is my strategy. Unless it's a bad thing, in which case it's not my strategy.
No, it's a reference some people might get, some people might not.
I'm the latter of those. You can explain it to me for tomorrow. That's a trap broken to start with, but there is a second one here, and this was the idea from Krevin to have that little backup to give them space to contain the walkout, although not through the alley, but playing this very, very slowly. Initial contact on B. B players now from the defense in that direction, but this wall's going to cause problems. When you no, it's not! In fact, it's going to cause problems for BBL. Oh, the Rock was walking up to it to have a little look.
Oh my, okay, maybe the pistols are actually a benefit rather than doing any damage. Concon with 2. Kreven, he's trying to save
Kreven.
The problem though is if they can get the spike, they can leave. Oh, a res there, yeah, I was about to say, that would just be sending that player into the wolves instead. Space is being taken. Concon's retrieved the gun, the res is available, so maybe he could play a little bit more aggressively, and he's been spotted, rotating in towards that A side, but being spotted and dealing with him is a completely different story.
So no chances for the res in the end. Plant to come through. Concon goes down. Of course, you can't bring him right back. They're split. An op on the retake as well. Lover's Rock will take his time, making his way through A main, hoping to catch an angle and find that shot with the op. His target right down below. It will be Concon in hell that he's searching for. The barrel's been spotted. He knows now that there's one there. Kreven's trying to pull them out into the open, and he does a great job at that. Lover's Rock there for both of the final kills, but a big round from Kreven gave them this chance.
Oh yeah, they should have been dead to rights. Was it 3 picks going the way of the attack side in quick succession? 2 for Concon. His lurk timing was perfect. Nobody then wins the fight, and then Kreven just turns the round on its head. Mr. Impact himself saving them once again, and it's going to be at lead, slowly slipping. The 4-0 start for EDG. Obviously, what we can say is it doesn't matter too much because we've seen what they can do in a second half on a defensive side. But I'm sure after going that far into the lead, they will have wanted to at least look to try and convert the half.
Pausa técnica mola. We'll be taking a breather. But what we've seen so far is exactly as Big Time said. You know, I'm starting to think he might know a thing or two about Valorant, but I'm not too sure yet. He said
it's not about food. He knows nothing about food.
No, absolutely not. Although, ask that man about a fruit platter, and he'll tell you a thing or two.
He is an expert. He is a big fan.
Intimately familiar with that.
Yes.
But he said that the double sentinel composition was going to be key for BBL. Key? Well, let's put it this way. It's the key for BBL, and it's the lock that EDG have to break. And when it comes to this defensive side, when it comes to the rounds BBL have put up, all 3 come off the back of those sentinels. Kreven, not so much with the utility, more him popping off, but him playing the anchor. So the reason that he's over there, even when there were numbers, even when they dealt with those first few players, he was still there.
What was the first blood of the round?
I don't remember.
It was one of the Sentinels getting caught out by their own utility and being shot in the head.
Yeah. Okay, yeah, that's the other thing we gotta talk about. You throw the wall there. Okay, maybe you're trying to clear there could be a guy in the corner. If he's there. He'll give that away in a moment. He's not going to sit there for 40 seconds. Why did he go walkabouts? Why did you walk towards? That's like you throw the wall, rotate. Now we got info for a bit. But that was a different approach up against an eco. I honestly think he got exactly what he deserved.
Well, for now at least, EDG still hold onto the lead, but you're starting to see, as you were sort of alluding to, the terrifying prospect of what this composition can do on the defense, the awkwardness that it can create, and even just, again, like seeing that operator have impact from Lovers Rock, it makes me quite happy, because I think we talk about the pressure put onto players to perform immediately, and when Yoro was nerfed, it was clear that he had to sort of reinvent himself a little bit. He was one of the best, definitely within EMEA, maybe even the world, on that agent, and it became almost his character. Like, he had to keep going in that direction, and when it got nerfed to the point where it didn't have that same effect, he's had to change, and that has definitely taken some time. We saw
stream तो पूरी खत्म हो गई है.
Some weak performances when it came to the EMEA stage.
एक ही बची है जिसमें चल रही है.
But he started to get better towards the end, and I think we're seeing that now, leaning more, even more so into the operator. And especially on defensive sides, I think he's a force to be reckoned with.
Nice little angle as we saw the boys get ready to get back into the game.
अब तो यही देखेंगे
Setting their seats up at the same auras like the Space Marines suiting up. And this could be a big battle for EDG. It's been a struggle up against this defensive side the last 3 rounds. A lot, oh my goodness. A lot of control for BBL in the passive plays. They've walked out with the operator. Lovers Rock finds one. And he's scot-free out of there.
Lover Rock बहुत अच्छा खेल रहा है अभी.
Beautiful start to this round when so much of it has been about sitting back and waiting.
No smokes.
Now they take it to them.
Okay, they got smokes again. Rez baited out, but no control gain. Normally you might send a player in, they get traded, res them, you have an advantage. In this case, no advantage whatsoever, other than the fact that you really need your smokes. And more so far.
खेलना नहीं आता क्या भाई? एम लग गया भाई.
Looking very good in the previous. Oh, but this is a different task, and Loiter has gone walkabouts as well. This is almost becoming disrespectful from BBL. Walking up behind, Lovers Rock also then finds another pick.
इतनी गंदी गन है.
Remaining two are in some serious trouble. I think the net catching one and LaRock finishing his prey.
A very different face after that timeout, the breather that we had a moment ago. Of course, it wasn't a strategic conversation with the coaches, but this is the read the players had. We want to play a little bit more aggressive. Get back to how we like to play the game. And as I said, after finding 3 rounds in a row off the back of passive play, I don't think EDG saw that one coming. And after the first bit of aggression, I don't think they saw that second one coming. Nor should they have.
Is this, I can't remember if they took one in OT. Is this the first tactical pause we've actually seen from EDG?
They did take one in overtime.
Okay.
I believe.
In regulation,
oh, actually,
then.
it could have been because they get them back in OT, so it could have been BBL again.
Yeah,
right.
I think we didn't see that one. We definitely saw like 2 from the BBL side, but even when they were very far down, I don't think EDG took a single one. But after losing 4 rounds in a row, I think it's also just the manner which they're losing them. Like losing picks to the operator, irritating, using a res to get it back, irritating, and then being full flanked, like a player managing to push all the way up.
भाई अभी भी उसमें चालू नहीं हुआ है.
What's happening right
सब
now?
प्लेयर आके बैठे हुए हैं.
Doing a good job of disrupting whatever play the attackers want to make. Like, okay, you have a plan to do this. Well, now you've lost the player. And you're trying to
समझ रहा है
with your own plan. So we'll see if they can manage to fix that, of course, again.
There is a possibility कि वहाँ अभी भी बंद हो सकता है.
This round, and they don't have any ultimates to play with bar if they can get an extra orb for
भाई
something.
पूरी जनता लेकिन उन्हीं का गेम देखने के लिए बैठी हुई है, पता है तेरे को?
Barriers up again.
EDG BBL को कोई नहीं पूछ रहा है.
Round number 9. Someone that to take the lead. Lovers Rock not going to hit the shot to start with. It
missed कर गया.
Going back in. Flash. Well done for Sign to at least get them around that corner, but this madman is going in.
Too much.
Yeah, a little bit too much.
It's
He's
an eco,
punished
bro.
massively. This is it's against pistols. And now you're playing up close, Rose, and you're a madman.
Arre!
What is happening in this game? BBL need to tighten up the game. They've done pushing on short against an eco. They're making every cardinal sin, every mistake in the book. 3 versus 5 now. Weapons recovered for EDG. Run it back online, and Jenny's probably about to just pull her off to bed. Never mind. He's at least going to be dealt with, but still the advantage for the defense when they shouldn't have had anything to say about this round.
Oh dear. See you later, Rose. And that leaves Craven on this site alone, under serious pressure, being rounded on by the ultimate.
ले जला के मारूंगा.
Hoping that maybe the second fades. I don't mind his target selection, but
वो बेचारे के लिए दीवार लगा दिया ले.
Everything else in the round.
I think he even realized I'm going to get traded here no matter what. So I might as well kill the guy that won't come back.
Deadlock का जूता देख रहा है एकदम वो Sunday market वाला.
But yeah, this I think just call a timeout if you're BDL. Because what the hell was that? You have
Kimchu.
trip, I can't believe. A triple.
अपन भी ऐसे कुछ नाम रख लेंगे आदि.
The third one.
3 peaks back to back.
Okay, I still don't like it, but if he
अबे जैसे इसका नाम चीचू है ना, तो अपना भी ऐसे कुछ रखते हैं. मीचू, चीचू, ठीठू.
He had 45 HP, I think, when he goes for that swing. I'm like, hey, you get body shot out of the round. Like that's crazy.
फिर तो मैं बलबस और रखूंगा.
Short as a response after to also leave the space during that fight for a mid flank to then push short.
वो बालू याद है क्या आदि?
Actually, the short push is probably just the right play in response to everything else.
एक गन देख लिया वो.
Did he see the scope? No way. He did.
Okay. Well, that looked like a really cool play and a cool setup, but it hasn't worked. Trading. Jenny's just traded himself.
Oh, no,
not so much. He'll be pulled back from what would have been the dead. In a 3 versus 2 setup. That was a crazy opening from BBL to go aggressive like that in B main. The cloudburst blocking the op, and yet they find nothing for it.
भाई लेकिन वो क्या सोच के आया था वो लवर रॉक.
Favoring EDG. And now EDG just sitting back.
अपने आप को ड्वेन जॉनसन समझ लिया था क्या?
There's no need for them to overthink this.
EWC strategic partner Amranco.
Or 3v1.
Fly Saudia.
Aramco है बे Aramco.
मैं क्या बोला था?
Time to play with.
Amranco बोल दिया.
Albeit.
The odds of you winning a 3v1 on the site very low.
Webbook.com.
But very low.
STC.
Whereas grouping up,
SOTC सुना था भाई. STC क्या है?
That makes things at least a little bit more interesting. Steps will be heard. Rose at the back of the site. Teammate just eating for the push, and it seems like nobody was watching it. But do they still expect Rose to be here? They absolutely do not. And that's where the AGL can
ले भाई जीता राउंड हार गए.
talk about him getting kills when the players' backs are turned, but hey, he has to put himself in those positions.
Exactly. He keeps getting his way behind them, so you can't really fault the guy for it. A wild attempt here. Just doesn't work out, at least to start with, because BBL won B main aggression for 2 reasons. One, to kill them, to fight them. And 2, if they're not there, or if they're close by, if they're in mid, they'll go scurry into the A site when they hear all that noise, and they'll go into not just your Cypher
like कर दो यार.
deadlock setup as well. They had both
बुरी बात निकला, एक भी नहीं हो रहा है.
Let's play. Instead, EDG met them on the push. Found success early on. That's a nasty little spam from Rose. You'll love to see it. And the Phoenix down and out already. This is the only duelist that EDG have. We talked about their inability to get up and over some of these traps to get by them, and now your ability to fight through them massively nerfed.
Standoff. The tour de force available. EP just going towards the switch, but almost used as a bit of a bait. A lot of players are known to be here at this point. And it's the jump across. I like the attempt.
दे दिया वो.
No,
and that's what gets him.
Nobody over the top. The wall has definitely been seen. They know that they're trying to play peekaboo around the window, but Pichu hasn't dropped off. He is still waiting just to see if he can find a pick.
Brock's just walled short. Going for the walk up on A main. It's no surprise the wall's there, and Concon's going to go exploring it.
Pichu goes again. It's like the 5th pick over the top of the wall. And Loito was just sat there looking at the window like the whole round. Like, yeah, but I know you're up there.
Oh, they've turned away at the wrong moment. Lloyd has been caught with his knife out. The smoke up for Rose. If he walks through this, the timing could be crucial. Concon's being so patient. The trap thrown down. It's Rose's time to go, and there we go. Striking from behind again. Rose just keeps on doing it, man.
Crazy how many just backstab kills he's actually getting.
It's wild, bro.
Like, that was just well played. He hears the trap, he goes, okay, well, no one's going to be looking at this now, so I'm going to run through. But even if he died, there was enough time that his teammate would be able to deny the spike anyway.
गमला ही गमला मारे हैं उसको. गमला ही गमला.
So when you throw it down, you're often going to wait a second to be like, does anyone push? No, okay, I can go. And then he comes out just as it's activated. He even heard it. It started to tag him, and he stepped through the smoke.
मत कर लाला, मत कर.
Great play by Rose. Smart player.
PRX का गेम दिखाओ यार.
See him hit these heights quite often. For BBL, early aggression on A main. The drone's going to be broken by the first man, and now the op just posts on the angle. It should be good night and sweet dreams to Concon, and that it will be.
He's been the major danger. Teacher's gone a bit quiet. And a 7-5 half looking more and more likely from 4-0 down. This has been an impressive recovery. But as we stated at the beginning, BBL have struggled on the attack side of this map. It definitely won't be a death sentence by any stretch of the imagination. Maybe just a little bit... if he had lost that fight, I might have left. But nobody... Well, we saw a 1v5 earlier today. Unfortunately, he is on the attack.
Save कर रहा है.
And he has...
Last round पे.
अरे वो इंतजार कर रहा है बे पिक कर. सेव क्या करेगा?
Push him.
उन लोग पुश करेंगे तो सेव करेगा. तो वो करेगा.
Push करेंगे तो सेव करेगा.
Save at this point, you know, you keep the gun, you keep the credits, but then
KD.
KD, yeah. Swap halves, and it doesn't really swap sides.
KD does.
It's true. KD carries on. Oh, his slow pace has avoided the net at least, but there are 4 players between Nobody and the A side. And there will still be 4 players when he falls. 7-5 at the half. A big recovery from BBL indeed. But this is why when we saw those first, like the 3rd round especially, go the way of
BBL,
danger, because they've already built
0-4
of runway. And with
और
just a
उसका
little bit more
7-5
chiseling
score देख रहा है.
they've ended up in a pretty reasonable position. I think this half overall, at least from their camp, is going to be looked at in a positive light.
Yeah, I think it's more just the manner. Like, if you go, okay, you're going to get 5 rounds on your attack side with this composition, they go, yeah, all right, that's not too bad. I'll take it. If you go, you're going to win the first 4, and then from then onwards only get 1, maybe not so much. I think I'd be a little bit disappointed that they didn't at least level up at the half, but I think for the side of BBL, like, this is the bare minimum, but I've never really been convinced by their attack side. You look at them when they... even playing in the qualifier versus Na'Vi, a 9-3 defensive half. They then lose the attack 4-8, but that's enough to win the map 13-11. They did the same versus Heretics. You get a 9-3 defensive side half, and then you lose the next half 3-9, lose in overtime. So their attack sides in recent form have been weak on this map, and I think up against the Sage and the Chamber of Kankan, who is hitting, it's going to be much harder going into the second half.
Without a doubt. This is where EDG find a whole lot more of an upside. For BBL, like we said, a 7-5, sure, it's a strong position. The composition has its drawbacks when it comes to making that push. BBL have their drawbacks when it comes to making those pushes as well. So when we get into that second half, you want to keep your eye out. You want to see Rose keep up that strong performance he's been having so far. A chance on the attack side to slip behind them perhaps a little bit more than we saw here. Although that is hard to imagine. I very much enjoyed seeing him on this map, especially contrasted to the previous.
Yeah, I think now, though, that you go into this attack side and Lover's Rock becomes a pinnacle part for the side of BBL, because he needs to be getting the sort of entries in towards the site. Like, they don't have a lot really to set him up. Post plant, beautiful stuff. Like, they've got so much available to them in post plant. It is quite difficult, almost like the old school Jet, where it's like dash in, throw a smoke, try and kill someone. If not, hopefully get traded. That's the plan.
Defensive side, not holding any site. Instead, looking for a mid battle. Well, in the same boat, but showing a lot of patience, so much so that EDG will have to reset hold extremities. Of course, they're allowed to do this because they have a Sage Wall inside B main and a Chamber Trap covering A main. So if this was a quick push on the extremities, they'd have the info and they could instantly get behind them. That is a big pickup, though, by Lover's Rock.
Yeah, that was an attempt from Kankan to avoid the drone. He avoided the drone, but got shot in the face by the player expecting him to do it. Signed. Or timing is going to be everything. It's a quick trade. I think for BBL, that's okay. Keep the man advantage alive. And now they head into the site of Jenny. Playing Jenny.
That he is. Paranoia, that's great. Too caught by it, but of course it's a narrow laneway. The Rock just spams away. Taking it with ease. Finding the plant. Leaving nobody in Chichu. Other side of the map, miles away. And they're going to be delayed even further. If they decide to come in through heaven, there's a wall waiting for them there. You just saw LaRock throw that up. They shift contact up. clock is going to bleed quicker.
This is the problem. Like, even in a pistol round where you don't normally have all of your utility, it's just so much time bought. The net is going to do the same. You have to take the time to remove it. Paranoia then does the same. And it is just easy pickings in the post plant. An opportunity maybe, but no. It is Larocque who's going to be able to get 4 kills. And that's so much more important than you might realize, because one of the few real entry tactics they have is the Annihilation. That ultimate is so irritating to play against because, say you're a Sentinel, say you're playing a passive position, there are so many, especially because you can bounce around the Jenny, maybe clear another spot at the same time. And if you get someone, it's going to be very awkward to try and fight to get them safe.
But it's just so much better on the attack, I feel like. At least thinking of all the times we've seen it used. If you use it on the defense, what are the chances that guy's alone? It's so rare. Always there's someone there to shoot it. And yeah, you can follow up on the kill afterwards, of course. That's a different thing entirely. But when you come to this half, who's going to be with you? Maybe one guy. And while you're breaking him out, everyone's rushing you. So it is a really good tip of the spear. Great. Big upside for BBL.
Okay.
Well, they've lost the duel to a classic, which isn't a great start, but that was one of the pistols, of which there is another.
He definitely didn't expect it to be stood in the open.
Didn't he pull out a shock dart when he saw him? He saw him and then went, hold on, I can get this guy. Old-fashioned, medieval style. What the hell? Well, that's not worked out, has it? Rage heal as well. Nobody went from 10 HP
You know what that
dead
is? Rose is a man of honor.
If they lose this round, man.
I will not
if
kill him while
nobody
he's
gets a
in my drone.
4K and wins this round.
He got healed as well, so he's not even low anymore.
It's,
That's
the
tickled
weapons
me. That's tickled me a lot. Good paranoia. Yenny's now going to get rid of Loiter. Larocque still going strong. Spams through, doing a lot of damage, but nobody's still standing. Another shock time, and he gets Rose!
Enemy kill.
Oh, the free kill. Not so free. There is 15 seconds.
Can they make it? 12 from market, maybe just about 10. Yeah. They're good. They're good.
Yeah.
Down to the second, but it works. Nice cross
They're
coverage
both
by
low
Lover's
as well.
Rock. Yeah, that's why he needs that kill. And even getting aggressive. I don't mind it that much, but the timing is awful. Nobody had just slipped past the angle. Larocque has ult. Like, this is still winnable. This is still doable. But he's so low. 50 HP effective. Doesn't take a tag there at least. Still not gonna pop that ult. But here it is. Sonic Sensor finds one. There's one eaten by the ultimate in the spray. So close. 20 HP left unsigned, but it's enough.
We good.
He's like, yeah, you should have died earlier, bro. Like, come on. You're looking to be alive. I need to what is going
8 seconds
on?
left.
Don't show the Rose one, please. Please don't show the Rose one. I just don't. Okay, thank you. Thank you to our replay ops.
He's just like, see you later, bro. He's giving him the
I can't
orb.
believe he's just
Giving
left
the
him
orb.
alive.
Giving him the orb.
That's so kind of him.
Yeah, look, and because of that,
But he's 2 away.
two
Yeah.
away.
Could have given
Good
him.
orb management.
Yes. Phenomenal.
Could have had a gun, but
Yeah, the credits are a bit low, actually.
oh, Rose. I hate that you also spoke it into existence. He didn't quite get, I think you said 4K. He ended up with 3. But nobody was definitely the difference maker. Very nice. Okay.
जला दिया भाई वो
Early on. And then the swing out.
And ब्लाइंड में मार दिया भाई कुछ भी
Definitely still hitting on this attack side half.
Those are weapons recovered now. 2 rifles in the hands of these attackers. And a push up into window. Lover's Rock takes a little long on the first, but he's left nobody. Desperately low. 1 away from a Hunter's Fury. He'll at least can come through in a while. Now it's needed by both. Chichu's just swung out. 58 HP and a heal. Priming in his back pocket. But he didn't care. He took the risk, and well, it's almost paid off. 1 more man to deal with. Look at this from nobody and Chichu. They're backing out. The flank here could have been deadly, but instead, they're the ones with the surprise position. Larocque might think that they've fully left, but they are standing close by, ready to pounce. Soon as he tries to plant, seems like Larocque is just... In fact, he's taken so long that they now second guess whether he's even. That's just changed.
They'll hear him. They'll know. At least giving himself a little bit more of an opportunity. The net is going to land as well, so slows them down at least a little bit. Gives him additional information. Looking to try and wrap back round behind.
पकड़ा गया.
Quite connect the shot. 14 out, and he's managed to get rid of another. Leaves it down to a 1 versus 1. Him versus nobody. And he finds the shot again. LaRock is on fire as it stands, and he is dragging BBL through these rounds.
Yeah, he started that with a sheriff. 2 players pushing him in a smoke. And he finds both blinded as well.
2 4 मारे हैं उसने.
First one hadn't got clue. Just saw the kill feed light up to win this out at the end as well. Yeah, Chichu was quite low and probably shouldn't have ran there without his teammate. It was a mistake, a silly one. But especially with LaRock, 14 HP. Expect that to be how it went. Now, BBL stepping inch by inch closer to a map 3. Would have been a 2-0 that they're encroaching on. A round away. Times. Facing off against pistols, this should be double digits. Had it for BBL on the last map, and they won round that just as dangerous when they have pistols. Say the same thing for EDG, and with a run it back in Hunter's Fury.
Nowhere to run.
Right away. Oh my! Nobody's picked up 2. The Hunter's Fury down through A main. Sent BBL now to a 3 versus 5. The rifles dealt with, and it's going to be a late push up by the defense to recover those weapons. Ult through for LaRock. Hasn't found a target just yet, and when he does, it is the ult that's caught. So if they can break him out, great. If not, he's going to come back, but look who's sitting patiently waiting. Beautiful play for LaRock.
Managing to do so much for this team. That is 9 kills in 2 rounds. This guy was spoken about
Why
so
hasn't
much
two?
in this tier 2 come up, but now he is dominating in this server.
Especially considering
पीछे ही पड़ गया भाई इन लोग.
picking off 2, leaving weapons to be recovered as well. The run it back used, LaRock catches it with the ultimate, steps in, kills.
हम सोचे थे आरआर की और उधर मजा आएगा. मजा तो असली इधर आ रहा है.
A generational play from this man. 15 is the highest kills on the server, except for him, who's on 27 on the deadlock. Not someone you expect to see drop in the 30. Of course, he is someone, but not an agent that you expect to see drop in the 30. Although, maybe he won't. Lovers Rock and Kraven already down. That's a big start for EDG. Remember, the last round was an eco. The res online as well. There's plenty of safety nets for this defense.
To be honest, though, I'm looking at... Oh, Rose getting 1. But also, LaRock still standing. Rose, in fact, gets another. Okay, maybe an unexpected hero in this round. He's been having a bit of a rough game, but to bring it back, even once again, Yenny, though, re-aggressing with his teammate. Rose has been spotted, looking to almost be the hero on his own in this round, but he's dealt with, and Yenny, okay.
EDG ने पकड़ लिया. उनकी किस्मत थी. बी पूरा खाली था. वो लोग मिड आ गए.
Yeah, it very much does. Whose turn is it next? What a play by Jenny. As you said, he had been a little quieter compared to that previous map, but yeah. Oh, that's one way to wake up. You think about last map, nobody found a clutch, and all of a sudden he was playing the game again, found his rhythm. It'll be the same for Jenny. 3 rounds behind. But on the defensive side, you know, finding your footing. We saw it from BBL, 4-0 down, and then they dominate once they crack the code. This is dangerous, but a TP at least available to get out of there. Never mind. Concon's being deleted right away. Overstayed is welcome.
Yeah, I'm surprised. It's almost like the opposite of what we're talking about with LaRock. Like, you kind of expected him to struggle a little bit more on the attack. I expected to see a lot more coming out from Concon on this defense, but let's be real, he's been missing.
Here, he'll be brought back into the round.
ले उसको जिंदा कर
Given a
दिया.
second chance, a
Bang
second
bang
lease
को.
of life. The B site, I was going to say given up. Jenny has taken the TP from the shadows straight to the B site. Sat on the back, he's going to be caught immediately. He was shot, caught by a drone, hit by an ult as well from Larocque.
Yeah.
Couldn't even make it into the cocoon because they took him out so quickly. A 5 versus 4 now, and the retake needed for EDG.
Yeah, this is a chance to sit them right back down. After a big round from Jenny already, the swing coming back through, clearing back, but Loiter adds another to the pile. Nobody's at least done well. Bladestorm and the Judge are definitely going to be difficult to break through, but that time has been ticking now.
Save करेंगे तीनों.
Still 4 players within this site, and maybe EDG could make this a very costly round by locking them in, but I don't think BBL are really going to care that much. They've got some spare credits they could still purchase, and it's actually more damning if the defense were to lose all their weapons instead, though. Nobody cleaning up alongside Loiter for the other side. And an 11th round now for BBL, and everybody goes down on EDG. I'll be honest, I don't think that was worth it.
No, maybe not. I mean, it looked damn close to being a clean and clinical closeout. They could have had all 3 players left alive with nobody having that quick 3K. But Loiter just did a little bit too much at the end. Kept Phoenix in position, stopped that rotate through market, so he's got to go through main, and instead, because he doesn't have the time, he's caught by the spike. Big damage done. G struggling now to put the credits together. A couple orbs found, nobody, but he's still 3 away from the Hunter's Fury, and there's not really any positive to write home about for this defense. Yes, the AWP and Concon's hands, but he's been slow. He's not been hitting the way that we know he can.
Get to see that superstar value.
Moved and shot at the same time there. Very uncharacteristic.
Oh. Trying to slow them down on the other side. Concon has to escape. Nobody's getting shock darted into oblivion. He's almost dead off that. And now Chichu under pressure. And well, he's at least had a teammate save him. Healed back up at least a little bit. Loiter's done well once again. Concon's found absolutely nothing, and Chichu becomes the man who has to deal the damage, and it is only the one. A flash here, not going to hold any value with still being walled off. With a long rotation coming back. Look at the gun Jenny has as well. That is not the gun you want in a retake.
Well, unless you break that door and catch a guy up close, completely unaware. Kraven is here, patiently waiting. And now he's been spotted. This is a little bit dangerous. Dodges the flash up close, though. Great work, and Loiter comes through to help out. Larocque as well. Yeah, they realized Kraven's in danger, and they came to his aid.
Did that flash make it out of the smoke?
I'm thinking now that I see the screen get slightly blinded. It might have went behind him, or it might have stayed in the smoke. I think it might have stayed in the smoke.
Yeah, that was my thought process, because I'm not sure Loiter did touch that at all. I
thought he stepped close enough that it went behind him, but yeah, now seeing it again, I don't think he even got blinded temporarily.
No.
Or partially.
And I do think that Signed did get blinded, which seems impossible. Unless it was still in the smoke. But, you know, only partially blinded. I think you could still see as he came out. Lover's Rock, though. This map has delivered on the side of BBL. We said that they might struggle when it comes to this attack side. It's been anything but. Larocque is having one of those performances once again. This is a man that, if you are a fan of BBL, you're probably a fan of Larocque. And if you don't like BBL, you probably hate Larocque because he is horrible to play against. Well, already waiting, even just taking the flash. This one did land.
Oh, he's under pressure, but Signed is delivering the super sub for 2. They've got a 5-round lead, though. You can see BBL are feeling
they
a little
definitely didn't choke
confident.
one of those in the last map.
Yeah, it's not like EDG have been streaking around, so why not? Give them one. See what happens. Make it interesting for the viewers at home. Now, it's a little brazen for sure, especially against the low buy. I mean, just straight up a mistake, but wanted to close it with style. Now, hard work, sweat and tears to get them across this line in round 20.
EP potentially being set up. Wall has gone down, and that leaves Chichu isolated. Already getting caught up. Of course, has the heal, but it's not going to save him too much. He's also been pinged. Well, that makes it a lot easier. An opener into the side. Loiter taking some close ground, and with the weaponry still in favor of this attack side, they're going to re-aggress alongside the ultimate. It is a slam dunk for BBL, who will take number 2. Both teams winning their map choice.
Yeah, we got to say...
opponents, I should say.
We got to say sorry to anybody out there.
दूसरा मैच देखें अपन जब तक
इसमें बी राइट बैक मत लगाओ बस नहीं चल रहा है 6-3 स्कोर है
ये भी असेंट पे खेल रहे हैं
सब बोलेंगे ये मैप तो खत्म हो गया था फिर कैसे लग गया ये भी फ्लैश पकड़ के ही खड़ा हुआ है
Just trying to bait 100 Thieves into a rotation, but the drone is perfectly timed yet again. In comes the curveball from Asuna, catches all of RRQ. Haven't quite dealt with any of them as the paranoia pushing the defense away, but Vora is perfectly positioned here, and once again 100 Thieves have the better end of the trade.
Vora has been phenomenal this game so far. Feels like he's getting almost every single important frag that there has to be. But the mid split begins once again. Cushy getting the pick onto Asuna, but Timotino stuck in B main. Vora denying anyone from flanking him, and Timotino.
अरे ये क्या मार दिया
Play with his food at this point.
Oh shit, bro! ये
well and truly taking over the game. There is no recourse here for RRQ.
भाई हम जिधर आ रहे उधर ही कुछ क्रेजी चल रहा है भाई.
100 Thieves, nice adaptations are all over this. They very much understand the pacing that RRQ are bringing into this game. The operator is having ridiculous impact. The drone is always perfectly timed. And now it's up to RRQ to go back onto the Sheriffs and see what they can fashion for themselves. Just try to avoid getting 9-3'd at this point.
Yeah, Asuna now with that third run it back of the half online. He's not going to be using it just yet. They're just going to keep sticking to this default setup because like you said, Mitch, none of these players have a means of kind of playing around this operator, being able to push it back or at least deny. Asuna using that molly to deny a lot of that map control. The drone's going to come in and tag him, but nothing really to follow from that.
Yeah, once again for RRQ, it's a little bit one-dimensional. Very clear where they're headed, and 100 Thieves are rotating accordingly. They're quite happy to play retake B with the Cypher setup in play. Dash active, in goes the Sage Wall. Paranoia's exchange on both sides to give both teams pause for thought, but in comes the run it back and the curveball from Asuna. Bang trying to turtle inside of the site here. Timotino's arrived to the party, and it's another flood and a shutdown from 100 Thieves.
Oh my god, that is a terrifying sight when you're trying to
cross
into sight and there's 4 players just running at you. 3 of them just rotating in and Timotino just flying in from heaven. I think 100 Thieves, man, they're doing a phenomenal job of being able to consistently trade off of each other, being set up in positions where they're holding those crossfires or at least ready to peek off of any set util. And of course, Vora being the main reason behind that. The drone, the IGLing, all these setups have made so much sense for 100 Thieves.
Back towards B main then. A bit more of a singular approach here. But Timotino straight down the peak in towards Tiles, does get a fair bit of information. In comes the drone, it's a full Cypher setup, but once again, 100 Thieves are rotated quite nicely here. Dash on into the side, Chemkin very low on HP, separated from the rest of the team. This is Xfero just running through all of the utilities. He's got his ult active, and the flood actually backfires this time for 100 Thieves. Xfero caught on the cross, now into a 2-on-2.
Bang and Cryo versus Crazy Guy and Kush here, but the 2 players on RRQ are going to be leaving this site after breaking so much of that Cypher util. They know that they don't have any information here unless they just use their bodies to peek. And now over-rotating into that A, going to go through that cat. But both players from the side of 100 Thieves, they don't know anything yet. It's going to be a 2v2 retake.
Problem is RRQ just don't really have much left over. 10 seconds on the recon bolt. Crazy Guy, if he is given the plant here, will be able to have access to the res, but they just give it over to Cushy. I don't think they're too interested in it for the time being. Just have the Hunter's Fury for this post plant, and Bang bringing at least one dark cover into the retake here as ROQ opt to play on site.
Kind of crazy they're playing on site with the Sova ult, not using it as their winning condition, especially because of the time taken by 100 Thieves here. But this 2v2 retake, Crazy Guy spotting, getting the pick onto Bang immediately. And now Cryo in a 1v2. Both these players huddled up, turtled up, bottom side. They get the pick, but Cushy ends it. And RRQ finally another round to end this half.
Yeah, look, a big dry spell. Got to give a lot of credit to 100 Thieves for how clean their defense was looking there. They made a lot of nice mid-round adaptations. It felt like they were always on top of the information game. But RRQ, especially running through a brick wall with that veto ultimate, were at least able to brawl their way into a winnable 2-on-2. A nice pivot back towards the A side gives them at least 4 rounds on this attacking side. That's not terrible given the comp they're playing. Now they're going on to defense with, you know, this double senti comp. There's still potential here for RRQ to get this one done, but the pistol will be very important with how far behind they are.
Yeah, interesting to see that they're actually setting up Jemkin here to go for some sort of A main peak with these players. 4-1, Sage on the other side, going to use that wall probably off of noise, off of contact, or just off of a timing. But 4 of these players from 100 Thieves are also grouped up towards this top mid, maybe taking some sort of mid control with Cryo from Tiles here, and it's looking a little bit interesting. Now again, 100 Thieves, they lost that first pistol, but they're still up. If they win this, they could get a pretty big snowball of a lead here.
Saw a couple of frenzies purchased up. That's very North American, is it?
Yeah.
I don't think I've ever...
Actually, the North American meta right now is 1 ghost and 4 sheriffs and just no util.
Yeah, I mean, that's definitely like a, you know, Fnatic Gen G look from back in the day, just buy like 3 sheriffs on the pistol round. I'm a big fan of that. I haven't seen frenzies in ages, though. I don't think I saw a single frenzy purchase this entire last stage of Pacific, if I'm honest. So that's a bit of a throwback.
Feels like the Bandit has been a lot more prevalent in America than the Frenzy. So actually, you're right. I don't think I've seen it that often. But for this team, I feel like they definitely have some sort of really quick strat, really quick push up together where they're just planning on trading and using their firepower to kind of win out these 1v1s instead of trying to play too much into the mind games, into the mid rounds, because they're just so good at understanding a lot of their set plays, understanding their positioning as a team, and being able to just play together. So Asuna, and Timotino, really good job, really good synergy.
Asuna को Asuna बोल दिए थी भाई.
Pushing a lot, so I'm really
वही
looking forward to
sentimental आदि.
On attack side.
All right, into the second half then. This is RRQ's map pick, and they are getting battered a little bit, so time to get this defensive half working for yourself.
गंदा आदमी भाई, आदि मजाक उड़ाता है भाई लोगों का.
Control here. The tension is palpable. I feel like this is a movie trailer as we're kicking off this pistol round. This could be RRQ's run back into this game of Ascent.
बहुत गंदा आदमी भाई.
Jemkin hearing a lot of that noise towards Cat. He's going to push up, get this A main pick. Zan and Jemkin immediately trading. Really good reactions to take that A main space as they hear them up Cat. But Asuna with a beautiful flash curveball into that A main. And Jemkin now sitting here with Zan trying to get another pick.
Asuna, he's walking up on the line. This is really cinematic stuff as Zan is able to get in there with a very nice right click. A 3K for Zan so far, just down to Timotino in a 1-on-2. Very high on the HP, does have the Sheriff to work with. In comes the dark cover. It's incredible. In towards A main. I've got tears in my eyes. Timotino to walk out onto this A main line. He's been able to actually game RRQ a little bit here. So they wrap around towards mid for just a moment, but sliding back onto the line on a nice timing. There is definitely potential here for Timotino.
अरे बैकग्राउंड में गाना कौन बजा रहा है भाई?
1v2, the high low is not going to get punished. Jemkin getting the pick. And now another pistol going the way of RRQ. They've now won both. But 100 Thieves, they have some rounds to work with here. Beautiful, really good reactions from RRQ. I really love to see that. They knew they lost that tree space. They knew they lost the garden space. Immediate reaction to take into A main. And then they punished as well because that spike got dropped. And all of a sudden that retake was so much harder for 100 Thieves. They didn't really have a plan to go on the flank. Just letting Timotino try to go for a pick off that Cat. Now into the second round. Pistols on the board for 100 Thieves.
Jemkin on the line, waiting out that Sova dart, at least trying to find the timing straight through it. Here comes the paranoia. Oh my god, crazy guy with neutral out. That is a big problem, as Cushy at least able to deal with the Phoenix who was going for the orb. Xfero finally clears out Bang. That was the biggest spanner in the works, thrown in by 100 Thieves, who are now starting to filter into a B site, but Zan is all over it. Bandit does a fair bit of damage. Cushy able to clean up after that. 3 guns taken through for an RRQ, who are chugging along nicely on defense now.
Round going the way that you expect. The anti-eco going the way of RRQ. They've been really good, really disciplined when it comes to these rounds, not overextending. Little scary for Crazy Guy there with his wall out. Definitely not a position that you want to be in, especially if there were more than one player that were following up, ready to go. But at least the stage wall went down, unbreakable with those pistols, essentially. But now, 3 of these players for RRQ are looking to be a little bit aggressive towards this B main.
The B main scrap on the cards here. Cushy ready with the shock dart off the back of Zan's contact. Dart doesn't get dealt with because the judge has been able to creep up on the line. In comes the curveball. Zan up close gets nothing. That is a bit outrageous. Timotino with the opening pick, and now the orb on offer for 100 Thieves.
The timing with these 2 duelists is so phenomenal. The flash going in, Timotino taking that wider angle. Asuna being able to hold that close. This is the synergy that I was talking about. Yes, it's a bonus round, but it's still really nice to see a lot of these little micro plays that they're doing. Now, just holding, being patient, waiting for some sort of re-aggression from RRQ, but it looks like that re-aggression is actually towards the other side of the map. Vito sitting in that mid-smoke, trying to hear any information, but 3 RRQ players gambling the wrong side.
Yeah, this is just no-nonsense stuff for 100 Thieves. Minimizing all the risk with a nice drone timing. In comes the dash onto Switch. Timotino posting up on the spawn side. RRQ. Gamble is stacking on the wrong side of the map. But if anything now on the bonus, just looking for a couple of guns in damage as Xfero closes in on this B main flank.
Trying to get any of these weapons down for 100 Thieves, but looks like they're not going to give it to them. Playing very passive, very disciplined, not going to overextend anywhere, but 3 of these RRQ players playing for exits, actually, towards this spawn side. Xfero trying to play that off angle, try to get a pick. But this is well played by 100 Thieves so far. Just holding, re-hitting, waiting for any aggression. They're all going to be going towards the side of Xfero, and hopefully he can get 1 or 2 of those guns down just to do a dent in their economy.
For sure. I mean, this B site on Ascent is one of the best places to play exits. On the defense. Oh, giving that frag over to Asuna does get himself the run it back online. So that is worst case scenario for an RRQ who don't really get too much done in that bonus round. Zan had a chance to have some impact at close range with the judge in B main, but from there things kind of just a domino effect. All kind of fell down. And 100 Thieves now in a very strong position going into the first gun round of their attacking side.
Yeah, lots of rounds to work up, but this right here, that was really nice here. Asuna immediately getting the pick onto Xfero, denying any of those exits was really nice. And then run it back already online for Asuna. He can use this really well to find that operator on the side of Jemkin, who's holding it towards that mid, but he's using that ult towards that A main, getting the pick. Oh, sorry, Bang getting the trade onto Zan. Zan immediately getting the run it back, and the really quick A split coming in from 100 Thieves.
Great cages in from Cryo there. Not able to allow Jemkin any vision at all. Xfero tucking himself in towards Generator, going to TP out of the site, which leaves Cushy high and dry. Crazy Guy at least able to catch one on the cross, healing up his teammate, and now into a 3-on-3 post plant.
Yeah, no smokes there for the side of 100 Thieves to be able to cross that heaven safely, but they do manage to get it down to a 3v3. Jemkin using this tree side to get that pick, trying to walk up, get anything that they can, accompanied by the Vito, but Bang here, going to put a smoke down at the right time, walks into the smoke, gets the pick onto Jemkin, but Xfero immediately trades. Crazy Guy trying to go for a pick, Xfero actually getting 3 through that smoke at tree.
Yeah, evolution off the back of the defuse as well. That's a really nice retake for RRQ here. With only 2 guns kept through in towards this next round. 100 Thieves should definitely go for the reinvestment off the back of that spike plant and have a chance to at least damage or reset the economy here of RRQ. Definitely not done yet. This game very much hanging in the balance.
I think 100 Thieves had a really good idea here, especially speeding up after that first pick, getting that split on lock. But the problem was just crossing into that site. They didn't have anything because they used those cages towards mid to deny Jemkin. And Bang, of course, didn't have any smokes left because he used that initial one towards mid and then another one towards that tree so they could cross. So it's really, really interesting to see how they've managed to abuse that on the side of RRQ, just going out, taking that swing, taking their ones and the timing. But Jemkin going for a B main pick here, but he's not going to find anything because Cryo's just playing super passive.
Got a lot of value out of this Cypher utility, has to be said. Both teams kind of exchanging control of the mains, at least initially. Here comes the wall from Crazy Guy, who will play on top of it. Cryo just biding his time for the time being, while the rest of his team lies in wait inside of A main. 100 Thieves just tickling this A site, still kind of undecided, but they did force out the interceptor there, so that's a very, very nice little dark cover shock, dark combo. And it does seem like the offense now heading back to meet up with Cryo, as they know the Sage Wall is going to go down relatively soon.
And this is what we were talking about, where the defensive side, it's going to be so important how they use their util, because there's so much delay, and 100 Thieves, they know that, so they're just waiting. Really good timing on the wall, though. You can see all 5 of these players grouped up already. The smoke is going to come down from Zan, but the contact play, there's only one of these players here on the side of RRQ. Sage to hold down sight, and the drone comes out from Vora.
Slow ult from Crazy Guy, but he's very much on his own. Nice pick onto Asuna as he gets tagged. Will he get spammed on through? No, Zan has joined him on the site now, courtesy of the From the Shadows, and they're going to tuck themselves in nicely with that bunker smoke. Paranoia out. One exchange by Zan as 100 Thieves try to close in and clear out backside. Nice pick from Bang. Zan goes down as well, but Cushy at least able to trade one back.
3v3 retake for RQ. Jemkin with the operator just holding, trying to get a pick on anything. Whips on Cryo. The trade with the headshot is insane. And the evolution ult online for Xfero here. He's going to try to run into that site, but they don't have anything else to clear. And 100 Thieves, they're not giving them any of these peeks. Timotino holding that cross, gets the pick. Xfero gets the pick onto Cryo. 2 gets another one. 1v1 versus Vora.
Creeping up on the line now, Vora, beautiful little jiggle peek to give 100 Thieves double digits. Xfero very dangerous in those clutch situations, and you can see exactly why, especially with the evolution. But 100 Thieves, that is a massive clutch to close. Both teams very low on money, and that will definitely have reset RRQ. Really fought hard in that round, considering the circumstance, honestly. Crazy Guy was very much left on his own. Zan does a good job to try to TP towards the other side of the map with the Omen ult and buy time, but unfortunately, I think the call from 100 Thieves was just a little bit too good. Xfero makes it more interesting than it probably should have been.
Yeah, really nice calls all around. I like the RRQ idea of leaving Sage weak side, teleporting in when they need it. 100 Thieves, Vora just getting a spam through the smoke on Crazy Guy, but this is their eco round. They're thrifty, so doesn't really matter. Timotino getting a pick onto Jemkin. They're just going to keep overextending here, recycling that Sheriff onto Xfero. They're going to, onto Zan. Cushy, I can't speak.
That's
this
okay.
is your team, that's why.
Yeah, that's all right. American names are a little easier. I understand.
Is it? Say Timotino 10 times fast.
Timotino was on his way to A main. Timotino is feeling very good about how this round is going. Timotino, before, he got himself a pick inside of B main. So 100 Thieves looking good. Xfero on the other side of this, though. Sheriff in hand. Yeah, nice little angle for him, but how much can he really do? Let's be honest. Nice opening pick onto Asuna. Interceptor active.
Oh my god.
Timotino to dash straight into the site there. And as such, 100 Thieves a little bit tentative, but they'll get the spike down nonetheless. That's a nice Hunter's Fury for Vora.
Dude, Xfero has been on fire with these picks. His fragging potential is insane, and he's just constantly been getting his 17 and 15 for him. But they've all been really impactful. I think, granted, the last couple rounds, he's just been alone in a lot of these fights. But it doesn't matter, because 100 Thieves, they've almost secured this round. 4v2, 2 pistols on the line here. Zan trying to get one before he's going to shut it down, and Cryo picking off Cushy. Now 11-7 RRQ. They're going to be back onto those guns. They're going to be back onto that buy round. I'm kind of hoping to see them kind of switch up their setups a little bit. I don't like having so much heavy, understanding that Sage is going to be on that weak side, using that wall a little bit too early for my liking. I'd rather see a little bit more of an aggressive setup. Set up Jemkin somewhere with that Sage and off of contact, putting that wall down, because right now 100 Thieves, they're just abusing the timing on them.
Well, another timeout coming in. Not sure from which team at this point, as 100 Thieves are definitely closing in on the end of the game here. RRQ, well aware that their opponents have retained 4 guns out of that last round. So they've built up a little bit of economy. It's going to take a little bit of elbow grease in here from RRQ to make it inroads back into this game. This is their map pick, so you know that they've got a lot of depth on this defense, especially with this Senti comp. But I have to say, I mean, 100 Thieves, both defensively and offensively, have just been calling an excellent game. This feels like their game on a silver platter, especially because they've got a little bit of cash in the bank.
Yeah, it almost feels like they've anti-stratted this in a sense where they know a lot of the habits that RRQ is going to be doing. That Sage wall not being a problem for them. And I think it also stems from the fact that you're playing with Asuna. That guy is the Sage god almost. He's been playing that for so long for this team all across Americas for so many years now. And him being on that Sage, understanding the timings, being able to kind of tell his team how to play around that, how to abuse the fact that Sage is not that strong after that wall is down, and using the slow on a timings is the only way to kind of add more to delay. But Jemkin, beautiful spot, getting the pick onto Timotino.
I'm not sure if he even saw him, to be honest. That might have just been pre-fire. Close range here is Zan with the judge. He's got the weapon for the job, that's for sure. Dart up onto the tree. Doesn't quite scan him. I could have sworn it would have at that close range. Asuna just around the corner as the jump comes through from Zam. That might have been obscured by the Odin span coming through from Crazy Guy, and indeed it was. Double up from Zan, and 100 Thieves shut down before this even really gets going. Bora left with too much to do, and that is a good response from an RRQ who needs to start working their way back into this game.
Yeah, that's a little bit of a nicer setup that I like to see from RRQ. Having the Sage be there, playing off contact, baiting for that Omen judges around the corner. Looking really nice. Of course, Jemkin with that opening pick too contributed to that round. I think it's really interesting to see. But 3 ults online for the round of 100 Thieves. They could use these in order to pretty much cement a round. It is their winning condition at this point. But Crazy Guy with this slow at the start of a main.
Yeah, he's once again all on his own, being thrown a lot of utility to try to safeguard any pressure towards A. He's just going to play retake on the side. Does have the Sage Res to work with, as the rest of the setup for RRQ very much is over towards B. But 100 Thieves just simplifying this round. Big group up into A main. And I think they're just going to send the runner back into side, or maybe the drone, and try to see if they can get themselves into
Phoenix wall going up.
वो जेट वहां पे ऑफ लगा खड़ा, उसके पीछे से पीक ले रहा है. देख जिगल
Actually for RRQ, they don't know if these players have walked out onto site, but it doesn't matter because not a single player has rotated off.
They must have a really good retake plan. Spam coming through here from Crazy Guy, who may get caught by the Hunter's Fury. Runner back was chasing him down, even if that didn't finish off the job, and all of A Heaven has been cleared. Timotino now on a very dangerous line, and RRQ are very far out of position, especially given the fact that they had that B main info line right at the start of the round.
Yeah, a little bit slow for those rotations, and of course Crazy Guy getting picked off didn't help either. The delay wasn't there, but there's only so much you could do when they could have been out on site 10 seconds earlier with that drone. So 100 Thieves now in this post plan. Cryo getting a pick into the smoke. Timotino, everything's just going wrong for RRQ. The flood did not work. All these players are just hiding in these smokes and getting those picks.
Yeah, I mean, you have to have a very, very strong retake plan if you're going to play a setup like that, and it didn't look like they even had the opportunity to really play that. I think that 100 Thieves, the run it back through tree side and getting the jet on such a disruptive angle allowed them to just be one step ahead of this retake coming back in for RRQ, who was so far out of position. Like, it kind of shocks me that they didn't lean at all towards A, given the fact that, like I said, Jemkin had all info on the B side of the map. Regardless, though, 100 Thieves now on map point here. Slow Orb going to slow them down a little bit. There's been good patience on the offense so far from 100 Thieves.
Timotino with that op, trying to get any info towards that mid while his team's working B main. Asuna with that curveball flash. They're going to hear the Sage slow towards that main. Tapping that orb, trying to get that ult online for Asuna because he is pretty far though, only 2 on the block. But now 5 of these players for RRQ. 2 of them have weird buys, Bulldog and a Stinger on the side of Crazy Guy and Zan. And they're just playing this passive setup.
It's very slow for 100 Thieves. A minute on the clock as they start to make their way in towards middle. Big setup in towards A main from RRQ. Zan very much baiting for Jemkin, but that may not even be a factor. Drone pressure straight up middle as they spot out the TPs from Xfero. That'll help them read the setup at least a little bit as the drone comes in from the defense, clearing out B main.
Timotino's literally almost into their spawn here. They have some sort of idea based on that util being broken from Vito, but are they going to be ready? They're rotating right into his crosshair.
Big lurk pick from Timotino with the forward dash. Cushy cleans him up as a result, but this is going to be a difficult take from 100 Thieves because A main is so dirty. Zan and Jemkin Need to make sure they don't overcook this one with only 20 seconds on the clock. Nice trade back from Jemkin. Xfero from Heaven cleaned up by Asuna with only 13 seconds. 100 Thieves are putting that spike down.
Spike down. 2v2, all of a sudden the spike is down. They know that these player is in a main. Asuna 1v2, but Jemkin gets the pick. 3K to win that round, and all of a sudden 100 Thieves, they're not getting success in the end rounds of these games.
Yeah, it just took a little bit too long to get into the mix there. So denied an opportunity to close this on that point. RRQ, I mean, this is just classic RRQ, honestly. They really like to drag out a game. They really like to struggle to get a gain across the line. Overtime is very much on the cards. This definitely could have been a 100 Thieves game at any point in this offense so far.
Yeah.
I think they just took a little bit too long to get going there. The money is not great for RRQ, though.
No.
They're continually fighting for this game without a whole lot to work with.
Yeah, this round is a must-win for 100 Thieves, too. Not only just to end the game, but if they lose this round, they will be broke the next round. They'll be forced onto that 50. They're going to hear that same Sage wall towards B main, and they're holding these two players towards A main, just seeing if there's any aggression. I think they're going to read that this is more of a mid-stack, because at this point, they have that full line on A. On B, they've heard that Sage wall. They know this player is probably playing towards it. The drone coming in, trying to get some sort of info here for the side of 100 Thieves. They will spot out at least one player. It's Cushy on that A Heaven, but they're just playing it slow because, again, they know that Sage wall is down instantly at the start of the round.
Yeah, just trying to bait out the Sage wall, the interceptor from the Veto. Read what the setup is for RRQ, who do not budge an inch. In comes the drone in towards A main from Cushy, but thrown out from Heaven's side, very deep. Doesn't really spot out too much info. He does have a dart to follow that up. Jemkin has taken a lot of space in middle. And 100 Thieves looking to simplify this round yet again. They don't have the drone to work with, though, so it might be a little bit harder to get into this A site.
30 seconds left.
The execute coming in for 100 Thieves. That paranoia going out by Zan. Good defensive util. The smoke on site. But Timotino's going to punch that. Asuna also getting a pick. Timotino pushing into Heaven with that updraft. Immediately getting one.
Crazy guy. And Xfero fighting hard back into this round. Rez comes out onto Cushy. Spike goes down. What a one-shot there from Kong. Absolute gamer coming in from Heaven's side. What is that? The spam through in towards Hell puts it into a winnable 2-on-2. There is no business in this round for RRQ to be coming away with it. Xfero walking up on the tree line. Needs to deal with Bang. We'll catch him with his back turn. This is an illegal retake from RRQ as the spike gets tapped. And they've been able to do it. Massive 4K from the IGL of RRQ. This game should have been well and truly over already. That was, what, a triple entry into A, no? That was
Dude,
like a 2-on-5.
We literally need to study Crazy Guy's peaks on Heaven because he's gotten one every single time on that angle. And it's been phenomenal. And I think 100 Thieves, they're struggling to deal with this Heaven over and over again. And so it's kind of crazy seeing how these players are just able to get away with so much. Crazy Guy, that third kill on Bora was kind of gross. Just getting that last bullet through that hell spawn. I'd react like that too, honestly.
Legit. Oh my god. Massive play from Crazy Guy to keep RRQ in it. That's just pure entertainment. As we head back into a lull, this may be a tack timeout from 100 Thieves, who feel like this is getting a little bit too hot under the collar. As you mentioned, money wasn't great heading into that round. They probably would have thought it was already done, honestly. When you're in like a 5-on-3, 5-on-2 post plan on that A site, and the other team's playing just this dry Senti comp that doesn't have a lot of business getting back in, you're thinking you've probably wrapped it up at this point, but that one has definitely slipped through 100 Thieves' fingers.
Yeah, they need to clean up those late rounds, late to end round retakes. They're just allowing so many 1v1s to be online for RRQ. And of course, they're taking that and running with it. Feels like they had such a good understanding of how to play this mid-round. They just need to clean it up. I wouldn't say it's sloppy, but just small angles are being missed. And so many 1v1s are being taken for a reason that I'm not really sure of, especially seeing how initially on the first half, these players on 100 Thieves have been so good with their positioning, so good with their trading. The second that someone's going anywhere, they get a pick. But a B main push here for RRQ.
Good ball in from Asuna. Really unsettling the defense here and applying a lot of pressure with the Bandit. They do not want to be tapped at close range, that's for sure. As Occasion, the cam go up from Cryo. He is denied information to RRQ. He'll join up with the rest of 100 Thieves, who are starting to make some moves towards... Hey, what an entry in from Timotino. Bladestorm active. And once again, we've been forced to put RRQ in a retake scenario.
The Molly going in. Asuna trying to delay Timotino, getting 2 with the knives on, getting 2 as well to trade back. That door is closed. 3v3, but pistols on the side of 100 Thieves for this post-plant. The drone's going to come in, not going to tag anyone. And 3 of these players going towards that tree side. Cryo gets seen off, delaying as long as possible, gets 2 with the bandit. And now all of a sudden, Crazy Guy in a 1v3. 2 of these players in hell, unable to trade, gets 2 for Crazy Guy. And it's a 1v1.
It's at the spike, very much running out of time. Cryo very good in these situations and good enough to win the map for 100 Thieves. 13-10. It's naught but a pistol round to get it done. What a blinder.
आदि दूसरे गेम में स्विच करो भाई.
Tree rips the Bladestorm and the rest was history.
I love to see that. The God.
Well, it worked wonders. 8-1. I'm gonna scrub
सब थोड़ा-थोड़ा दिखाएंगे, लेकिन PRX का पूरा गेम दिखाएंगे.
Winning this series was on my cards. It was possible, but not like this on a third map as well. Still plenty more rounds to play with, but EG need to find their footing extremely quickly because they are slipping. It's a long way down.
Denied by the early utility once again. Weaponry is not great in this round. They have some rifles to play with. They've found some space.
Stream चल रही है
kind of mid, and the Rock playing on the edge of this smoke is definitely risky, but a risk that pays off. No trade for him just yet. He's still in this smoke. They still need to clear him. And surely they're not expecting him to be.
गन बदल के लड़ाई कर रहा है, देखना उसको.
Swinging out a second kill in a spot that looked like a death sentence. And now the operator honed in on the angle. Gianni with a 1v3 clutch, and he stands no chance. BBL continue their run, and it's looking like it's going to go all the way to the finish line.
I can't believe this. Every round I say it, and every round I find myself back here again. How is LaRock getting this much impact? He seems unkillable in the first few fights. Everything's working for BBL. Rose has entered another gear, even with LaRock showing up. He's still just one behind him. And for EDG, everyone's gone missing. Chinchu is putting out belters, 4Ks, everything you want. Concon's had more than a few rounds where he was dominating. And yet, this attack side has been quiet. Even as hopeful as I was about the comp, they've lost 2 through the wall. And there's no stopping BBL. The push continues and pushing up to 10.
That round took about 15 seconds. That was one of the fastest rounds I think I've ever seen. That was just a full all-in fight. And they dominate it. The initial from Loiter, and then they just continue their aggression. And this has always been the most terrifying thing with BBL is the moment they're confident, it's not like they then go, okay, now maybe we play a bit passive. No, they keep running and gunning. They keep taking riskier and riskier plays, and they all pay off. 8 rounds in a row, looking for an 11-1 defensive side half, and unfortunately, it feels like EDG might have used all that energy in map number 1.
Hunter's Fury sent through here from EDG, a desperate attempt to open the round, blind fire, nothing found, and the judge is still in the corner. The smoke up from Loida. He's seen 2. He knows there's danger. That's a risky res with the judge still in play, and they'll find themselves more than a few. At 3 versus 2. After that initial fight, the ult at least sidestepped. LaRock won't be finding one, but he will box them in with that wall.
They at least know he's behind, but looks like him and Kraven are almost setting up the join. Lovers Rock. Ult popped, but I think finally deciding it wasn't worth the risk. Know exactly where their opponents are, and even having to just drone to try and clear some of these closer angles. The problem is the second player is ready for the contact, ready for the swing, and in the end it is utter domination. A singular round. It was only their bonus round that they lost. Every other round in the half has gone the way of BBL.
Hard to really believe the series we've had so far. For BBL, Ascent, like we said, EDG picking it seemed like a mistake. You're coming up against the Turkish team. It could have been what sent this 2-0. And honestly, looking back, maybe EDG would have preferred that. Lose the overtime and save yourself the embarrassment here on a final map known to be good for them in the past. Obviously, it's not been around for a while. And it looks like a lot has changed. The Viper wall is so annoying towards B main. It's burning utility or burning the clock as you take main control. The deadlock seems to always be in the right place at the right time. And then Rose and LaRock, I don't know if we need to check their PCs, if we've given them access to the internet in between these games, because they have shown up on another level.
Well, yeah, I think there's been nothing missing from this BBL performance. Got players popping off across the board. You've got utility perfectly placed to just create disruption. I think we've had a load of paranoia assists. Flanks have been perfect. I think all of the Viper utility as well. Like, okay, maybe not the most kills Kreven's ever going to have, but every single time they try and do a faster execute in towards the B site, his snakebite just delays, and then they have the operator there. Like, think about the kills that Lovers Rock has had. It is, okay, my teammates have held ages on this side of the map. I'm now here with an operator just to end it. He has been just as annoying as everybody else, and unfortunately, it just feels like there's nothing to break through all of that utility on the other side. There has been no player that can dive in. The Phoenix hasn't worked. The later lurks, even though we have seen aggressive rounds, at times, they can walk into Konkon's angle and seemingly eliminate him. It has been uncharacteristic, and yeah, sure, we've got the caveats. We know that this is a squad that has weaknesses, but I don't think we ever expected it to just be this dominant.
Not at all. On any map, to be honest. Like, coming here to Sunset, it felt like even with a stand-in, we're going to have a fairly even to favored fight for EDG. That timeline is utterly ridiculous. 11-1. LaRock 17-5. Rose, more importantly, 16-4.
Well, look at Loiter. 12, 5, and 16 assists. Yeah. And a lot of those are paranoia, by the way. It's not like, oh, they walked through a smoke and I got... No, he's actually
got a few of those, but it was a lot of paranoias, yeah.
A lot of paranoias in the early setup of the round. Now all they need is this pistol. That's it. Pistol round. It will be EDG having to force... Well, I guess even if they win the round, they are going to force. But yeah, no matter what. And they will need a flawless defensive side.
Oh, they're certainly not in a rush. Towards Konkon now. The slide forces him back. See the confidence, not quite there to stick around, and as Rose takes one, the sneak up by Signed at least evens the playing field somewhat, if not for the fact that Rose was in a known position, right? He closed the door. They know that he's here, but this fight could change the game. It could bring them back towards B. He won't win it at least to start. It's a staggered fight as you can see Chinchu just running away. Rose in the back lines, but no one left on the site now. The plank can be found, and now look at the whole team trying to deal with Chinchu. They've crunched him to leave Signed alone, and guess what? They know where he is, or at least where he was.
Unfair ask, but it's a necessary one. He needs to clutch this. He's at least managed to get the first. Looking to try and maybe just defuse this behind the box, or at least bait them into thinking that he is. Already, though, it's being watched, waited for. Next one goes his way as well. A chance for the stand-in to pull off the clutch, and Signed will keep them in the map. The coaching staff pulls off a massive 1v3 and gets EDG their second round.
Well, I'm sure he's had a lot of game plans they'd attribute to victories, but that one right there, that's got to be the highest impact he's had. Crazy round from Signed. The super sub sneaking up inside B main and taking a 1v3 across the line. And yes, there were mistakes there from BBL. They got lost in the sauce a little bit. But still, for Signed to capitalize on those opportunities, he set himself up as the top fragger now for EDG, but one good round's more than enough for anyone to do that. I don't know.
It's the smallest of lifelines, but nonetheless, it is a lifeline. It's something to play around. It's a hope that they can maybe do something in this game. But realistically, gonna have to be quite the streak of rounds from here onwards. Of course, for BBL, no reason to overinvest or put too much into this round. You have such a mammoth lead. A chance, maybe, to put some pressure onto Signed.
the one. They're still ready to fight up close. And in return, they've landed one of their own.
No.
Lovers Rock and Kreven, the ones to come out ahead. The Pistols not dead in the water just yet, it seems. And a very late lurk from Rose outside this A side.
Into spawn.
Gonna be a crunch, but it's
Going
Concon
round.
that you're up against. And he's found the first. Rose a little ahead of the pack. This wraparound, I don't think has been heard just yet, but
They
they
figured
know
it
it's a
out.
possibility.
Yeah, no, they've cleared every other angle that it could possibly be, so they know exactly where they're going. Gianni's already going to drop the spike, and now the only last man standing is Kreven. He's still going to make this even more costly. Still, to win this is going to be difficult, but an isolated fight, time ticking down, and Gianni will save the day. It's not a round they should have needed a savior, but they did.
They need many more as this game goes on, if it goes on. Feels like a matter of time for BBL, and look at how much they were able to do here with just pistols in their hands. It's a scary prospect for EDG to struggle this much, to be down by this much. We don't just need to see them win up against this full buy, where, by the way, they're coming in with a lot of disadvantages. We want to see them dominate. They're putting credits on the line. 3 players unable to rebuy in the next, and ult online here and now, though, for Signed. The problem is looking at the map, it seems he's on the wrong side. And if they can bait that out, be a big piece removed early on. That was dangerous. Concon's left on 5.
They'll at least get the heal. I mean, he gets to live to fight another day. Nobody trying to just jump spot, but do look like they're going to try and split back towards this B site again. It is being watched by Gianni, and Dart at least might give the game away, but Paranoia leaves him in an awkward spot. Counter to try and slow down the attack, as he does have a teammate in tow, but Kreven's aggressive positioning is going to make this problematic. In fact, it's going to end the round in his tracks.
That was the main way back through for EDG. They were bringing Signed into position so he could play in the spawn and pop that ultimate, run back through, lead the charge for the team. He gets popped like that by Kreven, threading the needle through market, and it's done. You would think, because they invested so much. And still with the Phoenix ult, it's a 2v4. You're not winning this round. And thankfully, they're walking away. I got very scared seeing them closer and closer to that B side, but a save needed.
Like at this stage, you're 11-3 down. I wouldn't have even blamed them that much for just throwing into the wind. And like they won a 2v4 in I think it was on Lotus. Like they're so far out of this map that I feel like even just letting them get to 12 feels like a death sentence. And
the problem here, Tom, is that like I agree with you. I agree with you entirely. Like I could have seen a world where they do that, and I wouldn't damn them for it. But when you call the save, you can't go looking for picks. What use is a pick for you now? Oh, they've got a little less money. They can buy so many times. You can't. Why would you do that? Anyways, that's a big mistake. And EDG now have 1 rifle carried forward for a round they didn't even try to win. That's tough.
Very little. Stand-in has an ult and a rifle. Concon, I think, will be forced to play just a headhunter into this round. And the opposing side have everything bar their ults. That's the only thing that's currently an advantage for EDG. And, well, just look at the paciness of this early move. Concon, he needs to win this battle, and he does. That's a gun upgrade, but I was going to say an immediate trade, a labored trade, but it does the job nonetheless.
Worst part is he instinctively jumps to dodge the spray, but it meant he couldn't TP. So he ends up getting caught trying to hunt down that rifle. So we go 4v4 for BBL. Those are the rounds that they've done extremely well in, and it's been threading the needle. It's been sneaking up like that. Rose, the one to do it this time. He's caught nobody. He's trying to embed in a nice spot. They're going to do the same on the other side of the map. Chichu's walking up. He doesn't expect Larocque to be sat crouched on that corner. That is a scummy play. The ult for Sign will at least find one, but they're on the wrong side of the map.
Yeah, they're going to find him. That's the problem. His ult's going to take him right back to where he was, and now Gianni is all that remains. He's just seen a player die on the other side, and because of that, he's going to start rotating towards the B site. But as of right now, Spike is going back the other way. He doesn't even know that he's currently been played. Maybe that's 1 for free. That at least gives him the knowledge. That's a lot of value found. What was a 1v3 can maybe break the wall before it's truly formed, but it will eventually be forced to go down. With 2 players waiting on the other side with traps set ahead of him, he's giving them information with every step he takes, every move that he makes, and eventually Larocque is waiting. 13-3, a dominant final map for BBL, and one that will take them further in that upper bracket.
After how close that first map was, Tom, I didn't know what to expect going to Ascent, knowing that it's a home ground for every Turkish player and certainly every Turkish team out there. We knew there was a chance for BBL to win. When they took it dominantly, I didn't even think that that would carry over to this map because we're leaving Ascent, we're going to Sunset, we're going to Comfort for the old EDG, and now they decimated. BBL warming up into this series and looking red hot in the end. Isn't that right, Dagon?
Absolutely a huge upset victory here by BBL, the youngest squad at.
फिर से नया स्ट्रीम चालू हो गई कि कहाँ हुआ है?
Just able to get a prediction on the decider could be on Breeze, which is the map you're about to see for this series.
Yes.
वो ये ऊपर वाला मैप खत्म हुआ ना, उसके साथ चालू कर देगा वो. क्योंकि नीचे वाला गेम तो खत्म ही नहीं हुआ है ना, ये इन लोग RRQ वाला तो. ये जो खत्म हुआ ना 100 सॉरी ये वाला जो खत्म हुआ ना अभी, बस इसी की जगह पेपर एक्स का शुरू करेगा.
On Ascent, however, I'm wondering if they updated the agents from last game.
I think that
Those
might
are the comps from
not
last
be
game?
real.
That's my guess. It's from last game. It's a little hangover. We're just gonna replace those graphics with some fresh agents.
I'm gonna need a Bloody Mary right now.
I was gonna say, there's no way both these teams play without a Viper or at least a Harbor or some sort of wall controller on this map, because I think it'd be almost even impossible if you play with
के लिए तो भाई लड़ाइयां हो जाएंगी, देख लेना.
slip up there for the
ये वाला
agent
गेम
select,
दिखाओ.
but I'm really wondering if 100 Thieves have stuck to their guns and committed to that double duelist, because again, they've had so much time to prep. They may have made those changes.
Yeah, for sure. I think there's a lot of footage here on RRQ and how they do like to approach Breeze. And when we see the agent selected is actually what they're playing. So I guess this just does seem to be the kind of way they want to be approaching things for the time being. So stylistically, we're going to get very much the same thing as what we saw over on Ascent. Once again, RRQ will have to start out on that attacking side, and it's going to have to take a little bit longer. But I'm seeing Harbor Neon. Yeah, okay, there you go. The HUD has baited me for the 4th time. I'm getting whiplash now.
I was looking at you trying to be like,
I'm getting whiplash. Okay, let's just focus on the task at hand. RRQ dashing on into that A site. They do have a lurk waiting in the wings that takes a little bit of chip damage onto 100 Thieves, who are going for a quick flood onto this A site.
Yep, really nice execute here. Taking that backside space. Jemkin going to get the pick onto Timotino, but Cryo is here to trade. 3 of those players on RQ have dropped to 100 Thieves. Make it 4. And all of a sudden, Crazy Guy left in this 1v3. The spike is already being defused.
मैं तो RRQ वाला मैच देख रहा हूँ क्योंकि पेपर एक्स का मैच शुरू हो गया है.
That final pick onto Crazy Guy.
But
and now
अभी
that
तक उसका
100%
कोई
pistol win
वो
rate for
नहीं है.
RQ has gone down.
Yeah, I mean, I was expecting that, honestly. That's a really nice retake from 100 Thieves, though.
That's
exactly what you want to be doing with the Harbor. Just a quick flood straight through middle, dominated the entirety of the map. They didn't get caught out by the lurk. Throw up the high tide and then just cut out that A side in half. Really helps you kind of simplify what you need to clear. And I don't think that RQ really offered much resistance. They're now back down onto an eco, and unfortunately, they've got to take a little bit of a back seat now on this attacking side of Breeze.
Yeah, the fast flood working really well for 100 Thieves. And for RRQ, I'm just kind of interested to see how they're going to farm these orbs, who they're going to farm them on. The dart going in, just making sure that there's no one close enough. Taking that A main space, the orb is going to be picked up by Cushy. Now looking for another A execute again for this side.
Yep, bang, spamming away straight through the Viper wall. Just going to play for the retake. They're quite happy to allow RRQ to have the site, at least for the time being, while this Viper wall is up. Up goes the Blaze wall as well. Suna looking to once again try to isolate some of these players from RRQ, but they're actually connecting a little bit with the pistol. Bora silencing that for the time being. He's been tacked up, going to dash back into safety as Cushy cleaned out from the site. It's all onto Clutch Master Xferry himself, but Cryo with the late lurk on through from middle will give the round to 100 Thieves.
God, Vora's positioning this last map and this map so far has just been so good, able to just dance around those pistols, making sure he's not over-aggressing, not over-peeking into those angles that he could get punished by, especially close range. Vora been so good as such a strong kind of rock player for your team. He's not necessarily anchoring, but he's always there. He's always rotating. He's always ready with a plan. And now we're going to see Cryo actually setting up onto this B site. And another... Oh, sorry. I was going to say another Thrifty. The HUD almost threw me off again. I almost lost the HUD. But we are going to see a gun round coming in from RRQ. It is currently 2-0 for 100 Thieves. The op online for Jemkin.
Up on the attacking side. And 100 Thieves have taken A main in the meantime. One way is going to allow Asuna to kind of maneuver his way on through. Something to think about, actually pushing the issue a little bit. RRQ looking for a pick in middle. Just sitting in a 1-3-1. Operator was spotted nicely by the drone, so I think 100 Thieves have got a little bit better of a read at what they're playing against now.
Yep. 2-0 again for 100 Thieves. Slow start for RRQ. Like you said, 100 Thieves understanding, adapting, not taking too many rotations, but still able to get a lot of that mid-round information. Peeking through that nest area, the neon.
Dirty trip set up there. As the trip wasn't actually caught by the shock. Second one will clean it up. Zan now diving into the site. Catches Cryo, completely hit by that relay bolt. Doubling up there. Jemkin dealing with Asuna. The flood is ensuing, but Timotino is the last one left. And RRQ's done a really good job of just brute forcing their way into B there. And pushing this last player for 100 Things. Bang. He's in another postcode at this point. He's got a lot of running to do.
It's going to be pretty rough. A Bulldog, though, trying to go for at least one more weapon down, because getting 3 weapons down on their first gun round is a little bit expensive. The jump peak going to get punished just a little bit because she got a spot out. Bang, bang. Sees just a little bit of that pixel. He's going to go back towards that elbow, trying to catch some sort of exits here. Because, again, 3 guns down would be kind of expensive. You're forcing the majority of RRQ to be on some sort of weird buy. So, exits going here.
Yep. See what he's able to fashion.
भाई PRX का गेम चालू नहीं हो रहा ना अभी भी.
Jemkin denies any chance of catching those players darting back off the site. Nicely done from RRQ. Just a very slow 1-3-1 to open up this attacking side. Gun round, and then a really good B execute. Just to kind of simplify things. They really dealt well with Cryo there. Like he had the perfect setup there on the Cypher. Cage on the site, really kind of making them guess about what his positioning was. He had double trips to kind of keep himself safe, but it was just perfect utility from RRQ. You had the shock dart dealing with one of the trips and the relay bolt into the back left, and from there it's a little bit easier for RRQ to path their way into B.
Yeah, 100 Thieves, though, switching up their defensive setup, trying to fight for elbow. 3 of these players down. They run it down, run it back, pushing it all the way down towards elbow. Doesn't get a pick, but Timotino's going to punish Cushy. Zan getting flashed, but it doesn't matter because he gets a pick onto Timotino. All the while, 3 more players have dropped, and now all of a sudden it's a 3v3 versus these 2 teams. 2-1. For 100 Thieves, and they're just going to re-clear towards this mid, but the spike is actually down.
I'm not even sure 100 Thieves are aware of that. I think they're a little bit confused as to why RRQ hasn't kind of pushed the issue a little bit. That is a terrible spot to be leaving the spike in a round like this, and 100 Thieves a little bit, I think they must have seen that. I mean, both, on the outside of the door, and they killed both of those players, so I think they must be well aware that the spike was dropped there. Zan, going to pick it up. He's done a really good job of pinching that one. It's Froze still lurking over towards B. You definitely don't want to get caught on the cross here as Zan. Very risky maneuver, but Vora gets off the line at an inopportune time, and now Crazy Guy can throw one man back. He walks back. He walks back and gets the pick. Okay, back to B now, I guess.
Dude, this is stressing me out, but the orb gonna be a contact point of noise here. 400 Thieves. They don't really hear it because Cryo's not close enough. The spike is going to go down. They're committing to playing on these trap setups, these traps towards A. But of course, RQ, they know that there's a whole Cypher setup on A. They've ended towards B on purpose. Xfero here, backside, almost going to get a peek into Vora. He doesn't know that he's creeped all the way up yet. Nobody knows, but Xfero gets a pick onto Vora. And now Cryo alone in a 1v3.
Yeah, difficult situation to be walking your way into. And I think at this point, just looking for exits, if anything. Another gun to be saved over for 100 Thieves, who doesn't have much money to buy around it in that next round. RRQ, good 2 gun rounds in a row. Very slow stuff in both of them, and honestly, a pretty awkward situation to navigate their way through. Some good calls in the mid to late round, maybe a little bit of good fortune, to be honest with you. Just a couple of timings, it felt like, where 100 Thieves, if they had just held down that mid line for a little bit longer, probably could have ended the round outright. But as it stands, another gun round picked up for RRQ here.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy. The start of this round was just this heavy elbow fight from both of these teams. 100 Thieves again trying to do that trap setup. We're off of contact. Phoenix has that flash out in his hands, swinging it around the corner and trying to play for those frags. I think it does work out for them, but it just was crazy how RRQ was so quick to get those trades and punish, especially Timatino, who had the op on the other side, was just unable to get anything. But again, another anti-eco, anti-thrifty here for RRQ, and they're walking towards the same main.
Zan up on the line, taps the orb nicely. In comes the curveball and the relay ball.
Hello, Kansha.
Fury coming in from the attacking side as a gun is dropped in the open. Crazy Guy gonna deny Timatino get his hands on it. It's a messy exchange that still seems to go the way of RRQ there. 100 Thieves. Definitely some potential shoving their way into A main there.
अरे बोबो भी इधर है. बोबो क्या कर रहा है बोबो मेरी चैट में?
It's just Cryo on this B site on his lonesome.
Really good read here from Zan to tap the orb, try to bait any of those setups, and they're out
Fnatic
onto
qualified IG. हाँ, qualified नहीं है. Group stage में qualify होगी. Group stage में है अभी.
Favor Vora now and Bang in this 2v4, trying to get out on site as fast as possible. But man, this is going to be hard. Both kind
अभी
of
पेपर एक्स का मैच है इसके बाद. जंबो.
Both of these guys using that wall to get some sort of map control, to get that space. Both drones coming out, but Xfero's actually creeping.
पेपर एक्स का मैच
है रे. That wall tap on that spike. The dart is down. Another dart coming in. Xfero getting both those picks onto Bang and Vora.
Yeah, he was just waiting, seeing what the rest of the team could kind of bait out, but all of the guns kept on through for RRQ, who are starting to pick up a little bit of momentum on this attacking side now. Have pivoted into the double duelist comp. As I was kind of saying before, with Zan being picked up into this roster, they've kind of been playing around with playing double controller. They were playing Harbor KO for quite a long time. Now they're kind of leaning into Jet Neon because, as I mentioned before, Zan is a very comfortable player on the Neon. It's a bit of a specialist agent for him. And Jemkin quite happy to be back on his signature Jet. As RRQ looking into another gun
मेरे को सिर्फ टीम हेरिटिक्स का पता है. बाकी लोगों का मेरे को आइडिया नहीं है.
Quick split, Zan stopping because of that molly, but being able to push all the way up. The drone coming in from A main, but they've put a hold on it because they hear Timatino coming back around through this mid doors, waiting with a judge. Zan gets a pick on
प्लानिंग करके आओ क्या? आकांक्षा भी आ गई और ये भी आ गई एक साथ.
Using that Sova, trying to get as much information as possible.
कब खेलेगी? कब है मैच उनका? नहीं पता. नहीं वो नहीं बताया कब
the rest of the team is out on site, so as soon as going to go down mid, try to read.
Fnatic sold out हो रही तेरे को पता है?
And the retake wall has come in from this harbor.
Fnatic थोड़ी bankruptcy पे चली गई है टीम तो
waiting for some mistakes. In comes the Harbor ult though.
दूसरा टीम खरीदने वाला है.
From Cryo, making things very difficult for RRQ, and they're just
आकांक्षा TVD याद है. हाँ.
Trying to pick up the pieces, spotted out by
आदि TVD.
It's all down to Xfero. They know exactly where he is.
TVD के साथ मैच है.
Asuna. Nice little response there from 100 Thieves. It felt like RRQ were very much in control of that round. They found the first pick. They slowed things down. But credit to 100 Thieves for putting the pieces back together.
Yeah, they did a good job at flipping that site. Phoenix taking that mid control, trying to get a pick.
ये कांचा हेलो रुशाली क्यों लिख रही है? पागल हो गई है क्या? है ही नहीं वो चैट में.
And it just felt like both these players
कौन सा नशे कर रही है तू?
Aggression on the site because they took their time. They waited for Asuna to just make some sort of chaos, pull some of that pressure, pull some of that focus, and use the timing there. But of course, also Cryo
top
getting
supporters
a
में से है.
Harbor wall was kind of crazy too because that was the spike as well. But obviously into this next round, 3-3, both teams able to get full weapons, but it's kind of crazy because if RQ loses this round, they might be forced onto another thrifty here unless they get those picks.
See how good of a salesman Cushy is. Applies a little bit of util pressure to that B side. Drone goes through elbow, looking to try to fish for a bang here with the paranoia. Blazewalk goes up, and it's a disengage for 100 Thieves.
Really quick rotate, but it gets punished because Cushy, he's walked all the way up mid. Vora, unable to get traded by Timatino yet, but RQ doing a good job at just waiting. Both these offs meeting each other. Timatino turning over the wrong time, but as I say that, he gets the pick onto
अरे मेरे में भी बैच का कलर चेंज टू ऑरेंज.
The numbers are equalized.
हाँ तो वो जैसे जैसे मंथ बढ़ते जाता है ना तो वो बैच चेंज होगा. नैनी फाइनल बैच पे उसके आगे मैंने कुछ डाला नहीं है.
Seconds on the clock as the spike starts to trend back towards that A side to meet up with Xfero. 100 Thieves are very much in front of this though.
नैनी और मसाया दोनों जन चलते सबसे टॉप उसमें हैं.
Yet again here, while the rest of the team is ready with
उनके बाद आशु भाई हैं.
Storm Surge and the Phoenix.
ऐसे करके हैं इन लोग.
So I'd imagine that they're going to have a really good time dealing with
भाई
this.
100 Thieves गलत ही पीट रही है भाई.
Finding that opening big bang inside of the bunker smoke is giving them a lot of problems. Kushi tapping the spike. Timotino able to deal with him, and Crazy Guy is so far out of position here. Panic TP into the site. He will have a little bit of space to plant, but Timotino should be able to just deny that spike. There's no time, even if Crazy Guy gets that pick. And RRQ, unfortunately, again in the mid round, things are just really not coming together for them.
Every month to grow होते जा उसके बाद तेरे को मिलेगा.
It feels like 100 Thieves so quick to collapse. Their rotations have gone a lot quicker here. They're kind of just walking around through mid because it feels like they haven't been pressured enough by RRQ either. So much mid space is given to them to the point where they're comfortable rotating. That being said, Bora did get caught off guard, so we're going to see a little bit of a change maybe towards their clearing that mid properly before they do those full rotates. And now, still able to buy. Getting that operator on the side of
नैनी exclusive है भाई. नैनी वाला बैच मिलना तुम लोगों को टाइम लगेगा अभी.
But this time towards elbow.
बहुत साल से मेंबर है वो. क्या ना मेरी फैन ज्यादा बड़ी फैन है वो.
Kushi once again looking to try to clear the cipher trips.
उसको आशीर्वाद देता
Up
हूँ.
goes the cage inside of the smoke is Timotino hiding in the opposing team's fast lane, and he's found a decent timing. That's a hell of a trade back from Zan as the Hunter's Fury coming in does deal with Cryo, or at least make.
और सुना जंबो कैसा रहा तेरा दिन?
Due diligence, and RQ will take this A site.
तेरी परी मेरे घर के बाहर खड़ी थी.
Really annoying, forcing Cryo to get that peek over.
I like banging 100 Thieves.
The drone's going to give so much information that these players are on site, but they still don't know where Jemkin is. He has this full flank control. As I say that, he turns around, run it back, down on side.
ये क्या तूना मार रहा है भाई? RNG कर रहा है Phantom लेके.
And Crazy Guy now back sight, and Jemkin with the operator in mid.
It's a nice flank timing, but Asuna, they were not sure where he actually completed that run it back from. And now Jemkin being locked out of this round by the high tide. Asuna's got him marked. Up goes the Blade Storm, but inside of that cloud burst, Asuna was ready. And this will be a nice little defuse from 100 Thieves to get them.
यार PRX का गेम भी तो दिखाओ. I am good IG Dave है. जंबो कल मेरा वो आ जाएगा मॉनिटर.
Again, it's this post-plant situation for RRQ.
जंबो कल मेरा मॉनिटर आ जाएगा.
They're able to get at least one on the side of 100 Thieves, getting one of those picks, and just delaying for long enough that the rotates are here so quick. You can see Asuna and Bora zooming, running and holding W through that side, and of course the flank, of course. So much pressure on both angles for the side of 100 Thieves. They're able to just be really annoying in that sense, forcing RRQ to kind of take that timeout, because now they've lost a couple of those rounds that they should have won. It feels like they've had a numbers advantage, position advantage, but it's just been kind of throttled by the way that 100 Thieves is reacting.
Yeah. Little bit of a dry spell here for RRQ that they're going to try to digest a little bit with this tack timeout. To make some adaptations. They've been mixing up the pace. Most of the time
ये चीज चेक करना. मेरे में थोड़ा blur दिख रहा तो I can't understand
the faster rounds that we've seen from them, but it's always
DC पे stream करना.
by the Sova drone and the fact that they have to actually take their time clearing a lot of these cypher trips. So that's really kind of slowing them down.
EWC वाला जो schedule वाला page है वो लाना.
I think the cypher utility is been worth its weight in gold so far.
Jaldi la jaldi.
He's been switching it up almost every single round too. When he is on that B, yes, he has a couple of the same trips.
Jumbo एक second रुक तेरी chat पढ़ रहा हूँ.
Position, you never know where he's playing. And then he's also switched over and over again from that A to B site. So it's been working really well for them. But we're obviously jumping back in now. 100 Thieves. Timotino walking all the way down elbow.
Yeah, has a decent timing here onto Zan. It's a very easy pick to kick things off for the defense. And RRQ, post-timeout, that's where you just throw all of your plans in the bin. The opposing team already found the opening pick and tagged your jet off the line, forced to defensively dash. So you've got no map control to speak of in a 4-on-5. It's kind of a nightmare scenario for the attackers here.
Really scary. No map control other than this elbow. They're holding this double doors, waiting for some sort of aggression. But again, not giving it to them. They're not giving them those easy fights any more. Full A main
अरे
control.
यार इतना
Hoping
पैसा
if someone
कमा रहे हो
taps the
लेकिन
orb or at least walks
कंजूसी नहीं
into their
खत्म हो रहा.
crosshairs with that off angle.
लगाओ 10,000
Timotino
Mbps
now
वाला.
trying to re-clear towards that mid. Using his op to kind of catch anyone off guard, but he's not going to find anything just yet.
Contact play in towards mid doors has to find some impact here. Xfero, if he plays this one in
देख
first, is
सुन
in for a rude awakening. That's a
ये जो लाइन वाला है ना Valorant जिसमें तेरे लास्ट टाइम भी खुलवाया था मैं. इसको खोल, इसको क्लिक कर. देख अभी जो गेम खत्म हुआ है ना कौन से ग्रुप का हुआ है. देखो देख ये कंप्लीटेड के जस्ट नीचे लिखा है ग्रुप. सेंटर में हाँ खत्म जो हुआ है. हाँ तो ग्रुप बी के मैचेस देख ख्याल से जो भी स्ट्रीम चल रही है उसमें दिया हुआ है कौन सा स्ट्रीम पे कौन सा ग्रुप का होगा. 100 Thieves वाला गेम ना. भैया उसमें पेपर एक्स तो ना आने वाला दूसरे वाले में.
kind of rewarded them, and now RRQ forced onto this weird
हाँ
3 stringers across the board.
वही मेरे को दिख नहीं रहा था ना blur था यार.
The Phoenix Molly is really doing them a number here as RRQ looking to dive into the side.
भाई आज सुना तो crazy हो जा रहा है भाई.
And the curveball's even better up inside of the dark cover. Crazy guy has TP'd up to try to get something.
तेरे को आता नहीं ना देखना इसलिए.
Only one bullet left in his Phantom. Xfero's in the back lines. They're very much trying to give Asuna the ace here. Reloads the Phantom and he'll get it done. Beautiful defense.
मैं ही बता लेके तो मैं गया हूँ ना वहाँ तेरे को. Thank you बोल.
Needed really to shut down that attempt from the
लफड़ा कहीं का.
RRQ side. Those are the types of
हाँ
rounds
भाई
that
जंबो
when I
बोल.
go home,
क्या
I'm
बोल
like,
रही थी?
maybe I should play on high sense like Asuna does. 'Cause
रस्सी
he
से
does it
बांध
so
के रखना
good. He's
किसको?
so consistent with it. It's kind of insane.
It was super important.
अपना दिन तो बढ़िया था. नैनी सो गई है. नैनी का मैसेज आया था मेरे को WhatsApp में. क्या पुंछ सोने जा रहा है 1 घंटा कल थोड़े 1 घंटे बाद मिलता है.
Cannot understate, you know, there's some
हाँ इसके बाद है.
aces that you're like, yeah, that didn't really matter. But
ये वाला जो मैच चल रहा है ना 100 Thieves और RRQ इसके बाद है.
Some multi-frags together there.
Yeah, he absolutely shut down their winning condition for that
हाँ
round.
ब्रॉक तोड़िंग चलाएगा नार्जी से.
Both sides getting as much information as
करके
possible
उसका
before
शुरू
it gets
रहता है.
spotted out by the drone. They're not going to get any more information on the 100 Thieves side now. Setting
जंबो
up
मेरा
for some
मॉनिटर
sort
आ
of
रहा है
big fight.
जंबो.
3 players here situated towards here. Vora about to get peeked.
जंबो मेरा बर्थडे में क्या गिफ्ट देगी?
He's just holding, playing passive. Who's going to make the first move?
आदि.
And 10 on the clock here.
जंबो से पूछ रहा जंबो मेरे को बर्थडे में क्या गिफ्ट देगी?
Set up in elbow, down goes the operator. Kushi looking for the trade as the dark cover goes in towards Ness. RRQ putting a lot of pressure on middle. Oh, he's hit him with a little bit of a bouncy dart there. Nicely done by Kushi. Hudson is really going looking for him with the run it back. This is messy stuff. Zan's been able to time him inside of heaven as he comes off the back of the ult, and a big 2K from Crazy Guy to open up B. I cannot believe that RRQ has put themselves in a winning position as the spike gets scooped up by the IGL.
That's insane. Zan actually getting all the way up into Nest when Timotino was opping through that tons. It's insane how he actually got that timing to get in and punish Asuna. But a bang. In this 1v3, it's not looking too good. We have 3 of these players ready on site and
bang आ गया bang bang.
With that flank peek. Kind of insane that round. I thought it was going to go down in shambles for RQ after that initial pick from Vora. Obviously the dart, nobody was able to trade Vora, but it didn't matter because they had this mid setup, but it just didn't work. It wasn't there, wasn't flushed out because of the players that were towards elbow.
I think this is just a round where, I mean, I've been praising our 100 Thieves for their patience for the majority of this game. They very much just try to crunch middle, and sometimes that just backfires for you. They really sent it in with the runner back and didn't quite find the right timing that they were looking for. Sometimes that happens. But RQ now on 4 attacking side of rounds, even if the last, however many, I feel like the last 5 or 6 rounds have not looked particularly close, and we still have 4 on the attacking side for RRQ. So they're doing their due diligence at least. Blazewall and Storm Surge gonna secure A main control, going for the orb is bang, in goes the relay bolt. RRQ looking to punish, but unable to do so.
The A main fight coming in, Asuna getting the pick onto Zan.
वाह सुना निकल के मार रहा है भाई.
Much away, give another peek for RRQ, and all of a sudden, their neon down, but they still have this off online for Jemkin, but he's been unable to find an opening pick so far, especially towards this B side where Cryo's just playing on site, playing patient on his cam. Vora, though, used his drone early, It's going to have to use that dart at some point to get
Baba,
some sort of information. Because RQ again slowing it down in their mid-round.
Darts back up for the attackers as well. Xfero does have the pip for the afterplant. Jemkin looking for a pick over on elbow side, and RQ kind of waiting for him to get in the mix.
देखो पता है मैं कैसा स्ट्रीम देख रहा हूँ
TP. Asuna.
मैं OBS में देख रहा हूँ
One or two players for RQ. Hold on. They're starting to get some picks.
OBS में भी तो मेरे को करंट ही दिखाएगा ना जो दिखाएगा
Timotino's arrived at the party as well, and that's a great shutdown at the end of the half for 100 Thieves. Just perfection from the Neon and the Harbor to
भाई मेरे को लग रहा है 2-0 होने वाला है
Inroads getting into 8.
मैं चाहता भी 2-0 हो पूछ क्योंकि पेपर एक्स का मैच देखना है
Timotino as well, not being phased by all the pressure coming out of the knowing that Bang has his back on side, just being able to focus towards that mid doors. These are the kind of the small plays that I really like to see from 100 Thieves, but of course these are so nice
वेल्डिंग कर दिया भाई वो
for Timotino, and now we've jumped into this halftime. Looking at the scoreboard, 14 and 14 for the double.
पेपर एक्स का मैच भी शुरू हो चुका है। आप देखो जो भी मिलेगा वो आधा ही मिलना है। वो तो गाना बजाने लग गया फिर से।
Once again, have the cinematic music really egging us on in this series.
It sets the tone.
तो कारमेन के साथ ही होगा ना।
It does what I couldn't. As RQ, they've got their work.
अबे कारमेन के साथ मतलब टाइमिंग पेपर एक्स भी चालू हो गया होगा ये कह रहा हूँ
pretty similar to what we saw over on the Ascent side, but 100 Thieves calling has been pretty excellent today, and they're not playing that different of a comp stylistically. Again, double duelist, couple little different bits and pieces. I'm interested to see actually how they approach this attack side. They're going to have to get a reasonable amount of value out of the fast lane and the cages.
अभी हमारे यहाँ तो कितना 8 बजे है ना?
Harbor is the single controller.
8:30.
Which is not too common.
Oh, भुत्तू आएगा.
Or you even have Astro or Omen in the mix.
Yeah, I think for both these teams, they've switched on to the stronger sides. Sorry, the weaker sides. There we go. Because that Omen on the defensive side is really good at just delaying and those choke points instead of using them to actually execute into a site, especially when you're playing with a Viper. Once you put that wall down, it's gone. You can no longer move it. So it's almost impossible to commit to a site like B when your Viper wall is on A, and same vice versa. And then on the other side of 100 Thieves with that double duelist, it's going to be a lot harder to execute because the retakes, once they use a lot of that util on that retake, or at least on the execute, they don't have that harbor wall again for quite a while. They're going to have to cycle, like you said, those Cypher cages or something else that's going to help them through. Maybe the firewall from Phoenix here, but kind of crazy. I'm looking at these two double duelists to kind of keep up the synergy, but for RRQ, they're starting off with 3 players towards the safe side, trying again to get the same main pressure.
Xfero retake on B does have a wall to slow things down if possible. Spots out a couple of players on the side of 100 Thieves, but will just back his way over towards the wall. Cryo trying to keep Jem looking towards elbow. That's fantastic from Cryo to shut the jet down, and now RRQ are very much under the pump.
Post plant here for 100 Thieves. RRQ seeming to decide against the quick flank towards elbow. They know Crow's holding it, but they're walking up. Timotino pushed all the way up, gets a pick onto Cushy, but Zan gets 2 here. Dropping 3 players from 100 Thieves, and all of a sudden a 1v1. Sheriff v Sheriff, Vora versus Xfero. Holding it down, tapping the spike, but Vora gets that final pick, and another pistol going the way of 100 Thieves.
It's a good way to start the offense. Inside of elbow, and despite some coming back in on that retake for RRQ, 100 Thieves able to win the 1v1 that was necessary. That's their second pistol here. 2-1 by RRQ at the first map, and 2 by 100 Thieves. Should give them a lot of confidence. They're already up 8-4 in the half. They're switching over to attack now. It's going to force RRQ to once again show their resilience. Something that we know they have. You know, when they're in really good form, they're great at these comebacks, but I don't know, I haven't seen anything too inspiring today from RRQ. I don't get really the sense that they're in fantastic form. This is a nice B stack at least.
Yep, 5 players from 100 Thieves opting to go for this. They're not holding back. They're just going in together. The trades are all in. Cushy somehow manages to get 3 with the classic, but Crazy Guy left in a 2v1. This is an expensive round here for 100 Thieves, but they're able to get that spike down, not taking any chances, just playing together on that site, high-low towards this. Tons. The peek is in, and Cryo gets the pick onto Crazy Guy.
Yeah, nicely navigated at the end of things, but the B stack does get a little bit of damage done.
Yeah.
So that's the first little test passed for RRQ. At least make the economy breakable as you head into your first gun round. See how much 100 Thieves are going to invest kind of buying around these 2 rifles. But you don't feel too bad bringing 2 Phantoms out of things, especially when Asuna has a run it back into the anti-bonus. You're still probably feeling quite confident as 100 Thieves to keep the good times rolling.
Yeah, and they're grouping up once again. I think at this point, they're just taking that double duelist comp and running with it, trying to get aggressive, especially in their post plants, taking a lot of map control because, like we talked about, when you have just the harbor, it's hard to cycle those and prevent the retakes from flooding in. And now an A execute on the lines here. That firewall is going to go up first. The harbor wall is not the initial util that's being used to cross into sight. Asuna with the running back, trying to get one, doesn't find anyone, but Crazy Guy and Jemkin are the ones to stop the execute. I say that, but Cryo and Vora, good for their own.
Plan going down for 100 Thieves. Man advantage. If they win this bonus, it would be a death sentence for RRQ. There's Cushy working his way in. Drone to try to read the setup here as the site is cut in half by a nice high tide from Bang. They know that the Phoenix inside of A main, but Jemkin has probably got a lot of work to do here, and waiting out the high tide is probably going to really time RRQ out of this round. The Cove will further stall things. Like, this is just a nightmare to retake into for RRQ, and the curveball is where the first move will be made. Hexfero was ready for it.
Oh!
And out of the Cove there, RRQ.
Bhai, mast mara Jemkin.
Retake as Jemkin puts 3 together. I did not think that they were going to get back into that one. But that was very much necessary to start to close the gap of rounds here on this defense.
That was insane. I mean, every single kill felt like it could have been part of a frag movie because that was kind of crazy. But 100 Thieves, man, they took the site. They made sure that they had the space back site. They just struggled to fight together to trade. I think Asuna here also taking that fight solo was a little bit of a struggle. We were complimenting them on cycling that util, making sure that the harbor util is actually the final piece before they try to do something a little bit too aggressive. And it ended up not working for them. But that being said, both teams with their guns on, with their guns online, and a super aggressive start here for RRQ.
Yeah, Timotino under pressure. Jemkin's dash into the window, and he certainly wasn't ready for that. Bang. Inside of the dark cover as Vora, I think, spraying Crazy Guy straight through it. That's a nice pick back for 100 Thieves that I don't think they necessarily were expecting. And now Asuna taking this space into middle. Drone reply in from Cushy, trying to push them away. Xfero has been scanned out, under a lot of pressure here. The shock darts, the Phoenix Molly, he's pinned into a corner, and there's nothing for him to do. The rest of RRQ here just waiting on the other side of the high tide as 100 Thieves start to scramble into 8.
Really quick response from RRQ, trying to collapse immediately to help out Xfero. He did fall, but 3 of these players here towards mid, they just need to make sure that they're clearing it out because Bang here holding that off angle towards doors with Asuna. Nice little crossfire here, gets 2, peeks for the 3rd, but Asuna is there to trade instantly.
That's rough for RRQ. Try to go for something a little bit aggressive on elbow side, and honestly, it kind of worked out until that spam kill came back through from Vora.
Yeah.
And I think the mid-rounding was excellent from 100 Thieves. As soon as they lost elbow, they took that mid-space. They isolated where that solo A player was playing. And as you can see here on the replay, they dealt with Xfero without really needing to do too much. Great little snake by, Shock Bolt and Phoenix Molly combo.
Yeah.
And then just set up a beautiful crossfire across middle. There was not really much RRQ could do there.
The util has been so good, especially when you're looking at a player like Asuna. We've been talking about him a lot, but his flashes have been great for trap setups. His wall being used on their executes, and that molly, of course. It's so nice to see a lot of these small little things, these micro plays that they're using that ends up making them just a tiny bit cleaner, makes everything look a little bit easier for 100 Thieves, like taking map control there and being able to trade and set up those crossfires. Really nice stuff, and I'm so excited to see how Asuna keeps playing on this Phoenix, especially for the rest of this competition.
Jemkin on the op. Not sure it's something 100 Thieves will be expecting. Tailwind active. Cryo, beautiful little peek on in there. That definitely
भाई
needs to be
कितना
where
crazy
RRQ
मार
does some
रहे हैं
success, and the
बे.
neural theft to follow up. They can read this setup nicely. Hunter's Fury comes in. Sand trying to chase them down with the overdrive active, but 100 Thieves are punishing every little aggressive maneuver for RRQ. And now with the high trade across yellow and the spam through from Bang, this is looking like a serious point for 100 Thieves.
They've taken all the space. They have the numbers. They're forcing Crazy Guy and Xfero to fall back. They have to save these weapons. This is not winnable for them. 2v5. They need to buy around these guns, of course, because now 100 Thieves is going to be on match point with this. And man, if I was RRQ, I'd be sweating right now because it's looking so hard. They don't have any idea of how to stop this kind of force push by 100 Thieves. They're just running it down at some point. Still doing it with conviction, still doing it with strategy. They're not just holding W all willy-nilly, but they're able to get those picks. They're able to just trade off of each other so well. It feels like they're able to speed up no matter what.
Yeah, I mean, that setup is just a bit of a domino effect. I didn't even mind it. I think the op was something that 100 Thieves running a bit of a slower round were not necessarily ready for, but Jemkin just goes looking for information in the mid-round a little bit too early there and gets caught on the timing. If he finds
guys जो भी देख रहा है लाइक वाइक कर दो यार. कौन है chat में? हाय हेलो कुछ
especially with
तो
the
बोलो.
overdrive and
बात
Hunter's
करो
Fury coming in
यार.
on the retake, which was kind of just used in desperation after that. That is what
तुम
Cryo
बात
does
नहीं
best
करोगे तो
though.
मैं किससे बात करूं?
Just an
पहले बात
instant
करो.
headshot even onto someone holding an op line, and 100 Thieves now on serious point. This has been a very convincing day from them. Breeze in particular, I mean, you could see why they picked this map into this series.
Oh, 100%. They've been performing on a map like Breeze. But Timotino going for that initial pick, demolishing Jemkin, absolutely destroying him. And now 4v5 just like that. RRQ are struggling, so they're trying to take that map control back. They're trying to equalize these numbers, getting the information with that drone. They're going to spot out Asuna here. But Zan unable to do anything with that. The drone coming in answer, and they have all this information just holding for 100 Thieves. They don't need to overpeak anywhere.
Yeah, it's very telegraphed from RRQ, and 100 Thieves are all over it. Great patience. Timotino diving into the site, flushes Crazy Guy into Cryo's angle. Hunter's Fury really zoning the rest of the rotators away, blows up Cushy on double doors, and Timotino up close as the Harbor ult comes through. We'll catch at least Zan on 5 HP. Out comes the shorty, and Xfero is tapping away. That is ridiculous, but Cryo will finally put an end to it. 13-5 for 100 Thieves. They absolutely demolished RRQ.
That makes sense why this is their map pick. They've been so phenomenal on maps like these, just taking their fights. But I think today they've shown that they have all this really good understanding of how they want to play together. The synergy, the way that they're coming up with these strats, and the mid-rounding from Vora, of course, has been phenomenal.
PRX.
Once it hasn't worked, they've still had an answer in the middle of the round of how to recuperate.
Yeah, I felt like for the majority of that series, 100 Thieves definitely the better team. RRQ, once again, a little bit sleepy, a little bit slow at an international event, given that they are still betting in Sam very recently, picking up this player heading into this event, but I definitely know.
नहीं ये ना श्रीनी ये क्या है, ये ग्रुप स्टेज है, इसमें ऑडियंस नहीं होती, इसमें ऑडियंस नहीं होती. अभी जो इनका ग्रुप स्टेजेस है ना वो खत्म होंगे 12 तारीख को. 12 के बाद ना इनका मेन स्टेज गेम शुरू होगा, उसमें होगी ऑडियंस. इसमें ऑडियंस नहीं है एक भी, सब ऑनलाइन ही दिखेगा तुम लोगों को अभी. इसलिए तुम लोग को उन लोग की आवाज नहीं आ रही है. और बता श्रीनी क्या हाल है? अभी पेपर एक्स का गेम है ब्रो. अब आएगा असली मजा. एनआरजी वर्सेस पेपर एक्स. दोनों टीम अच्छी है, देखने में मजा आएगा ब्रो.
For sure. And look, Xfero is a bit of a Pacific MVP, but he needs a little bit of help from the rest of the boys on RRQ for sure.
मुंबई
So, see if they can pick up their we'll see if they
तेरा भी वो हो गया क्या सेंटिनेंटल?
Heading forward into that lower bracket. They got a lot of work to do. 100 Thieves, I think that's a good vibe though, having got a clean win in that opening
पेपर एक्स
game.
थ्रो करने में तो नंबर 1 है भाई. पेपर एक्स अच्छा थ्रोअर कोई टीम ही नहीं है. बोर हो रहे, चलो थ्रो कर लेते हैं. तो बढ़िया है भाई, सही चल रहा है. रिक तू भी खेला कर भाई, इतना अच्छा तो वो खेलता है यार. तू वो इतना अच्छा खेलता है, क्या बोलते हैं
both of these, and I think.
अरे वो कौन सा गेम है रे आदि गाड़ी वाला? श्रीनिक समझ गया, कोई इतना अच्छा खेलता है भाई, उसमें तू compete कर भाई। इंडिया से तो क्वालिफाई हो ही जाएगा तू आराम से। हाँ रॉकेट लीग भाई, भाई रॉकेट लीग खेल भाई, तू डिजर्व करता है भाई, तू अच्छा खेलता है, प्रैक्टिस करेगा इम्प्रूवमेंट अच्छी आ जाएगी। और भाई इंडिया से भाई उसमें compete कर भाई, इंडिया से वैसे भी कोई उसके अच्छा प्लेयर नहीं है। देयर इज अ पॉसिबिलिटी भाई तेरे को अपॉर्चुनिटी मिल जाए।
Can be simplified when you make moves like this. The headshots are going to pave the way early on as his 100 Thieves out to an early start. The pistol round in the second half gave RRQ hope again.
Yeah.
Are they the best pistol team here in Group A?
No, probably not.
Are 100 Thieves the worst
ना
pistol
ना
team?
कहाँ अच्छा खेलता हूँ, थोड़ा हाई लेवल प्लेयर के साथ खेलूं, बहुत ही ज्यादा बुरा खेल। अरे नहीं यार, प्रैक्टिस करेगा तो हो जाएगा भाई।
We're looking at some of the highlights here.
Yeah.
Asuna is having the
खेलना तो आता है वो गेम।
towards the end. The neon's shown quite a bit here on the map. Walk me through.
एक बार ट्राई करके देख, मैं कौन सा बोल रहा हूँ तेरे को करियर बनाने उसमें, एक बार ट्राई करके देख। फाइट भी तेरे को बहुत अच्छी अपॉर्चुनिटी मिल
we
जाए।
were talking about this by Jemkin was absolutely nasty, absolutely shutting it down. I think we were talking about this Molly combo from Vora and from Asuna, this crossfire just showing how well 100 Thieves were playing together again. RQ kind of having the right idea, getting a lot of those picks, but just having either the timing or the trading off almost every single time.
I mean, yeah, I just don't think that they necessarily were showing their best face here. I don't think that they had the right read on 100 Thieves, who I felt like had better fragging and better macro. They were just bigger, faster, stronger today, and RQ didn't show up to play as well as they needed to.
माइट
As
भी
I
तेरे को
mentioned
मिल
before,
जाए
which is
शायद।
often a problem in some
अच्छी
of these
बात है ना
international
भाई,
events.
तेरे
In
को
Pacific,
अपॉर्चुनिटी
they
मिल
are a
गई
very
तो।
good team. But they're having a little bit of a struggle at the moment. That's why you saw the roster change come through. And yeah, well, hopefully they can pick it up in the lowers.
Who is the best Sentinel that you've seen on the stage so far today?
X-Pharaoh.
He's a gamer.
I mean,
maybe best Sentinel in Pacific.
Cryo's done a good job. He's done a good job. He's done his job every single time. He's switched up his setups, but X-Pharaoh's just been fragging out the whole time,
And then on the other side, who was the most impressive duelist? We had 2 stages going. You guys missed the action from Edward Gaming, but I saw quite a few highlights on stage A. What was the best player or player camera to watch on stage B?
Timotino
Yeah,
today.
Timotino was
Or
really
Asuna.
good. He really impressed me with the op. I think the way he was kind of maneuvering around, he really helped their setups as well a lot of the time, on a sense. So I was loving Timotino. I don't know if he's got it over Kung Kung though. Like, I don't think anyone has it over Kung Kung.
No,
honestly.
he's a beast.
All right, Audio, we are going to be getting into an interview here shortly. I just got the thumbs up from Ginny. She's ready to rock. And it's not Timotino. It's his better half. He goes by the name of Asuna, and he was here since the beginning of the Thieves. Let's go to the main stage.
Thank you, guys. Asuna, congratulations on that win that you got here today. A quick 2-0, just another day in the office. Starting off this year pretty strong for EWC.
Yeah, happy to have a quick win, especially against a tough opponent, I would say. You know, any team from APAC will always give you a run for your money, and it's the first win for Vora and Timotino, so always good to, you know, have a clean win, especially for the international stage, to build some momentum and hopefully top our group.
All right, I'm looking forward to that, but I want to talk about your individual performance as well on the Phoenix, especially. Like, it was pretty good, so talk us through the preparation specifically that came into coming to the tournament.
Not a lot of like preparation in the sense of focusing on the other team, mostly on ourselves. So just, you know, working on our individual game, and we did a small boot camp. Thank you to Gentle Mates for lending their gaming house to us. And yeah, we were able to practice for a week in Paris, which led us to have a really good, comfortable showing. And yeah, we're taking this event very seriously and hoping to win.
So when you're talking about the expectations, you're saying topping your group, hoping to win. In general, when it comes to the expectations for this event, of course it is to lift the trophy, but are there any other nuances that come with that?
No, I mean, obviously get experience. I think that's like the biggest thing, but winning this event will mean everything.
All right, and when it comes to your next opponent, it's BBL. I do want to say on that last map against EDG, they won 13-3. So are you nervous at all?
No, hopefully, you know, it doesn't come back to bite me, but have to be confident.
All right, well, thank you so much. I'm going to let you go. Appreciate it. And we're going to be heading back over to the desk.
Nailed it. I thought she was going to leave him hanging. I'm not going to lie. Athena, I'm told that you got to go. We're going to be swapping Avril onto the desk for the next match. Before you go, though, what do I need to know about PRX? They're about to take this stage, and everyone says they're in the S tier.
Oh my God, PRX, they're a phenomenal team. I feel like every single player on that roster has a really good understanding of their role, and the way that they're playing at Masters was insane. They did come second place in Masters, but I still feel like they're going to be up there. And when it comes to PRX versus NRG, listen, I'm an America's girly at heart, but I think PRX is going to take that one.
They could be the clear winners in our next group. Stay tuned. It's EWC 2026. We're coming back with more Valorant live from Paris.
Bringing these rounds together one after the other.
Oh, and man, you can see Narrate a little frustrated with that one. This is such a great open. DOS9 able to scale forward, unchecked through window. Gets a couple huge kills, but Profik again. So steady in this moment. Nice turn onto DOS9. Takes him down. They getting by the skin of their teeth, and you gotta kind of wonder here as KC, have you thrown some of these early opportunities on your map pick to really set Vitality back?
3 in a row. Obviously, you're still playing this one pretty damn close at the moment, but now the crunch getting ready to come through. Holding forward, and Yampi's able to get Levin on the retreat. Durka takes down Avis on the front lines. He's up and over top of the box, and DOS9 is 6 feet under. Gets to in right now who have to try to save, to hold on to these weapons. The ult economy looking good for KC, but the actual credits sparse at the moment. These weapons will have to be retained. Vitality might just go on the hunt. Either way, they're moving up 4-2.
I'm loving some of these set executes we're seeing from Vitality with some of their ults in play. We saw it early with Profik using that to
break
tee up
लूं
the
यार,
duels
मैं
to make
बहुत
the players
देर हो
on A
गया।
side uncomfortable.
center of the stage towards the exit. That is another good sign that this match will be beginning soon. When it does, what do you want to talk about for our opening round? Who is Team A? Who is going to get the advantage of picking our first map?
That's a great question. I'll have a little bit of a look at the video
We're going to check that one real quick.
Usually we'd be.
I know we throw softball questions.
The...
I asked you about Paris. You didn't want to talk about food, so we're going to talk a little about the game. Who's this Team A?
We're eating good right now. I don't know what you're talking about.
I mean, I'm sure we'll have a veto graphic, but the team that did get to pick the first map was PRX.
Okay.
I think that's great. I mean, they could kind of set the tone in the series. I don't want to spoil the veto. I'm not sure if we have the graphic or not, and we could talk about it at some point. But,
I will have no idea for you either. Sorry.
I don't know how. And then NRG's got to pick a map after that. That's how vetoes work, Pocket.
True.
Just for the layman, I know that I need to kind of, explain things out.
How does it work again? Could you walk me through from the beginning?
I've never heard anyone give the play-by-play of like the stage movements. I honestly applaud you for that. That's a big talent of yours.
You find things and you see things, and what do you see? What do you not see?
People be moving off.
What do you not see? No clickety clacking. No flashing. We're about to begin, ladies and gentlemen, which means that veto graphic might come up.
It might come up.
And we might also see the agent selections. So can we go there next? You mentioned Gecko might be seen. We've got some weird comps from PRX.
It'll be seen. I'd be surprised if we got Sunset, though. I think both of these teams, it's a low-risk kind of veto. We're very early on in the tournament. It's the first time they're playing each other for quite a while, even though there's a little bit of a rivalry and a matchup there. That's mostly gone the way of PRX, but it's always very competitive. I'd expect a bit of a handshake veto. I'd expect 3 maps. If we get the graphic, or if we don't, maybe I should just say what it is now. All right, so PRX, Banning Haven, NRG's band Split, and then we're going to go Fracture, Lotus, and then Breeze as the decider. So you said you wanted to see PRX pick a Fracture?
Yeah, I think there's no surprise there, right? You have the Fracture coming out straight away. That was one of their best maps coming when we looked at them in London as well.
Yeah.
Absolutely dominate Lev on that one. Split being taken out is probably no surprise. I think NRG have not been the biggest fans of that one. It's been one of their kind of perma-bans, I guess.
There we go.
So looking at it now, we actually legitimately have the graphics. So
yes, shout out to production. We've got the bans in. So the first one was Haven, removing the 3-lane fun zone. We've got bans on Split, and now you got the pick. So Fracture was one you wanted to see, Avril. You mentioned why. Who's your player to watch, or what gets you excited about this?
I just think this was, a dominant map from PRX, and I think they pick it straight out of confidence. They want to get off to a rolling start, get that 1-0 locked in, put the fair into NRG.
First look at Lotus for us here on Stream B. How do we feel about this map pick for NRG?
I feel good about it. I think at the same time, though, PRX are very famous for their Lotus. It's a map that they play quite a lot for the last little bit. I think the same can be said for NRG on Fracture as well. I don't think that they're necessarily poor on this map by any stretch of the imagination, and most of the games that they lose are very, very close games. So I think with that and Breeze being the decider, I don't think, as I said before, either one of these teams has necessarily got a massive advantage in the veto. PRX has been up and down on Breeze. They've been inconsistent on the map, but if they decide to turn it on here, then they should have a pretty good day at the office.
Yeah, I think Breeze is a nice finisher here. I mean, obviously, that was probably one we expect them to win a little bit more handily in the grand finals, but Nick got pushed a little bit from Lev. But as it started, I think overall, I mean, you kind of called it. This is a veto that does look like a pretty standard one for the teams. Everyone's should be pretty happy with it.
I think so. I think both of these teams are going to be relatively happy with the veto. I think it's just going to be a low-risk veto in a best-of-3 where you kind of want to play it out as cleanly as possible. Like, I think this could be a very, very close series. I think these two teams know each other stylistically very, very well at this point. So I think it's good to just have kind of a clean, fair 3 maps to see who's going to be the deserving victor in this best-of-3 and move on to this qualification game.
Would you be willing to put on a wager for your region that PRX will win this?
Yes, I will. And I'll tell you as well, Puckett, I'll be very sad if I have to come in here tomorrow and Americas have beaten Pacific 2 series in a row and I've had to live through that. That will be very sad.
Because I don't know if you knew this, but this is a pretty good year for USA.
You guys say that every year.
Doing all right in the US, in the World Cup. We're looking alive in a lot of other sports potentially coming August, like American football.
The only team alive from Asia Pacific in the World Cup?
No.
Australia.
Yep.
Let's go.
All champions or potential champions still here at the desk. How about our friends on the stage? Not ready. Let's keep chatting about football. So this has been... We're going to go to the ads, guys. We're going to take a short break, figure out what is going down with our Fifth Man's PC. Once that is up and running, I promise you, we're kicking off this match. I can't wait for its PRX taking on your favorite friends, NRG. We'll be right back.
is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play. Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
It's the biggest event in esports. Welcome back to the Esports World Cup 2026. We're here in week 0. The event hasn't even kicked off, but we're in the group stages already, and we're on to our second match. We've got a team that has been in multiple grand finals this season, looking for another run. It's PRX. On the other side, one of America's favorites, NRG, the top team to come out of the Americas qualifier, has already taken the stage. We have two fantastic casters for this one. We got Pilsky alongside Avril. Avril, they just brought us some fans out. We are nice and comfortable. We're ready to rock. It looks like all the players are at their desk with the coaches ready to go. How are you feeling coming into this?
Yeah, fantastic. And do note, fans, we're talking about the actual fans blown air. We'll get the real fans in, the crowd coming in for the playoffs next week.
Once we're done building and you don't have to wear a hard hat.
Exactly. I'm sure the fans, if they were in the venue for this game, though, they'd be going absolutely insane, particularly,
To be honest, this is the game where there would be crazy fans for APAC and things like that. But given that we're in Paris, honestly, the game on the A stream is where the fans would be at right now. Carmine Corps taking on Vitality right now is a bit of a crazy French derby going on.
Do you know if we have any updates over there on the match yet?
It looked like it was close the last time I checked. I can.
They're still getting all hands are on mice, so I think they're still in game late rounds.
Have a look.
Spike went
Looks
down.
like it's close. It's very close in the first map. No one's won it yet.
We got a lot going on here. On our main stage, I just checked out here. NRG, all smiles. Hands are up. Everyone's staying off the keyboards, keeping it grease-free.
Yeah.
What is it like in the moments right before the game? Why is everyone in preacher mode?
I feel like, the thing is,
it's on both sides.
A lot of these teams, they've kind of gotten to the point where they have performance coaches, or they have experts who teach the players breathing exercises, who help the players kind of get into the right mindset. Different players kind of have different mindsets getting into some of these games. Some people are too excited. They need to calm down a little bit. Some people need to get themselves G'd up a little bit.
I'm looking for the players that are lying back, getting a little bit of a nap in there, bit of a snooze in there, like Vora from last game.
We see you, A streamers. Hey, A streamers.
They're trying to be sneaky.
They're too tall for that.
I find it amusing that we could see Kakuka trying to squeeze past, but big time, he is 5 foot, so he was able to make it past safely.
It was.
we didn't see big time.
We did not see him. It's a bit of an
There was
ironic
two people
name
there. Wild. Let's take a look here at your agents as we are locking in. Will I actually see a raise in this time of day?
Yes, sir. Absolutely you will. PRX, Jing, this is the man you want to be watching on this map in particular. But as we mentioned before, PRX very well rounded on Fracture. For NRG, having a little bit of a look at a Phoenix comp. They've gone a completely different direction with the Phoenix Waylay. It is still, similar flavors from both of these teams running the double duelist, but not in agreement about how they want to be doing it.
Yeah, I think both teams are just going to be sticking to their guns here. Obviously, no one's going to be deviating too far from what they've already kind of shown so far. Fade versus Sky into the mix there as well. One of the few maps you're going to end up seeing something move over to the Brimstone from his usual jet position, which I'm sure for the rest of the BO3, he'll be comfortably moving back on towards the jet. But yeah, you called this one, man. Jing on the Rays, probably one of the few players that you have to be really careful about.
Yeah, for sure. Totally agree. I think for NRG, it's going to be interesting to see how they navigate this one. Fracture is not a map that they've had heavily repped in the last 3 months. You know, they've only had a couple of officials on it, a few of those over in Americas, one in the Swiss stage of Santiago, which is a very, very tight game versus Foot, whereas PRX, this is a tried and true map for them. They have been picking it a lot, and they've had some pretty good runs on it as of recently. You talked about their game over in Santiago that went quite well for them. We won't talk about the rest of the final. That's not really relevant, Kev. What's relevant is they need this opening group stage win here against NRG here at EWC.
All right, well, we have PRX on the defensive side, NRG on the attacking side, looking over towards the top so far on Arcade. First up will be Jing. Beautiful shot onto Kiko and a follow-up from Devi as well. It's gone pretty damn well for PRX, you would say, minus the fact that Jing does trade his own life. 4 versus 2 in the
हेलो साउंडट्रैक हाँ यार PRX का गेम है ना PRX के गेम के लिए ही बैठे थे अपन और साउंडट्रैक भाई डिनर हो गया आपका
should be a pretty tough one here, Scuba. Let's see if he gets something for his money to end this round with, but we're looking over to a PRX first round victory. Low HP here for Scuba as well.
Tapping away with the bandit. See if he can farm himself up at neural theft, but Imbi will put him down. A nice setup there on Arcade from PRX. Jing in the perfect little off angle, tucked behind the box, and that is a very good way to start
look,
defense.
PRX. A team that we expect to go very far in this tournament. Had a decent placing last EWC, but in terms of the Masters so far this year, 2 second places NRG.
भाई लोगों को एलेक्स
really competitive from North America.
समझा के लाया होगा इस बार थ्रो किए
last year's EWC.
तुम लोग का गुत्ती लाल कर दूंगा ले जाके मलेशिया.
Taking it all the way.
Soniko here for NRG. Looking to work towards Dish. PRX on the other side of things have taken aim and control trail.
ना यार मोबाइल गेम
south side of the map. They know exactly what's happening.
अरे कहीं से भी वहीं ले जाके गुत्ती लाल करेगा उनकी. मोबाइल गेम नहीं हो पाएगा यार.
Taking a slow, but waiting to explode here for NRG.
मोबाइल का ना बैंड बज जाता है पूरा.
Being stalled out by some utility coming through from Devi. Grenade from Jing as well. Oh, big damage actually onto Ethan. Put down to 8 HP, but they got to commit to this one. Flash is coming on through. Devi swings into a triple kill. Beautiful stuff. Brock's the only one that actually gets the kill. And PRX handling this anti-eco with near perfection.
Yeah, I mean, they cleared out all the bottom side. They had double nanos on Dish. They dropped the nade on that exact position. It felt like they were
मोबाइल गेम में ना बड़ा दिक्कत है भाई.
Information game knew exactly where NRG were coming from and had
और मेरे पास क्या है ना आईफोन है.
In the perfect
और
positions.
दिक्कत है.
Saying that though for NRG,
Screen sharing
that one. Just a handful of pistols. They've handed 4 more towards the lockdown.
दवाई ने दवाई पिला दी सबको. गाइस जो भी देख रहा है लाइक कर दो यार. कुछ चैट वेट करो यार. साउंडट्रैक भाई से बात करो.
Kill department 5 and 1. 3 away from the lockdown.
ये बोबा तो पूरा गूंगा हो चुका है.
Round of rifles coming through NRG. Going back over towards the B side.
ध्यान से देख रहा धीरज बोलेगा लाइट जा रहा है.
A big stack though from PRX.
Yeah, progression smoke for NRG over on Arcade. That'll be given to them. They're looking for the lurk here of Scoop as the cam is dealt with. Forsaken looking to push the issue but cannot find the Cypher. It's a complete disengage over on the other side of the site. Envy inside of this Arcade smoke. Doesn't go well for him. Something's found one on the site. Picks up the Phantom and Forsaken's got him covered nicely from Stairs side. What a nice pivot in from PRX. This bonus round looks like it's theirs on a silver platter.
Yeah, I mean, I expected even that Envy was going to get something that he gets found early, but the rest of the players Forsaken ready to be able to trade. And so, you know, a little bit more in terms of damage being done, but mostly while they got up 2 players still alive. You take that bonus 3-0 NRG after a bit of a rough one to start with.
Yeah, it's never.
Why named AB Bobo?
Having
Boba
versus the bonus.
बता बे.
PRX you can see already.
Soundtrack भाई पूछ रहे हैं why named AB Boba?
The opening of this game to go on your map pick. Devi getting close to a lockdown as we head towards the first gun round. Same for a showstopper. All of these big impact odds are very much well within the wheelhouse if they can get towards round 5 here for PRX.
He got one away as well. But unfortunately, just doesn't quite have the equipment and what he'll earn the ultimate not to be able to use in this particular round. Stimmed up Forsaken, taking advantage of that one. Not expecting too much here. Rifles versus
cover
Forsaken earns his ultimate, and we're just getting prepped for the next round as well. Ethan
अरे
taking
उसका
all
नाम
he can out
एबी
of this
डेविल
round.
है यार, वो तो मैं बोलता हूँ प्यार से। मेरा दोस्त अगर मैं उसको प्यार से बोबा बोलता हूँ, वो है आदि बाबा।
Can only imagine NRG will only wait so long before they actually start to crack through with a gun round.
Yeah, NRG don't want to suffer the same fate Lev did against PRX on this particular map. For that to happen, we'll need to start seeing some real life come through from NRG soon.
See what they put together. You did mention they earned the runner back at the end of that last eco round. That can really be one of these ults that helps you simplify things a little.
Open line as well. Mara wants to get something done here. You have to really
बोलना पड़ता है यार, दोस्त को अगर प्यार से ऐसे नहीं बुलाओ, सीधा सीधा बुलाओ, तो फिर दोस्त क्या काम करे? साला बोबड़ा।
Sky smoke. Little satchel up on in, and now you got the showstopper as a result. Does clean up Marta despite the refract. Ethan at least able to take Jing with him, but it's a good start for PRX nonetheless. And now they're trying to read the position of the rest of the attackers with these Seekers.
Now, Seekers will reveal the bottom side of the map pretty comfortably so far. Scuba kind of gets away though. He wasn't one of the players that actually got revealed by the Seekers. Still 3 players alive for NRG, so work to be done here. They can get on site pretty comfortably for now, as most of these PRX players have fallen off somewhat, minus something which is in play, and he's gonna double. What a
क्या मार रहे हैं बे? क्या मार रहे हैं भाई?
No issues there for PRX. 5-0 and something unreal with his ability to get that 2K.
It's disgusting.
खिलवाड़ कर रहे हैं इन लोग तो.
In through the smoke, despite being at a man advantage. NRG not quite able to get comfortable. And they will take a timeout as a result. This has been a
मेरा नाम इग्नाइटर इसलिए है, मेरा रियल नेम से मैच करता है.
They're very familiar with, and it seems like they're going to run away with another landslide victory over an America's team, unless you start to get some quick adjustments here from NRG.
Well, they certainly are from the north side of America, and that side in this particular game.
मेरे रियल नेम से मैच करता है ना, इसलिए उसका same, almost same meaning.
To handle that aggression that we saw from potentially Marta setting up a bit of a line there. Trying to catch a player up from PRX, and the instant util coming through, the stun, Jing wanted to get in, the showstopper, completely blowing up that setup from NRG.
See what the adaptations start to come through from NRG. You've seen them mostly lean towards that arcade side of the map, and mostly hitting one side. Hasn't really been working out too well for them. I feel like PRX have often been quite happy to stack that side of the map and play a little bit more retake towards A.
We saw that one round where they had an eco 5-man up dish, completely slowed down by all the utility coming through, particularly from Divine, Nano Swarms, everything else. There we go. Again, a lot required here from NRG. Still waiting for that run it back, which needs to be an important ultimate here, but Nightfall also earned by Ethan.
Towards the dish early on here for PRX. Once again, it's the guiding light up over the top of Arcade, but that's only really there to condition NRG, who are starting to walk their way into A main and take some map control.
Yeah, first time we're really seeing anything through halls. Let's see what we can sort of find here as PRX wanting to make sure they retain control of Rogue's information found, and okay, decent kills. Mana and Kiko finding their mark here. This is 5 versus 3. The first big opportunity for NRG, we'll say so far in this entire half.
Fault line, a jump spot from Envy. NRG finally starting to organize themselves well and punish some of this aggression in the mid-round from PRX. Puts them at a pretty massive advantage. Spike will be scooped up there by Brock to join up with the rest of NRG to have taken this A main
control. So जिसको भी clutch कर दिए तो उन लोग double stack है क्योंकि side
पे. Looks like he wants to move off, so it does still have plenty of util to relay back it towards B. Nightfall coming on in, taking no risks here. Envy will be spotted. Flash as well. He's got no chance, but a better flash potentially against NRG. And Envy now will be able to at least trade his own life. 1 versus 4 now. Divide with a lot of work to do. No ultimate, and all of his util still left over towards B. Was not going to get a single shot in there. Scuba will find his head right out of the smoke.
Yeah, nice adaptation from NRG.
Just
keep things simple. Pivoting back to where they took that A main control earlier on in this round, so a successful timeout. Their economy going forward, because they're going to have to make their way through a lot of gun rounds against PRX, who have had a bit of a blinding start here.
They're also cutting off the breach of Envy was going to be isolated, despite a pretty good flash coming through from them against basically all 5 from NRG, who some around on that board. Nightfall the only ultimate spent as well, so pretty cheap in that ult economy side, you'll say. Is let's see what we get done from NRG back over towards Arcade.
Yep. Forsaken on over here, trying to disrupt this one as the runner back comes in. Gonna throw out his guiding light, but Kiko is all over it as see the dash in from Marta. In comes the orbital from NRG just to try to zone them away, but in the meantime, you've seen Envy be able to at least pick up one and deal with the runner back as something is pressuring the bottom side of the map.
Yeah, okay, what can Scuba do here though? 2 players in front of him. With PRX really off-site, should be a free plant. Scuba, oh, he needed to hit that. Cage should keep him alive for the time being for a little while. No support here for Scuba, so he just needs to be able to hold this on his own.
Oh, instant one tap from
something से उंगली कर रहा है भाई वो आदमी.
Particularly good for an NRG who are now getting ulti dumped on the side. Out comes both the pre-shot and the Brimlock. Kiko's been able to find one, but that's a nice flash to set up something. Talk inside a tower. Very low here. The lion's share of the work has to be done by Kiko as the Brim Molly tries to delay the plan for a little longer.
Workable. 2 versus 2 now. Operator have a divide. Maybe not the best in terms of weaponry for this. First tap on the spike. Wall fades. Device looking for targets. Something on the Brock. It's just Kiko left alive, and he just can't quite something. Doesn't even matter that he's not on a duelist. He'll find the aim. He's got the sharpness of it.
PRX, bro.
Make sure he'll finish up the last 2 players of NRG, and despite the spike being planted there, no dice for the round.
Very nicely navigated by PRX. He pushed bottom side through A main right from the get-go. I think this opener was fantastic from Kiko, using the runner back just to be able to set up NRG for success, but PRX mid-rounding their way out of a bad situation. The ulti combo on that site really helped them kind of narrow down where NRG were playing the post-plant from. And then something 9 and 2, just a phenomenal multi-frag from him.
And even the utility usage, I mean, you look at the orbital strike, completely isolating Ethan. You had the nade coming through, paint shells from Jing, followed by a flash as well. Now something. Just going to fire a couple of shots into holes, but here come the rest of the players. Almost had a collateral there. No theft now from Scuba to reveal the rest of the members. The rest of the members are coming in nice and quick for PRX.
Scuba inside of the cage. NRG fighting hard in towards Sandside, and they punish the flood so nicely. Read it with the neural theft, and they knew that PRX really wanted to try to get in and take that fight before the spike even went down. It's all down to something, and he wasn't ready for Scuba to have slipped through already onto the A site. A second round for NRG.
Seems like the 2 rounds NRG have gone so far have come through from the fact that they can find some punish early, particularly over towards, you know, that's A side of the map. Find those early picks, handle the flood coming in through from PRX, and sort of twice in a row for the 2 successful rounds. That seemed to work out for them. B, on the other hand, has been a bit more of a worrisome part of the map. They've recovered 2 here. They can at least get
PRX का
you'll say it's an
IGL something है ना?
Otherwise PRX looking for that 7 to finish up our first half to make sure they're in the lead.
Be a big round for NRG. Money is starting to get a little bit dry for PRX after their landslide of victories to open up this half. Starting to run out of cash here. Op picked up by Marta. Hasn't really had a chance to get involved in this game. He's often just been dashing in and refracting in on the entry. Ethan's taking dish here. A lot of moves being made on the map by an NRG, who is just waiting for a reaction from PRX. Forsaken looking for information with the Trailblazer.
We'll see just the one. Kiko, not really too much information there so far. A lot more movements starting to flow over from both of the teams, you'd say. Well, Forsaken wanted to make that play happen. Not going to be the case now. As time starts to run out, that smoke comes down just as Marta had the line of the op.
Jing v Scuba on the bottom of the map does not go well for the Rays, unfortunately. Scuba really keeping that A main push in check, and I dare say that this is going to prompt a little bit more aggression for a PRX who just don't really have any info on what's happening on the map. They've got the A info line, but that's about it.
I mean, that's his huge kill because now PRX have to commit a little bit more over to the A side, something waiting. But as time starts to dwindle, it looks like NRG will be finishing over towards A, just something to slow this one down. Rest of PRX wanting to stack over towards B. And there's the first spot. Okay, Molly to slow it down. Haunt wall spot him, and they already knew he was going to be there. Converging pass, you shouldn't expect too much from something here. A little bit more aggression though from NRG because they got to get the spike down. Time is running out here, and Forsaken's causing problems. The Vi's on there as well. Stops coming on through, and they're just
इसको भी मार ही दिया था.
Now Kiko really needed to win that last duel. Lockdown invested there from the Vi just to be able to keep things interesting, and if he was able to win enough of those duels, could have really created some magic for PRX. But as it stands, unfortunately, NRG capitalizing on that nice opening advantage.
अगर ऐसे पोजीशन पे होता कि भाग जाता तो बढ़िया मजा आ जाता बे.
The kitchen sink at that round. They understand just how battered and bruised PRX's economy was. And winning that round is phenomenal for them to start to make a bit more of a resurgence into this first half.
Barely any time left, and they have to get that last kill. And Divide falls just in the nick of time here, so still trying to rescue the scoreline a little bit. Is going to be NRG in first.
Ultra 7 265k, Z890 S Wi-Fi.
As they want to get aggressive over towards the bottom side of the map. 3 players stacked up so far, and NRG.
तो उसके साथ 50-80 कम से कम.
Just Divide here. Doesn't have too much
तू
help.
ले सकता है यार, पैसे वाला है तू.
Over on the bottom side of the map though, that's a nice opener
भाई
from
तेरे
something.
मुंह में
Ships
घी
now
सेट
down.
कर भाई.
Rifle looking to be
इतना
picked up.
पैसा वाला बनवा दे बोल बोल के कि
Shells even to push
10
Ethan
PC
away.
gift कर.
NRG set up on the side, but haven't got the spike down just yet.
Okay, here it comes now. One go to Jane. Guess what? That's ultimate ready to go. Be sure that that could be a big one for this round as well. Something's also one away, but might even be playing for exits here if they're going to play this one slowly.
Soaking up on the line, tapping away. He knows kind of where Kiko is, but not quite able to deal with him. The C's is going to slow him down. PRX not really making too many moves elsewhere. Aggressive play punished. They're very much keeping NRG pinned into this side. In goes the showstopper. Molly on the spike from the attackers, just trying to buy time and time PRX.
Left side maar de, left side maar de.
Showstopper invested. Envy is on the defuse. Something up inside of the smoke. Wrap around there from Ethan, and Marta closes it out with 2 outlaw shots. Spike goes off. How many NRG players will survive at the end of that round? I couldn't tell you.
Race card nerf कर दिए ना यार. थोड़ा भी इधर लगा तो मरता ही नहीं.
Expensive for them.
Showstopper kind of gave away false info there as well, because I think Jane thought he had cleared tower, but not to be the case. Throw that one in there. Dealt a bunch of damage, but no kill actually coming on through. You can see how slowly PRX ended up playing that round. The fact that they were even in position to actually make a play for the defuse, though, that's got to show that they have the capability.
Yeah.
But 4 now found for NRG.
Very patient there. Money not fantastic for NRG. But they've definitely
अगर
made a peak
stream के नीचे आदि
deficit that they accrued early on.
इसके नीचे
स्ट्रीम के नीचे YouTube फीचर्ड लिखा हो तो उसका क्या मतलब होता है?
मतलब YouTube प्रमोट कर रहा है.
ये तेरे भाई के स्ट्रीम के नीचे लिखा है रे बाबा.
Teams not wanting to make any early moves. Last 2 rounds of this half as well.
दिखाऊं क्या?
Both impossible. Still plenty of decent ultimates on the side of NRG. First bit of information now finally coming through. Desmada.
ये है वाले करीब, लेकिन फिर भी हम खुश तो लेते हैं.
And recognize that there's at least a couple of players over here. Saturate goes on in. Very tight line for Forsaken. Gets legged out by the op as the Prowler pushes in back.
Okay, Nightfall coming on through. He'll catch maybe one player, not quite. Perhaps Forsaken, but he managed to dodge that one out in time. And the rest of PRX now slowly moving on in. First duel, Forsaken wins it. Scuba down. Onto site now, Divide trying to hold this one. Brock on as well. That's a spike on the floor, by the way. Doesn't look going down. Tomato, some damage come through from the
अरे कौन किसको मार रहा है कुछ समझ में नहीं आ रहा हादी मेरे को.
The runner back is gone.
वो तो मेरे को भी नहीं समझ में आ रहा है.
Ethan needs to scoop up the spike here. 20 seconds on the clock. Molly going down. Kiko with the late wrap over through onto Sand. Deals with something. It's just Jing by himself. He knows the spike hasn't gone down. It's an awkward exchange here for NRG, who are investing all of the Phoenix util just to be able to cross. Jing up close to the Blaze wall here. Satchel trying to cancel the plan. Not quite able to do it. That's going to go down for NRG. Now they're just playing this crossfire off of Ethan.
Yeah, this is going to be so hard to do. 1 versus 2 through the wall. Double swing.
कुछ समझ में नहीं आ रहा था भाई, इतना सब कुछ हो रहा था वहाँ पे.
Dangerous situation, and we sort of remember the round where Divide ends up going down just before the time runs out, and Jing has to be very careful when not delivering his own life away before the plant comes on through. A difficult 1v2, but yeah, we're really getting into the weeds of NRG's comeback on this first half now, because it were down by quite a few rounds.
Yeah. Look at that, 4 in a row. Very good resurgence after the tactical timeout. Got to give a lot of credit to NRG there. PRX now really being made to sweat here on Fracture. Keiko has got the Outlaw, juggling that with the Vandal. Maybe kind of rethought his purchase there as they're really trying to isolate Scooper on top side. He's made it out of dodge though, investing the cage, and now you're seeing NRG speeding up on the other side of the map.
Yeah, Scooper's going to get crunched on, and NRG will make some moves now after hearing all of that noise. Still, look at Forsaken. He wants to go for the chase. Scuba's about to make his way onto B, but the spike and the rest of NRG looking over towards A. A big flank, though, from both Jing and Forsaken that NRG have to be a little bit careful about. First up, Marta. versus something. Smoke starting to fade, and something will get that shot in first. Ethan, no response.
It's very tense here. Forsaken's found another one. It's a bit of a landslide of frags for PRX coming back in on this retake. Brock still alive inside of the site. Gonna drop the orbital. Hits 2 players from PRX, but unfortunately Divide with the last second shot, and Jing ready for the flank of Scuba. It's a 7-5 here. PRX with their nose out in front at the half.
Yeah, well, unfortunate. Thought the orbital might have done a little bit more, but Divide too quick on the trigger finger. As we close out the half there, this will still be PRX.
Yeah, doing quite well for themselves, but you've got to give a lot of credit to NRG. I mean, that's what we know them for. Got great leadership, great coaching staff, so post-attack timeout, after they made the adjustments that were necessary, is a much more competitive half from there. They are not scared of PRX's fracture here. They're quite happy to leave it in the veto.
And handling the aggression well as well, in terms of knowing that, okay, well, the first 2 rounds NRG won largely came off the back of PRX wanting to explore the map, wanting to take some angles, wanting to sort of fight for positions on the map, and
आदि ये क्या है?
receive that and punish.
वो कैमरे के बाजू में जो रखा हुआ है ऑडियो मिक्सर.
We see a lot of the times when they play each other, they often force PRX to slow down a little bit sometimes. Quite happy to just sit back, hold some of the angles, and wait for PRX to make the move in the early to mid round that they're looking to punish. You saw a lot of that from NRG. Scuba given a lot of space to
और ये क्या रखा है बीच में?
With the offensive operator.
वो उसी के अंदर तो सारी power cables वगैरह हैं.
Would love to have seen a little bit more out of that op. Unfortunately, you sort of mentioned that, but Mata didn't quite have as much impact on that first half as we would have liked. Particularly on the ops side of things.
भाई सुनना है जोक मारो.
We saw the op, he instantly got U-Tool pushed out.
Yeah.
शादी में जैसे टेंट वाले आते हैं ना, टेबल के नीचे कपड़ा लगा देते हैं, लगवा लेते भाई.
Often. When you're playing, Phoenix is definitely the one to be doing the majority of the fragging, to often be following up what is a dash refract. A lot of the time offensively. Definitely want Keiko in this comp to be the heavy hitter. One farming up all of the run at backs. LG, I think they're quite happy with what they've done, especially given the start in that opening half. Kind of halted the momentum of PRX as they head into their defensive half now.
Hopefully a bit better showing from America's team against PRX on this particular map. NRG the confidence to move forward and start to get the lead in the second half if possible.
मैं ये सोच रहा हूँ.
That should be underway fairly soon.
Let's see what we're going to get.
12 बजाएगा.
NRG on their defense.
मेरे को आ रही है. समझ रहा है?
Expecting a lot of waylay getting on this info line. Wouldn't be surprised if they start to mix in the op yet again. Here we go into the second half.
Thumbnail भी बना रहा है. गरीब content creator भाई. अलग ही दुख है.
I'd imagine we'll just be applying a little bit of pressure here. He's got full utility on the sky. Breach on the other side of things as Marta on the line with the Sheriff Refract active. Ethan opens up the door. He's going to jiggle away. Does at least spot out Devi, and there's Marta.
Oh!
Shot from Devi to get the opener.
Yeah, we've seen that from Devi before. And Marta finds out.
बहुत गलत मारा भाई दवाई.
5 versus 4 early on, calling over.
दवाई लगा के मारा भाई.
Ethan also Brock.
Stomping away. Ethan almost caught on the cross.
Okay. Smoke to try and slow things down. Stunned to cause a couple of problems. When do we get the explode? Finally comes on through, but just into the meat grinder. Both Ethan and Scooping all the kills. Brock.
And लोग पूरा stack करके बैठे
थे. Divide. He has the capability to get those kills. He got the first one. Of this potential clutch, and he's got another as well.
भाई clutch हो सकता है.
Kiko, and Divide's got the hot hands. And I'm not talking about Phoenix here. Kiko's the one playing that. Has he got the capability?
Like hasn't been tapped yet. Kiko knows he could take his time with this one. He's looking like a little bit of a raid boss with the bandit and armor. He's got a lot of util to work with as well. Curveball and a molly. Devi really waiting for a mistake, but he's the one who has to make the first move here. Turret's back up. I think that's what he must have been waiting for.
30 seconds left.
30 seconds. Spike will be easy here. He doesn't know it, but he doesn't quite know where Kiko is standing and waiting. Kiko just waiting for plant at this stage. Turret will be the one spotting him out first.
Spike planted.
As the molly comes on through.
Ah, yeah! मर भी गया, खुद भी मर गया.
Instant headshot. He started out with that one. On Tomato, he'll finish.
Ah, yeah!
Kicking yourselves as NRG. They rotated so well despite losing that opener on Tomato inside of A main. They were ready for PRX's execute. They had a big crossfire on the side, but Devi very sneakily able to construct himself a 1v3 on that A side. He opens up the round.
लो लेकिन stack करके बैठे थे पूरा.
The smoke coming down from Brock, and then the meat grinder, Scuba and Ethan just doing work. But Divide coming on through and just diffusing the scenario. We get another early pick down again. Unfortunately, something is just going to make mincemeat of him. Ethan will at least get the orb away. That's all the energy will get so far.
Trailblazer was at least find the buy onto Scuba. 2 players spotted out over on that B side of the map. So you're going to get the pivot back across. Something quite happy to sit in dish side. The rest of PRX relocating to the bottom side. They meet up with Kiko.
He's going to have to hide there, and that should be a little bit of info, but do they know it's the exact corner? They absolutely do. They see the hands. This will be easy. Yeah, shouldn't even lose a single player to Kiko despite the wonky shots from Jing. Now the crunch over on towards A. Brock to try and hold on to this one, but Pistol not going to do you too much good. Easy 9th round here for PRX, 5 versus 2.
One enemy remaining.
Might not even lose a gun. Indeed, they don't. 5 rifles brought through into the bonus is a very, very good position to be in.
कौन देख रहा है?
PRX. No. Once again, gonna have to play the opening part of this half from behind. So we'll have a look at how their first
PRX का supporter है.
I mean, they were quite resilient in the first half, so have to give them the benefit of the doubt for sure.
The real worrying thing was the fact that PRX did convert the bonus, which is, and then that ended up being 5 rounds in a row for PRX in that first half, and for NRG, wouldn't want that to be the case again. An opportunity here, potentially for Kiko to at least drop 1 gun down. But honestly, when you just have the classics there, it's a little tough. Let's see what the bonus looks like for PRX this time around. NRG really wanted to win the first gun round of this half. Prowlers will get their mark.
Yeah. Know that there's at least 1 player hanging around outside of A main. That's a Molly being prepped for tower. I do think that they're just going to try to drop off Jing up there with the Trailblazer. Keiko under a lot of pressure, pushed out by the utility, and that's an opener for Divide inside of A main. He's punished the push from NRG on the other side of the map when the pressure was coming through into tower, and now NRG are reeling in their first gun round here.
PRX, they can just abandon B at this time as well if they want to go towards A, but they'll slow things down. They'll say, let's recommit. Force the rotations from NRG first. Divide can even go for a little bit more.
भाई लोग क्या कवर देते हैं भाई एक दूसरे को यार, माँ कसम मजे ही आ जाता है. इन लोग क्या कवर देते हैं भाई PRX वाले. मतलब कोई बंदा अकेले नहीं घूम रहा होता भाई, इनका हमेशा एक बैकअप होता है उनका. कोई भी इंगेज कर रहा है तो उसके साथ एक एक्स्ट्रा बंदा जरूर होगा.
Brock last alive, trying to hold onto his rifle. Not spotted out by the guiding light.
My man just wants to stay alive. He's been spotted. Divide. He's going to go for a little bit more. And just saw the back of the play. Brock at least shuts him down. Divide's got locked down either way. Brock's going to convert another kill.
Yeah. Don't feed him an orbital.
और क्यों दे रहे हो भाई?
If he's able to get 1 more kill,
वो भी खा गया उधर.
He'll have it. And I think
अरे वो ओडिन ले लेगा. बदतमीज आदमी है, उसे मत लगो.
Not able to bring as many guns out of that round, but when you win the bonus, I don't think you really care too much.
Yeah, I mean, you got so many rounds in the bank at the moment in terms of where this lead is going. You got Ultimate starting to come online as well. You got Divide winning a 1v2. Oh my god, that just cannot happen if you are NRG. Would love to see if we can get a POV of that one, but NRG taking their 2nd timeout now, and I think they need it.
Yeah. And see what they're going to construct here around this singular save Phantom. Got to be some level of investment here for NRG to try to keep things interesting. They did manage to take some guns away from PRX. They'd love to do some more economic damage, if not give themselves an outside shot of winning this round. But if things go the way they're expected, PRX will be up 11-5 here on Fracture, and it's going to be a difficult position to come back from if you're NRG, given just how strong PRX have been looking on this map lately.
And this is the PRX off out of the starting gates and into the immediate sprint we saw them take in London in the grand finals, just dominating on the opening map. But this one is definitely more competitive, but at the same time as well, PRX are here for a reason. They know they can just take this map away and get that immediate 1-0 in this BO3. NRG looking for answers.
Can't have a slow start for either one of these teams. You would be honestly a little bit upset that this is the opening game of EWC. It's a very stacked tournament, of course, but PRX and NRG would probably be a game we'd be expecting pretty deep into the playoff bracket.
Well, half buys coming on through. Obviously, Brock did save over that 1 rifle.
Bring them
See if he can be the hero for this particular round.
A main taken again by NRG.
Okay.
Lockdown being invested on this B side of the map. PRX playing it very slowly. Not quite rushing into B by any stretch of the imagination. Showstopper now picked up by Jing.
We'll see what they still have to clear once the lockdown has concluded. Obviously, we can see the NRG are going to be late to the party here a little bit as Jing wants to start that party. He'll go down, though. Doesn't hit anyone. The showstopper again. It's Marta and Ethan getting on the board here. PRX are left hurting. They're the ones with the guns. And still NRG coming out ahead on that one. Not Scuba, though, because Devi is still managing to land these clean shots.
They isolated him nicely. Utility invested. In comes the Nightfall, though. From NRG, trying to complete this retake in from Gen side. Envy disrupting. He's got a nice crossfire in with Devi, but that player on the side has gone down. Devi now knows something on the wraparound. Could have a really good flank timing here as we head into a 2-on-2. Kiko, that's a huge pick to be able to get across to the side. They know exactly where something is, but the movement is a little bit too good. Clutch needed for PRX, and NRG will be kicking themselves, Kev. They put themselves in an excellent position there post-timeout.
And they barely had any equipment. They came through with the lesser money, just came out of the timeout, start with a 5 versus 3, ends up being a 2 versus 1. But unfortunately, NRG just didn't quite have eyes on where something was. So 2 players looking in opposite directions and no ability to trade something fast enough to once again dragging that crosshair over, transferring onto the secondary, cleaning up the 1 versus 2. And these are the moments that will just set PRX aside ahead of the others and far ahead of NRG so far on this map.
Put a dent in the economy of PRX, though. It was only a half buy for NRG, who now have a follow-up gun round with some ults to work with. Out comes the C's there in combination with the Orbital. I think that's just going to kill one player outright. Ethan following up super nicely. And again, it's a 2-man advantage for NRG.
So this time, you're hoping the NRG will be able to navigate this 5v3 a little bit cleaner, but Devi is still alive. Something's still alive as well. 2 of the biggest fraggers so that we've seen in this particular map, particularly Devi. So the opportunity is still there. You can start seeing some clean rounds.
Jump spot, curveball to follow up. Everything going the way of NRG until something steps into the limelight, which is a very similar story to what we saw in that last round. PRX volleyed off. Too much fire in the way, and they're going to pivot across the sand.
They burn some defensive utility away from NRG, but they themselves on the PRX side is still left wanting here. It's something going to cause a little bit of noise, might cause a little bit more. You start to see Forsaken take the spike away, so it might end over towards B, but for the time being, something wanting to sell this one. Won't sell it for very long because of Neural Theft. This NRG themselves will start to make their way onto the opposite side of the map. Still going to get past this trip.
Forsaken still with the trip nicely. This is a winnable 2-on-3 for PRX. Ethan in a great position in a crossfire with Scuba over on Heaven's side. Ethan very low, but Scuba playing off him nicely. Out comes the run it back from Kiko, but it's not even needed. Scuba getting it done himself, and NRG capitalizing on a 2-man advantage that they weren't quite able to in the round previous.
Still a dangerous amount of players end up going down there for NRG.
थ्रो हो रहा है और क्या लीड आ गया ना थोड़ा सा.
Still very highly capable. 5 versus 3 and 2 will survive for NRG.
यार आदि मेरे को भी लेना है यार.
Yeah.
क्या? ऐसी वाला कीबोर्ड अच्छा वाला.
NRG have got a lot of work to be doing, and you can see that the money's starting to get a little bit better than Bruce.
है तो अच्छा वाला. नहीं उसमें की जो बदल जाते हैं ना कलरफुल वाले वो चाहिए.
Rolling Thunder one away to make round for ultimates.
तो की नहीं है ना मेरे पास पेंट कर दूं क्या?
PRX.
की नहीं है मतलब?
Their way in towards A main.
अरे मेरे को की बदलना है जैसे उसमें येलो लगे थे ना तो कीबोर्ड देखा.
Try to make their lives a little bit easier. You can see that NRG are well and truly ready for the flood. Even the B players are playing retake leaning in spawn side.
खरीद ले. कहाँ तो भेजना पड़ेगा. हाँ तो भेजना है 2-3.
Kiko on the Jing first. A lot of pressure coming through from ropes. It looks like PRX still want to challenge this one.
Hello रुशाली. भाई रुशाली आई है करोड़ साल बाद चैट में देख रहा है.
Get this plant. You'd imagine if he goes for it in a time.
बड़े लोग ही
NRG will be able to pick up another round.
They can see the elbow. One off the Rolling Thunder. Peppered away through those smokes on spawn side, and Saturate doesn't quite connect. That gives him an opportunity onto Ethan, but the crouch peak is a little bit faster.
हाँ तू डायनासोर ही हो गई है गायब आजकल विलुप्त हो रही है. तू और तेरी नैनी दीदी दोनों जान. ये क्या गंदी बातें कर रही है मेरे से काट खाऊंगी. नॉटी हो रही है ये तो. आदि बचा मेरे को.
Trap set up over towards ropes.
Guys, like कर देना. आदि.
An opportunity for PRX if they were able.
आदि.
They do nibble on.
अरे ओ खोपड़ी के
out there wanting to really challenge for Rock.
ए खोपड़ी मैन
Time out here for PRX, seeing what ways they can just
15 मिनट पहले सो के उठी हुई ये कौन सोता है भाई
Feels like they're in very good form right now. Even the rounds where
हाँ भाई नोटी और ही खा जाऊंगी बोल रही है भाई तू
the individual players looking very sharp.
गंदी गंदी बातें कर रही है भाई
But still need to close here against the NRG. That can be quite troublesome once they get on a little bit of a roll, especially with this kind of comp. I feel like Keiko is in quite good form on the Phoenix. If he starts chaining the run it backs together, that's going to be a little bit of a difficult
ऑफिस से आई तो सर दुख रहा था तो सो गई खाना वाना खा के सोए कर बे ये कौन सा तरीका है खुशहाली कल मेरा मॉनिटर आ जाएगा जहां तक है ये फिर होगी तगड़ी गेमिंग ये रॉकी भाई कहाँ है खुशहाली पता है क्या तेरे को
Those ultimates I talked about in that last round still available now.
क्या बनाई यार डिनर में तू
as well, and they're already prepping themselves for a BXQ. Mata looking to disrupt. What an excellent guiding light though. And NRG are just bumping into each other. Curveball as well as the Prowlers just trying to zone PRX away.
प्लीज नींबू मिर्ची लगाना इस बारी नींबू मिर्ची तो मेरे पास ऑलरेडी है ये बूढ़ा भाई डीसी पे बैठा है क्या कुछ बोला हेलो बूढ़ा भाई बिना गाली दिए जो बोल सकते हो रॉकी भाई बोल दो क्या यार रॉकी भाई मैं सोच रहा हूँ बूढ़ा भाई कहाँ चले गए हैं बात ही नहीं कर रहे आते ही नहीं आजकल बस देखो तो कल आ रहा है क्या मॉनिटर उसमें तो लिखा आ रहा है डिलीवरिंग टुमारो देखो
सुबह पता चल जाएगा मुझे 7 बजे
तो देखना ना क्योंकि मैंने फोन से लॉग आउट कर दिया है क्योंकि मेरे को वो करना था
वो डील आ गई
भाई वो मॉनिटर 18,000 में मिल रहा है
कौन सा
वही वाला अपना वाला
हाँ तो एक मैंने वही बोला था इतने तक का ही होगा इससे ज्यादा थोड़ी डिस्काउंट हो जाएगा
Just stick this one, but that's going to be half so far. Time is running out. Forsaken's just going to run down the clock and still gets a headshot anyway. NRG.
तो कैंसिल करके नया ऑर्डर कर लूं क्या 2000 का ईयरफोन ले लूंगा
Every single one of these rounds, even if it's like a 3-on-5, every XVX is so incredibly close.
रॉकी भाई रुशाली बोल रही मेरी क्यूटी रॉकी ओ डार्लिंग रॉकी भाई ये तो क्या चल रहा है रोमांटिक हो जा रही है रॉकी भाई देख लो
And that is courtesy of Divide just being able to hold every
बस
angle.
इतनी हिम्मत हो जाए रॉकी के सामने ये सब बोल दूं और रॉकी सामने शर्मा के भाग रॉकी भाई भागेंगे माँ कसम हंस दूंगा 6.5 फीट का आदमी शर्मा के भागेगा तो गलत ही सीन है भाई मर गया ए बच गया मर गया घेर लिए भाई इथन को सब तरफ से चारों तरफ से घेर लिए तो पुलिस के जैसे
PRX who have a little bit of control towards A main. Kiko once again has to overturn this round in the favor of NRG, pushing Forsaken off the line straight into the open arms of Mata.
Mata's in there. Kiko's in a little bit deeper as well. Burns
तो भाग गया उन
back nice and early, but guess what? PRX are gone. Nobody's
इंसान है भाई वो शर्मा नहीं सकते क्या
Mata scaled in.
अरे रॉकी भाई क्यूटी पाए भाई हमारे
Yeah, Scuba's in a great spot. Do they see him? They do, but they don't quite get the kill just yet. Jing though wants to send out the Rocky. He'll find Scuba. Still though, players looking down for PRX and energy. 3 versus 1. Jing has a lot of work to do here. And this is like it should be a good round for NRG now.
थोड़ा भी मैं स्ट्रीम कर रहा हूँ कुछ बोल नहीं सकता
but he won't be given any reward for his patience. It's one off the paint shells with the satchel to work with here, and this is very winnable.
देख भाई ये आदमी के देखा दोस्त यही होता है बिना बोल मैंने बस बोला मैं नहीं बोलूंगा वो समझ गया कि मैं क्या बोलूंगा ये होती है दोस्ती जहाँ दोस्त अपने सामने वाले दोस्त का दिमाग पढ़ लेता है कि वो क्या बोलेगा
That's very sensible for Jing.
तो रॉकी भाई अब तो मेरा वॉच पार्टी है अपन खेलेंगे कब अरे इसका शुरू होने का टाइम बहुत गलत है भाई। शाम को 4:30 बजे।
अच्छा खत्म।
देख लो चल तो रहा है।
Marta's having a tough time getting into the game, though. I feel like he's taking this arcade line a lot of the time, and he's constantly getting pushed away. I think this tower side play has been very successful for PRX.
12 तारीख तक ही है बस।
Last round they caught Ethan with just
तो 10 बजे देखो अभी जैसे बजे आज थोड़ा लेट शुरू हुआ है क्योंकि इनके इसके पहले जो गेम हुआ था ना वो ऑलमोस्ट 1.5 घंटा डिले हो गया, कुछ टेक्निकल इश्यूज थे करके।
Talk about arcade. I mean, that's where energy want to put the pressure again. It's Marta once again on that line, but Tree is where PRX.
तो 10 बजे तक भी अगर खत्म हो जाता है 10-11 तो अपन खेल सकते हैं 2-3 गेम तो आराम से।
Good information for Ethan.
As he execute over towards BEG.
वो तो घुस गया अंदर।
In towards Canteen. I'm surprised he's even alive. Brock has found Envy in the meantime. This is just not going well for PRX, and Kiko was undiscovered. Nice reaction onto Devi, honestly, and Brock has got him back. This is just going nowhere fast for PRX.
Yeah, Jing had no HP to work with there. Now Forsaken has to do a lot, and he couldn't land the
क्या
shots.
चल रहा है ये?
So he's here to just maybe get a couple of shots in there.
रॉकी भाई, अच्छा रॉकी भाई नहीं रहने दो, कुछ नहीं। आप तो स्ट्रीम देख रहे थे ना तो वही आएगा। रॉकी भाई आपके पास कोई और आईडी है जिससे आप YouTube देख सकते हो?
3 more to go.
अरे हर किसी को नहीं दिखाता बैक नाइटर, हर किसी को नहीं दिखाता।
नहीं मेरे को कुछ और चेक करना है, अगर है ना उससे YouTube खोलो ना अपना। सिर्फ YouTube खोलो, अभी कुछ मत करना, बस YouTube खोलो, उसे लॉग इन करो और YouTube का मेन पेज जो है ना सामने वाला वो खोलो।
Goes to show that NRG not out of it despite how behind they were on the rounds. Both halves.
खोलिए, अब ऊपर में जो सर्च है उसमें लिखो EWC Valorant लाइव और सर्च करो और देखो किसकी किसकी लाइव स्ट्रीम किस रैंक पे आ रही है। मेरी और आदि की कहाँ दिखा रही है, कितना नीचे है ऊपर है वो देख के बताओ। आ भी रही है नहीं आ रही वो भी पता चलेगा।
Left in the veto by NRG. Will have known that PRX will be liable to be picking that, especially with how good. That will be the timeout elapsing. Let's see what PRX have drawn up here. Do still think that they have the lockdown in the back pocket.
Yep.
So that's going to have to be something that they're considering for NRG. I mean, they have the orbital to potentially cancel that later on in the round.
Keywords के हिसाब से आएगा ना।
Something they necessarily want to have to do, but if it comes down to it.
Most of the lockdown device used it quite aggressively on B side. Just from the tunnel.
सारे दिख रहे हैं मुझे यहाँ पे।
Pressure on the bottom side of the map for NRG.
मैंने भी नहीं किया Valorant तो।
Very much just trying to make some noise over towards arcade.
EWC से आ रहे हो तुम सारे भाई।
Forsaken going to make his way into unders.
EWC तो डाला हुआ है।
हाँ।
सबसे ऊपर जा रहा है। अच्छा ये तो Esports
not too long ago, and in fact a couple of pings going on towards.
उसके बाद है
विंडो खोलो।
This could get dangerous for PRX.
7.2 के
Marta changing up his angle of approach. He is very much on his lonesome here. There's a couple of kill trips on the side, but that's about it. Jump spot out from Devi. Fault line onto the line is perfection. He's just being given nothing.
Yeah. Has to think about saturating that one potentially, but he has to exit regardless and throwing a shot out there, but still low HP. Nightfall coming in defensively. Ethan arriving to help out the fellas of NRG on this defense. Oral as well being dropped into smoke.
Something in the meantime, the players in Sand are starting to get in the mix. Envy has cleared Marta out of the side. Scooper stepping through the smoke, checked nicely there by Forsaken. Even if something goes down, and this will be the lockdown, just trying to zone Kiko away. Make sure he doesn't even have any chance in hell at closing out this round. And he has to respect it.
Minimum, he's going to have to wait this one out.
कुछ भी ऊट पटांग गाली वाली मत बकना ना, वॉच पार्टी चल रही है ना, सोच समझ के बोलना जो भी बोलेगा। 1 घंटा लगेगा कम से कम, 1-1.5 घंटा। PRX गेम चल रहा है।
He does have to worry about walking to the high low. Envy and Forsaken ready to go. They know the position.
थोड़ा सोच के बोलना ना। तू कहाँ घर आ गया क्या?
No chance for Kiko and PRX take map 1.
फोन भी क्यों उठाएगा?
बड़ा आदमी भाई फोन नहीं उठाता भाई ये।
Two pretty big deficits at the half. They put together some good rounds of their own, but PRX have been really hot on this map as of late. I think NRG putting up more of a fight than we even saw in the recent Masters Grand Final. And PRX, I mean, map pick win for them, but we do still have Lotus up next for NRG. Honestly, I would really expect this series to go to distance. If this is just a 2-0, I think that would be the unexpected outcome, honestly.
Yeah, I mean, if this was a more dominant showing from PRX, I'd be a little bit more worried for NRG.
रॉकी भाई कल्लू बॉडी बना रहा है भाई, जिम जा रहा है, इंस्टाग्राम स्टोरी लगाता है आजकल.
Really pushing it to a potential OT, and we got close, despite the deficit that NRG were at one point in that map.
I knew it.
Speak
you
up,
got
Bucket.
me again.
Come on, man.
Got me again. Sneaky audio man. Let's talk a little bit about this matchup from PaperX's side of things.
वो तो खेल तो रहे हैं रॉकी भाई, खेल ले उनके साथ.
6-1, 6-2, and then all of a sudden Energy came back. Can we talk about that first half? What did you see early on?
करके आ जा जल्दी.
Was it simply winning one round? How did they draw their opponent break?
I think it was a tack timeout. Like, NRG is known to have really good leadership, not only in the IGL slot, but also in the coaching booth as well. And I think since they took that tack timeout, they actually made the adaptations that were needed to be able to deal with PaperX. They were able to slow the game down a lot. So I think that helped them out a lot.
That was part of it. I mean, we're sort of talking about the fact that the 2 first rounds that NRG got was playing it slowly, punishing the aggression coming through from PRX, players wanting to take positioning, and then just playing the player advantage after that.
And as we take a look at some of the highlights, I think the big round, it was Kiko, who already had 3, looking for a 4th and a 1v1, but he was bested. PaperX goes on to win the economy and win the rest of the game. As we take a look back at some of the key frags early, what'd you see?
I mean, this is a key round for sure. Yeah, Divide, this clutch definitely changed the trajectory of this game, especially because we talked about NRG having slow starts to both of these halves, and with how close this game was already, you know, a 13-10, I believe it was. That pistol definitely could have made the difference for NRG to get them going a little bit quicker on the defense.
I mean, it's a lot of pistol and then into 2 more rounds for PRX. The fact that they got both their bonuses on both halves.
Yeah, लेकिन PRX अलग ही crazy team है ना.
The deficit that NRG found themselves at, leading to, it was a 11-5 lead. I remember at one stage, so
हाँ दी तू क्या बोल रहा था वो बताना यार.
I think
तू कुछ बोल रहा था ना, प्राइवेट उसमें खोल के देखता हूँ क्या निकला.
Had a better shot at winning this game. PaperX are no slouches on this map by any stretch of the imagination, but I think that the scoreline isn't really a good representation of just how good of a crack NRG gave this map.
I think one of the highlights for me is the Cypher knowing the perfect corner to hide in, avoiding the brim ult, and of course getting a big kill or 2 as we close things.
अबे तो इसलिए तुमको बोला मैं कोई और आईडी से देखो जो रेगुलर है उस पे मत देखो.
They will not have a second opportunity if you lose this next map, and it's going to be your map pick, right? So you just played PaperX.
देखो तो रॉकी भाई.
This was okay. How do you excel? Where do you want to go next? And what are the expectations as Lotus is on the horizon?
I think they just need to win a pistol, honestly. They need to not have a slow start on both halves, because Lotus is a great map for PaperX. They kind of invented that.
कोई भी आईडी नहीं, बिना आईडी सर्च करो.
So it's up to NRG to show why they pick Lotus into this series and come in confidently.
Could be a big Brock Odin map as well. We know he likes to bring that one out.
कौला वाला देखो तो किसमें हमारा नाम कहाँ है.
Deadly something was on the brim. Now he's going to go probably on the jet, so this is going to get wild.
Scumbags with Odins. You'll love to see it. I'm one of them. Come see me in matchmaking. In the meantime, let's talk a little bit about the PaperX.
ठीक है, गरीब लोग अगर 10वें नंबर 25वें नंबर पे भी आया तो चले भाई, आ तो रहा है, कहीं तो आ रहा है.
And going down to 1 health, still making it fun to watch. Can he continue to go this negative, though? He was 11-17. The man was aggro from start to finish in that game.
I mean, he's going to be on the raise on Lotus again, so I honestly would expect him to have a better game, but you can see from the PaperX system, they got a lot of value out of the slower players on the team. They got Something and Divide both having a lot of impact for them. I think Forsaken was right in the middle of the pack, often just getting involved in the mid-round with the guiding lights and things like that. He loves to play the Sky as kind of like a pseudo-duelist at times.
Scuba, Brock, and Kiko all putting up some big numbers. Which one of those 3 do you have eyes on? Final question before the break.
Yeah, I mean, Brock, again, he's the guy that's going to be bringing the Odin out on the Vice here, but I need to see a step up from Mata because I think he underperformed on that fracture. This needs to be a better map from him.
Final thoughts. Will Wele ever grace our stage again tonight?
Yeah. No, tonight? No, tonight, no.
Tomorrow?
EWC?
For sure, at some point in this event.
Yeah.
What party लिख लो?
Yeah, Saturday?
And Sunday?
Sunday? Monday?
Not Monday.
Not Monday.
No games on Monday.
आप कुछ भी सर्च कर सकते हो आप. काउले हो तो कुछ भी सर्च करके आ जाओ. क्यों यार आदि?
It was like 10 minutes last time.
9 minutes and 30 seconds. Best of luck.
Play is in our
मेरा तो होगा
DNA.
ही नहीं.
Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
This ain't no regular thing. I came for the ring, you know what I mean. You see my name in the lights, better get right, I'm champion.
और मैं क्या दी? ये आती थोड़ी देर में. ओके ओके. काजू खाओगे दोस्त? अरे काजू मेरा फेवरेट है भाई. काजू जुइए छे, बिल्कुल जुइए छे. मैं गरीब वाला आदमी हूँ भाई. शायद मैंने कीवर्ड वॉच पार्टी नहीं डाला. मैंने लाइव डाला है.
This ain't no regular thing. I came for the ring, you know what I mean. You see my name in the lights, better get right, I'm champion.
हो सकता होगा, पता नहीं. हेलो मैग्नम. मैगी मैगी मैग. यार मेरे को भूख लग गया. मैगी.
Play
मैंने
is in
देखा.
our DNA. Whenever we let it out,
यार
it
मैग
becomes our superpower.
मैग देख के मेरे को मैगी की याद आ गई. क्या
Now
ले?
imagine an entire city being built to
नहीं.
supercharge it. Kadir City,
बड़े टाइम
powered
बाद
by
आए.
play.
The human body was
मगरूम मगरूम मगरूम.
not trapped at a desk.
गाइस जो भी देख रहा है लाइक कर दूं.
Posture for 12 hours a day.
यार मैगी खाने का मन हो गया यार. खाने पीने की बात मत किया करो यार. मन मचल जाता है मेरा.
Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists.
याद रहता है मेरे को. मेरे चैनल पे जो भी आता है ना, एक बार मैं एकदम एग्जैक्टली 100% तो याद नहीं रहेगा कि क्या कैसा है, लेकिन हाँ ये है कि मेरे को याद रहता है. कोई भी आता जाता है तो चैनल पे मेरे. मतलब इतने साल से स्ट्रीम कर रहा हूँ ना, तो आदत हो गई है बेसिकली.
I think it's crazy. Our fan base is like really huge in France. I think most of the people like already saw some events we did. So I'm pretty happy to be here. We missed out on Champs Paris last year. It's good for us to have an international event that we can play in front of our crowd, you know. I don't know if it's stress, but it's like it's a good pressure that we have. We of course want to represent the country of our org. Also, like I grew up in Paris, like it's a special city for me, so there is a lot of story about it.
We're extremely excited. We cannot wait for this opportunity. Obviously, we need to get out of groups first, but that's like even extra motivation for us to meet them all. It's our organization home country, home city, you know, so that's one of the biggest goals for us for sure.
Feels good to play here, of course, because Vitality French org and we're in France now, so it will be really fun to get into playoffs and share the stage with some of the fans too. I think think that will be cool for everyone, one of us and stuff. And for me, it will be especially like I am playing the French org. For me, like it's a really excitement.
RRQ को देखा था
I
पिछले
moved to
game.
Paris when I was 7 years old, and growing up in Paris, like I think has been a chance for me because
Guys,
I don't think I
zombie
would be
neka
there today
choo
if
choo,
I didn't,
laka
like,
choo
if my
choo,
mom didn't
laka
move
choo
to France.
choo.
And as I said, like yeah, I'm grateful for everything. You know, like I'm trying to stay humble, like work hard, prove by what I'm doing every day.
Our group is definitely the strongest, but I don't know. I feel like it's also probably the most exciting to watch. We have a lot of fans here and stuff, so again, it will be cool to play in front of them and just feel the support in person.
भाई Magnum की
Fans,
जगह
especially
Budweiser
now,
नाम
like
रख लो भाई.
different esports and stuff. The crowd is usually like really good. Game by game, we have first Casey, and then we'll see like who will play next. We'll just be fun. to see.
I wish it would have been like with the crowds. Unfortunately, the first game there's no crowds. But I wish there was a crowd because there's gonna be Vitality fans against Casey fans. It would have been so good. But it's fine. Still, it's gonna be an amazing match.
गरीब आदमी चैनल पे भी रेड वेड मार दो भाई. चालू हो गया बे.
Welcome back. As the war wages on here in Group B, we see an early start for PRX, but now it's time for NRG to get their map pick. We welcome Avril and Pilsky back on the show. Pilsky, I want to start with you. You just saw NRG fall, but bring it close.
Yeah.
How can you blow out PRX on this map, Lotus?
Rocky Bike was भी तो वही है ना, Logitech Superlight.
Buddy, no chance. But I expect all three of the maps.
Rocky Bike अभी तो वही है, Superlight.
And I have faith NRG can turn this series around. I think that we should be in for a 3-mapper. I will say though, PRX are one of the teams that has had some of the best streaks on Lotus. They've kind of invented the double duelist vice on this map that a lot of people copied, so they know their way around this map.
Do you think we'll see the double duelist on both sides of the ball tonight?
Not for this map. I think this is going to be another slow look coming through from NRG. They typically like to play the Vice and double controller in this map as well. So this is not going to be double duelist from them. They will have that one raise. So it's going to be a much faster look, I think, from PRX compared to what NRG will show.
What are you excited about coming into this one?
What am I excited about? I'm honestly I'm always excited for PRX. I'm just always excited to see PRX play. I'm excited for Jing to have a little bit better of a map on the raise, to be honest, because I think he was just kind of a role player on Fracture in that last map. I don't think he really was necessarily tasked with doing too much. And honestly, just for this matchup, like this is a bloody barn burner of a matchup between PRX and NRG every time we see it.
Just excited for this match in general, this group in general.
Yes,
and we got the
you heard
two
from
French
Vitality
teams
saying this is the group of death without a doubt.
100%.
Vitality may be on match point right now. I can only see like 22% of the left side of the screen.
KFC खाऊंगी मैं आज. इधर भी भेजो, इधर भी.
So I'm thinking they're in the final 2 rounds potentially here for Vitality. Would that be an
यार,
upset
मैं
at
नहीं
all
खा
or an
सकता.
expected result with a 2-0?
I think it's the
मेरे को नहीं
expected
भेजना.
result. I think Vitality is kind of one of the better teams in EMEA at the moment. Carmine Core is a decent team. They kind of be on struggle street. They did pretty well to be able to qualify for this event. There's a lot of EMEA representatives, thankfully, for Heretics coming through from winning the last year's EWC Valorant. So that really helps the region get a couple more of the boys over here.
And then after seeing what you have
सब
so
छोड़
far,
दिया
it's
है.
just been one game. But are these your 2 teams to make it out of the group? Or do you think it's the winner of this and the winner of that match?
Oh man, Vitality PRX on paper might end up being the 2 teams, but I think NRG have a good shot in it. Honestly, this is the group of death because all 4 teams have a decent run of maybe having a look at getting into the top 2.
Yeah.
But whatever 2 teams don't make it out of here, they understand like this was an extremely tough group to win.
Honestly, like this group has 3 teams that could win this whole event.
मैं छोड़ दिया था बाहर का खाना.
NRG or PRX could all win EWC, to be honest.
That's pretty amazing. And we're going to see all of these matches if you're just
अब
joining us.
birthday के
We
दिन
are in
खाएंगे,
group
birthday वाले दिन.
stages. To win, you really just need to win 2 matches. You advance to our top 8 in the playoff bracket. You lose 2, you're done. You don't want to start your tournament off with a slow start, and NRG wants to at least take this to a game number 3. Lotus is just a few moments away, and I'm sure we're going to be getting
birthday पे खाएंगे भाई, birthday पे, happy birthday.
prioritize 2 What are the most impactful agents you can bring onto this map, starting with you, Pilsky?
I'm just going to say the double duelist from PRX, honestly.
Which duelist in particular?
I
Do you
think
still have to run
Raise
a Phoenix?
Jet, something.
Raise Jet?
Yeah, Raise Jet.
Le
I
bhai.
don't think you're going to see them running Phoenix. And this is just kind of their quintessential comp. This is what they play all the time. As you called it, Kev, the stylistic difference between these two teams is like a double controller and
Lota party aa gayi bhai.
of a comp here.
It's also going to be Envy coming through with the fade as well. I mean, typically we've seen on the PRX side, they've also played the Sky, so this time that's going to be a bit of a swap up from the PRX side, but otherwise, double duelist from PRX as expected, just the one duelist coming through from NRG.
Yeah. I actually like the Fade better as a solo init, to be honest. I think it gives you a little bit more flexibility in the Sky. Of course, you're kind of going to be lacking flashes a little bit in the comp, and yeah, that's how I feel about the Initiator. Yeah, no one's distracting me right now. It's
I think
fine.
Fade has been a little bit more common. Out of all the Lotus games I've seen over time, different metas, Fade has been quite at home on this particular map.
It is kind of the vintage duelist on this map. The Sky is kind of the off pick. I think, mixing flashes in. And I think in particular, PRX is probably the kind of team that wants to play the Sky a little bit more. They do like to play faster. Even back in the day, they loved playing the Sky on this map. I remember screwing them on this map and just getting bombarded by guiding lights and things like that. But I think the Fade, on the balance of probabilities for most teams, is probably a better inclusion. And I think I like the fact that they're playing it here, particularly into the Vice Viper, where you're going to be kind of denied a lot of info and you're going to have to be put through your paces working the map a little bit more.
Well, let's kick this one off. Lotus map 2, obviously lots of pressure over towards B as expected. It's NRG on the attacking side of things, something waiting on the other side, plenty of teammates.
Oh, there are 8 people in front B right now. Prowler and Paranoia going forward. Marta straight into the side. What a disgusting right click. But Jing able to at least trade back the raise. So no smokes now for the defense, and NRG will slow this one down.
Yeah, that was a crazy shot. I mean, I think a lot of the times you probably don't make that one. You just sort of die in that moment, but not here, not today. Marta, like I said in the pre-show for this map, he needs to step up here, and he has, at least for that opening pick. But what do we want to get over here with something versus 2, Kiko? And also Brock taking, already had a little bit of damage taken from a little bit earlier on.
NRG going back for second helpings. This is a bait setup for the player behind the double stack, as something is just diving and dancing around the mound right now, trying to tap down some of these players with the ghost. Starting to run out of ammo here and dealt with by Kiko, but can Envy be the savior of this round here for PRX?
Yeah, he's hearing a lot of stuff right now. He's got one backstab kill, catches Kiko out with his hands on the smokes, but it's Brock and Scuba with the door open, able to get those trades. Just Devi left alone now in the 1v3. Low HP for Brock and also Scuba, so fairly winnable. We've seen Devi already get a clutch on that previous round, on map of Fracture rather.
You cannot lose another 1v3 pistol to Devi. He's just going to be living rent-free in your head as NRG. 2 of these players are one tap to the Sheriff. Spike going down, courtesy of Ethan, yet Arkrose is back up as Devi. Not sure if that's something you might want to place to try to find some information here. Ethan, first up to bat, does try to pepper down Devi, but he's been allowed to cross into the site, completely surrounded. You can see Brock wrapping around through Waterfall side. Is probably not something you'd be expecting. Arkrose has been invested onto the site. Devi creeping forward, but surely should get caught on the cross here by Brock. Not quite.
He's still in it for now. First tap on the spike. Arkrose already used. Positioning pretty open here. Double peek from NRG would be strong. Time running out is a problem, and a double peek will, in fact, come through Ethan for that kill. No clutch this time. Marta happy with that opening.
Yeah, perfection there for NRG, just giving Devi absolutely nothing. I mean, his respect has been earned well and truly by that 1v3 he put together in the second half pistol of Fracture. Explosive start to this round for Forsaken.
Still
not going to be happy
kill.
with that one. But look, NRG, they win themselves a pistol, and we said they needed to start these halves a little bit quicker, and that's a good way to do it here.
Kind of bad for something there, as he saw a lot of heads, couldn't quite connect those shots over towards Mound, and Envy probably would have liked to have gotten one more kill than just the solo he found in Kiko. Rubble side, all 5 up for NRG. And PRX here to match as well, just about 4 members. The first kill onto Forsaken. Okay, Marta, once again, first blood, 2 rounds in a row.
Yeah, dealt with over on Rubble side, picking in with the Horde, similar to what you saw from Ethan in that last round, but none of these classics are having any impact. NRG doing a really good job just pushing this anti-eco away. Devi with a Sheriff in hand, rotating in through spawn side, wants to try to trim down the numbers.
Oh my god, you cannot be doing that. Okay, that's a problem. Especially if he gets another one here, but disgusting shots so far and something in there as well. They've just turned this one around.
Player standing.
Good pick from Brock or something.
Timing.
भाई वो टीपी करके मुंह पे ही आ गया.
PRX are committing daylight robbery right now to complete an eco win in what that was a 2-on-5.
Yep.
भाई.
I can't believe it.
2-on-5, Kev.
I cannot believe that.
भाई एनआरजी खुद थ्रो कर दी है गेम. ये राउंड
Stars
मतलब.
lined up. Couldn't have had a more perfect situation. Something receives the last two players who have no idea that he's there. I mean, he was about to get one freebie, and the second
दवाई
freebie
यार
was
मस्त मारता है यार.
Thank you. Yes, I will.
That is just brutal, man. I feel bad for reacting because we're right in front of the players. I'm sure they probably.
Mate, we are the only audience they've got. I mean, I just about lost myself with dividing those two shots in a row.
I almost fell to my knees. I'm not gonna lie. Regardless, though, Forceblight does come in here for NRG. Prowler going forward, and PRX are very much fighting for this mount control.
Two casters falling to their knees in the EWC arena right now. The only audience that these two teams have got themselves. A nice TP in. Oh, Envy, you should have hit that one. That was almost free. 5 versus 4. He'll want that kill back. And Jing might just be able to get that kill back. Sees players, sees a spike on the floor. And Jing, okay, looking for number 3. And he's got it. Oh,
ले करते रहो अब.
styling on him.
कर लो टीपी. ले.
Continue pushing the issue. Jing is now on for the ace. Showstopper earned. And Kiko, who opened up this round so nicely.
जिंगा भाई ace.
Shrouded step. Crouch jiggle into
Ace तो नहीं देगा वो.
Has got far too much work to do. Spike dropped outside of Mount. NRG trying to throw a little bit of a Hail Mary force buy into round number 3 after a shocking eco defeat. Or anti-eco defeat, rather. But I just don't know there's anything that Kiko can really get done here. PRX with a gorgeous shutdown. And this is what we were talking about. We wanted to see a little bit more from Jing on the raise
We
compared
also
to
said
Fracture.
sensible Jing. He's not just running knee-deep in to try and get the
30
ace.
seconds left.
Respecting the fact that still early days here. I want to secure the economy, not do anything too silly.
Yeah.
Kiko just wants to save the rifle, and the hunt is on for what it's worth. So maybe Jing will, in fact, get the ace.
We'll see if he's able to do that. Making a lot of noise coming over here towards Heavenside. He's the player in the position to do it. Kiko, this is just such a favorable angle for the Omen, though. There's no way you check this as Jing.
Their head, okay. Kiko probably dies anyway, but Jing would have loved to have been the one getting that kill.
Paranoia out, but Forsaken jumps straight on top of him. 2-1 for PRX. Another great start to a half here. Money will be broken for NRG.
Yeah.
I'm sure they will have had a sigh of relief after winning the pistol, but this is unfortunately going to be an emotional roller coaster for them.
Look at this again. The opening 3 coming on through. Mata just couldn't quite land it. And Jing ends up getting 4 off the back of this. Pretty gross, but more so than that.
That was a gorgeous arc rose from Divide, by the way. Blinds 2 players after they make contact with Jing and sets him up so beautifully.
Team play, perfect. And instantly shutting down the pistol even more so. Okay, getting into a nice hot territory here. Something Judge in hand. Plenty of NRG players in front. All on pistols, so let's see where the cleanup happens.
Aggressive dash on in. Something very much just kicking his feet, running around with the Judge, trying to get a bit of an anti-eco on. Envy inside of the site has a
Hey, level 1 HP हो गया मादा.
NRG are kind of halted up in tree for the time being.
मादा है रे, मादा नहीं.
This one down. Not much to work with. Just classics and abandoned on Scoop.
मादा नहीं माड़ा है वो. माड़ा है माड़ा. MADA माड़ा. उनके लैंग्वेज में माड़ा है वो.
Happy to chill.
मादा नहीं बोलेंगे उन लोग. नर मादा.
Covering over towards Mound. B is mostly open, but Divide will be checking that one in terms of his own contact.
A deep sheer wall over towards C Mount, as well as a one-way. PRX, even if they don't have anyone invested over on that side of the map, are quite happy to just lead towards B and A until it at least gets tripped here. Wall goes back up for NRG.
Through the wall.
वो तो frame delete हो गया वो.
Spamming his way in. And whereas you find one, you shall find more. You know, with all the classics in the eco, that all of NRG are just gonna be waiting around the corner.
जिसके तरफ कैमरा गया वो मार गया है.
One away from the ultimate. And a nice clean round.
Yeah, PRX, excellent position now, taking no economic damage on this defensive side. Gonna start running away with things. NRG once again gonna have to take the hard road here. And just gun round by gun round, work their way into this attacking half of Lotus. This is their map pick, though.
ये देखिए इनको देख पीछे से क्या बोल रहे हैं. सुन रहे हैं.
And the real disappointing thing is, you know, you would have liked to have seen NRG get off to a bit of a rolling start, pistol, anti-eco. Maybe you lose around 3. Maybe you don't. I've always seen PRX. Multiple rounds in a row to start things out with push, pistol, and see what happens over the B side again for NRG.
Front B cleared out. They want to try to sandwich Mount, but PRX are already playing around that towards front B. Prowler does confirm that the raise is over towards the door side. Rocket pulled out, not judged well enough by Forsaken, who goes down and something pushed away. In goes Jing with his own rocket, looking for Ethan, but denied outright. Ethan doubling up nicely. And this is looking very good for NRG.
Jing doesn't even get a shot in there. That could have been at least 1 kill coming on through, a little something more for PRX to work with. NRG now should be able to get themselves onto site. Still something to deal with here as the paint shells will just push them off. Haven't even had a chance to talk about the fact that something is playing on the operator here, and at some stage with the numbers in 2 versus 5, how badly does PRX want this retake with the op?
I think you just want to min-max the money. It's only early days, a lot more legs left in this half. NRG's money hasn't built up too heavily just yet, but they're looking pretty good, honestly. Spikes down, Scuba on the off angle. Might have a good timing here onto something, and if he could take the operator away, that's going to make this one a little bit more expensive for PRX, honestly.
Yeah, I don't think something really wants to walk too far forward, though. Wants to hide away a little bit deeper on site if possible. The two teams
बाय तो है इन लोगों के पास 4 सेकंड को बाय तो मिल जाएगा दवाई और इससे
you just want to hold on to what guns you hand. I say that, but Devi and Brock and Ethan will meet.
That trade actually gives 2 ults over to NRG. Both Brock and Ethan were one off. Brock goes down, gets him the Steel Garden. Ethan earns himself the Nightfall and will unfortunately fall to the spike at the end of that round. Not ideal, but still good enough from NRG, who now go into yet another gun round, knowing that they put a pretty big dent in PRX's economy, and they've got great ults to work with.
It's a showstopper trade that goes in the favor of Mata, and not quite in the favor of Jingers. Ethan will be able to get 3 kills in that particular round. They put the pain
NRG की जर्सी बड़ी मस्त है ना?
3 kills that puts PRX in just the 2 minutes.
मेरे को white color पता नहीं क्यों बहुत पसंद है भाई.
This time around.
अच्छा लगता है मेरे को white color.
Ready for NRG coming through pillars.
Yeah, over on front B, that has been a pretty big point of contention here. You're going to have a Prowler and a Paranoid to push something off the line here. Rubble has been kind of soft cleared by PRX, who will play the Vice over with a deep wall on 8. Something on the line here. The Fade is over towards main, so they don't actually have a Prowler to push him away. They're trying to throw out a dark cover. A Prowler will set him up on the line, courtesy of Envy, and NRG just going to respect it.
Heading over towards the A side of things. Only Devi here. Sheer wall being played in as well. As it's a big group up for PRX over towards Mound. Still yet to see where NRG want to really seriously start to make some moves.
Yeah, just playing retake A here. They still have the sheer wall, so they're quite happy to lean towards C and the front B info line. Door gets tickled by NRG. Does that give PRX a little bit of pause for thought where their setup is concerned? 45
वो आ गया वो देख ब्रॉक आ गया ओडिन पे.
Kicking off the B split now. No scope misses from something. He's able to pick up Brock, hit by the Paranoia and traded out by Kiko.
Would have been gross if you got Kiko, but Kiko's happy with that kill. 4 versus 4 now. B is going to be the ending of where the site plant is going to take place. The rest of PRX coming through the door. And a big TP as well. Forsaken gonna have the off-angle potential here. Now he doesn't actually commit to the TP. Ethan onto Forsaken as he gets taken down from that door location. And it's been difficult for PRX to buy themselves into the retake so far.
Yeah, Devi needs to get involved in this round over from Heaven side. Only marked by Ethan. Kiko continues to jiggle here. Jing gonna find a pick onto Scuba, and they're taking a long time to get back into the side, but PRX have at least got some trades on in.
Well, Jingle, if we hear the sounds of victory, and we do for Mata. Big shots in, Ray's going well.
ओमेन ब्लॉक करके बैठा हुआ था बहुत देर से. वो ब्रॉक को देखना यार, ओडिन लेके आ गया उस पे अमर साला.
To be where, hey, PRX have also been wanting to place more of their own resources on that side of the map. Something trying really hard to find value in this operator. And the no-scope just is, unfortunately not, it still gets the kill, mind you.
Well, it's just a bit of an awkward exchange at the end of the day, unfortunately. And Brock, even though he does go down, I think you're happy with the 1-for-1 onto something, especially because you've already been able to dump the Steel Garden. Wrap around from Mata was perfection. PRX, it just felt like they had too many different angles to deal with.
Alex को नहीं दिखा रहा है, क्या बात है?
If this ends up being a timeout here, but not getting into the next round too quickly yet.
टाइम आउट लिए हैं वो भी नहीं बता रहे कि हाँ टाइम आउट लिए हैं.
From that second round so far has been the one to talk about, with eco win coming through from PRX really setting the table. NRG saying it's fine, lose that one. On our way back on the future rounds and not going to let this one go as far into a deficit or a deficit at all compared to where Fracture was.
I think they're doing quite well for themselves, working their way through this attacking side despite a massive slip up in round 2. Honestly, they've just picked themselves back up by their bootstraps, and
PRX
it's
time out
only
liya,
courtesy of the
देखो
eco being one that PaperX can even continue to buy here on the defense.
We can't afford an operator for something. That'll be one thing gone off the table. The block Odin is back in play. A lot of util being exchanged here. Forsaken tucked away. Has to get, unfortunately, revealed the fact that he shoots the Haunt, but Jing's the one that actually gets the kill through the smoke. Not it down.
Great open up for PaperX, who dominate that mound control. PaperX going to be put through, oh sorry, NRG going to be put through their paces. They don't have any more Prowlers to deal with any of these aggressive plays for PaperX.
Oh,
Box spam onto something. Does at least equalize the numbers.
Wow.
And Scuba ready for the follow-up peek from Jingnet.
It's a crazy read, Ethan. Understanding that something or somebody will be behind
अबे
that
reload
box
वाला
and
नहीं हूँ
rewarded.
दूसरा
But now look at this. Forsaken nearly had the secondary. Ethan a little bit too sharp. For PaperX, Envy still in play though. 2 versus 2. Nightfall ready to go, and he wants to rip that one through. No issues. Brock now behind that same box, and he's going to take him down by Divine and Envy. Doubling up here for PRX's 4th.
दिया है वहां से खर्चा पानी एलेक्स.
NRG
तो लगा
not quite
दिया.
able to keep the streak of rounds going there. See Mount fight. Well navigated by
रंकी
PaperX.
भाई आपका चुंडी कब है?
Saw Forsaken up close towards that dark cover. Good turnaround
Sunde.
for Ethan and Scuba when they were down in a 4-on-5. They were ready for that mid-round aggression. Honestly, if Forsaken doubles up there, the round would have been done outright. But the rest of PaperX pick up the pieces. This is just a very back and forth game of Lotus here.
Close margins as well. Obviously went down to a 2v2. Nightfall doing some work there, and Nightfall nearly ready again, but a Scuba onto something who doesn't get anything with the blades. Very unfortunate there.
Not ideal. Envy pushed off by the Viper wall. Well aware that he does have Odin in hand, and I don't think NRG are scared of it. Maybe they should be. Nice off angle. Paint shells and the paranoia not really connecting too much, but at least making Envy uncomfortable enough for NRG to claim the site.
Trying to do some damage on the wall, could even get a kill, but not quite
Mada
there.
pakad liya.
Mada converts onto Forsaken, 2 left alive. Now look, we've seen PRX win a 2v5 before, but Divine and Jing gonna have to do a little bit more than that. It's only Divine left, 1v4 ultimate in hand, but what can he really do here? We know he can certainly get some shots in, but look at the money situation.
Yeah. NRG being very disciplined here. Both teams a little bit lower on the cash, so they want to maximize the guns and not give Divine any chances of completing this clutch, let alone taking more guns here.
Does Divine even want to go for it? That's my question, because it just doesn't have the money to play with.
Yeah, fall back into spawn side. Hold on to the Vandal, but consequently, NRG, who are also quite light on the cash, will get through this round with 4 guns surviving. It's a very nice clap back to even things up 4 apiece.
Early shut down against something's Blade Storm. Everyone winning their ones. A well handled 4 versus 2 there, making sure another clutch is not going to be possible. So once again, we find ourselves all evened up 4-4 on Lotus. By the only gun in the hand. See what the rest of the economy looks like for PaperX after this.
Too much for Envy to do that. Especially after something goes down right at the start of the round.
Oh, that is not the economy look you want to see for PRX.
Yeah.
Quite a bit better for NRG. No blades for something, obviously, and a TP that could have been a
अब इन लोग बहुत ज़्यादा aggressive हो रहे हैं बे.
Yeah, I mean, he wanted to go for the progression smoke play with the Haunt to try to scan somebody going across to Rebel. It is a PaperX classic to throw out those dark covers and try to dive into them with
ज़्यादा ही aggressive हो रहे हैं
case,
लोग.
though, as mentioned before, NRG very, very familiar with PaperX and all of their antics and quite happy to play around them.
Jing desperate to find that gun there, dropped by Forsaken. And the hand-me-down will not be passed over.
This is going to be a very, very good half for NRG, especially after they get E-Code round 2. Like, they're going to go up 5-4 with massive economy. A lot of ults coming off online here towards the tail end of the half. Like, I'm very, very impressed that they've been able to actually put themselves in a winning position on this attacking side of Lotus, given how this started.
I mean, the same situation on Fracture would have led PRX to quite the lead, but here on NRG, they're about to find the 5-4 here, especially with that kill into Envy, and still one gun left in the hands of Devi, and at the end of this one, he has to start asking the question again. Does he just go for the save?
30 seconds left.
Potentially so. Not much for something to do there. NRG starting to really condition this A side. They've been kind of battering down the door in this part of the map a couple of rounds in the row here. Seen PRX with a very, very quick opening towards A that has been pretty unsuccessful 2 rounds in a row. Something's Blade Storm, and then you saw that cheeky little play trying to go for the Haunt scan. Have to maybe try to rethink the approach, maybe. Especially with the Steel Garden, move the Vice over to play retake A. It's definitely a viable option. PRX have had a fair bit of success kind of fighting in the middle of the map and dominating C Mound.
That'd be an okay time for a timeout for PRX as well, as they will recover some of their economy for that next round. And a couple of ultimates to play in there. Showstopper I'm looking at. Both of Vices looking at Steel Garden here. Contact found, Devi. Okay, he's happy with that one.
सब भागेंगे देखना ना उसके तरफ.
How much of a chase did NRG want to go on?
They've got really great money, so honestly, they can throw as many guns at this as they want to. So as it stands, don't want to go through all of the effort and the trouble of digging of a Devi out of a fully set up C site. And NRG claimed the lead here, 5-4. Only a couple of rounds left to play, and NRG have got plenty of money. They've got plenty of ults to play with. Really, the onus is back on PRX to try to conjure a little bit more magic, because they've been falling flat in the last couple.
Yeah, a couple of opportunities there. Something, like you said, not much to do, but maybe a cheeky headshot would have landed in a kill. So no timeout, but PRX still, again, really needs something out of this. Their economy is in the dumps, and something back on the up. Half
not bad कहा जाए तो.
Can't even quite afford everything now. Has something would like a shot here. Dash ready to go, but NRG do not bite on the hook.
Second, peppering down at least one player outside of A there. Scuba a little worse for wear, but the regen shield will help him come back up to a little bit more of a healthy status, as NRG looking to pick up the pace towards C here with the Nightfall.
Haven't seen much out of C for NRG so far, so this time they're going to really commit into it. Shit will slow things down. With the Nightfall in play, PRX fully respecting something is ready once again. Paranoia will be pushing players off slightly, but just no one in the sightlines. He will reveal the operator once more.
Yeah, Steel Garden's getting traded, waiting for the Raze ult to kick this one off in combination with the Paranoia. In goes the Viper's Pit from NRG. It's a pretty deep one to try to zone Waterfall away and make things difficult for PRX.
Here we go, Showstopper Jing. That's the opening he was looking for, but doesn't see Marta. Despite being flashed out, Marta gets the kill, Devi gets the trade, so there is still a 4 versus 4 and against something. He wanted that operator kill for so long, gets it onto Kiko. Opportunity now, Envy onto Brock. 2 left, Scuba and Ethan to hold on, and they can't do it. Scuba needs to do a lot of work here, but something's got his number. We're back to evens, 5-5.
Yeah, I mean, I'm surprised PRX was able to put that retake together, given that the Showstopper had 0 impact on the retake there. The pit ends up kind of working against NRG. I understand they were really trying to dig their heels into Waterfall and give themselves an avenue to play towards long, but unfortunately, it just ends up being a big smoke to obscure the fact that PRX are on the spike.
Marta flash here is on, makes it easy for Devi to be able to get that trade.
Good stuff inside of the pit from something. It's not easy to retake into a pit with an operator, I'll tell you that.
Like I said earlier, PRX needed to make that one work, and okay, let's just get this one underway, because Jing already wants to take some early control, playing off that smoke.
That's a classic set play from PRX, going fishing for a pick outside of C, but unfortunately not able to get it. Scuba lurking outside of A here, has Defiant something to contend with. Not sure if something caught a whiff of it. Indeed, you see the ping come out, but with the wall going up for Scuba, he's going to be able to skulk away as NRG start to work mound control.
Okay, here, clearing rather, and for a second doesn't TP out in time. PRX dropping their members over towards C. Now the long rotate has to happen, Jing. Late to the party, unfortunately. Oh, this Vice Util stuck on the opposite side of the map.
Yeah. PRX are so far out of position here. Have to take a long way back on into it. That is ridiculous from Jing. Waits till the last minute, and Marta not respecting the boom bot.
Yeah, if he shoots the boom bot, unfortunately he just dies to Jing's swing there, so lose-lose scenario, and perfectly played by Jing. Makes the retake a little bit easier now, 4 versus 4, no ultimates though. On either side, Prowler in first. CT clear so far. And Scuba, like you said, on for the long flank. Wait for that activation, but he needs to get in position. Something big shot into Ethan. Divide gets a kill to Brock as well. Okay, 1 versus 1. Does he have the shot? Oh, Scuba's got to come in. Door's closing. Door is closing, brother. No, he's just got to give that one up. I'm afraid he's gone.
PRX को देख.
That door timing's wild.
Perfectly played there by
इतने बड़े मैप में हर टीम 2 स्मोक खेलती, एक खेल रही.
Waiting for him to peek, but never
ठीक है.
quite gets the peek that he was looking for.
एक तो मैप उनका नहीं है, उस पे भी वो उनके बराबर पे है स्कोर लाइन पे. और डिफेंस अच्छा, PRX का अटैक है. तो उस हिसाब से बहुत अच्छा खेल रही है PRX. पूरा नहीं खेल रही है दूसरे के मैप में.
Honestly, PRX, it's crazy that they keep making some of these rounds so competitive because they were so far behind positionally after they lost Forsaken there. NRG was basically given a free C site.
Here we go, once again, making similar plays here, but this time it's Marta going in on a 1 HP, he survives. Takes down Forsaken once again. Big trades happening still on Mount 3 versus 4. Paranoid doesn't get as much as you would have liked, but
नहीं यार, बॉडी मार रहा था उस चक्कर में.
Has to find this next shot. Dash is about to fade away, and 3 members from NRG is too many for him to handle.
Not much for EMB to do there. Well traded by NRG. What a resurgence to get 7 rounds on the attacking
वो तो
side.
spam करेगा ही इस मैप
They
में.
get ecoed after the pistol. Really, really nicely worked. Could see why they picked Lotus into this series. And I'm feeling good for them.
इन लोगों को वो देते हैं ना जो भी ड्रिंक चाहिए होता है. बेचारों को इस बार पानी दिए हैं भाई.
They're going to be quite pleased with themselves.
Starting to really win things over towards that mound side of things as well. These last 2 rounds, winning these controls. And something, he had a couple of the op kills, but not really dominating the map or controlling the spaces he would have wanted to. Like you said, the big recovery from that second round is really the story for NRG. And we already saw their ability to recover on Fracture.
मेरे को ऐसा लगता है 2-0 खत्म हो जाएगा गेम.
Deficit ended up being a little bit too big for them, despite the fact that it took a couple extra timeouts from the PRX side to even dig in for that 13th round here on Lotus. Finished that first half with the lead, feeling a lot better about their chances. Feeling like we can definitely go to a map 3.
It's up to PRX here. Another pretty close half. More than serviceable, swapping back over onto this attacking side. But they have had a change of Enit. I think that does kind of help them in some regard. The fade over the sky will help them, as I mentioned before, kind of work the map. It's why it's a very, very popular choice of initiator on Lotus in particular, on a lot of 3-lane maps, because you can just solve any question mark that you need to by throwing a Prowler. You need to take B main, throw a Prowler. You need to take C mount, throw a Prowler. Clear rubble, throw a Prowler at it. Use the Haunt on cooldown. The Sky will allow you to be a little bit more explosive, you know, which is how often, I mean, PRX do like to play. And I think a lot of teams like to play that mimic this kind of Raze Jet burst comp, because the Guiding Light just gives you more burst potential. You go from contacting, making no noise at all, to Guiding Light, Satchel Dash straight into the site. It's very much faster than a Fade will actually offer you.
Sounds a lot more like PRX's traditional playstyle as well. Double duelist, explode on with some flashes coming through from your Sky.
I mean, the problem is, though, that as you kind of mentioned before, they're playing into a slower comp from NRG that has a lot more stall and a lot more util. You're fighting into a Vice that's going to give you some problems on the dive, less problems than if you were running something like a Neon. But even, you know, Viper Omen, going to be troublesome regardless, though. We're going to have fisticuffs here over A Rubble right off the bat.
We'll see how PRX manages this situation. 4 members for NRG on their side, and one scan already out onto Martyrs. That location has been revealed. Wall's going to slow things down somewhat, and Martyrs just taking util damage from all angles. So is Brock.
PRX not liking the way that A is feeling right now. They've taken a little bit of a chunk out of Brock and Marta, as mentioned, so I feel like they kind of win that exchange to some regard. Marta taking a little bit of a risk, looking for information, punished by something to give PRX the opener.
And PRX slowed down, walked back a little bit, then re-entered. Now NRG are interested once more again, so the wall to play off. Door tagged as well. Brock, reminder, one of the low HP members.
All of NRG are here though. Paper X ready for the swing with the Paranoia is excellent to make them very uncomfortable. Paranoia back in response for Paper X. Very much fighting for control of Rubble here. This will definitely decide the pistol round. Scuba with 2 into a 1v1. Can Divide clutch yet another pistol for Paper X. Swing in from Scuba is beautiful, and a 3K to give NRG yet another great start to a half.
A big celebration from NRG as well from their side of the stage. Second pistol picked up in this map, and question now will be, can they actually convert that into a string of wins? That second round eco from the first half still in the back of everyone's mind here. But obviously, massive trades back and forth over towards Rubble, the re-entry from PRX as well. But a 1v1, Scuba takes away from Divine, who's been so sharp today in the series, and Scuba showing, okay, I'm still good.
Paper X with a couple of upgraded pistols here on the eco. Divide can't do much against an outlaw on an angle like that. Up inside of the progression dark cover here. Paper X wait for the door to close before they make their next move.
Yeah, Marta's already basically cleared over towards Mound, relieves pressure away. NRG starting to rotate. Now the opening coming through. That is going to be Paranoia. Dodged out. Kiko would like to hit some of these shots, get some damage in there. Forsaken on 1 HP. And now they're just waiting for Kiko to see if that can be a kill. Ethan looking over towards the left, but doesn't quite manage to get a shot into play. Jing cleans up. Scuba gets Jing down, and now over towards the drop. Just back and forth. 2 versus 3 now. Still plenty of damage, even if PRX lose the round. But will they lose the round?
Player standing.
Now they probably will.
Yeah, brute flank from Brock and Scuba. It's coming in tandem. I mean, the Lemmings made it into the site, and they had teeth, man. Actually took a couple of guns away from NRG. They were in pretty good positions to just shut that down outright, especially with the easy opening peak over on Mount side. But look, Paper X do a good job keeping it interesting. Put themselves in very annoying positions. I mean, you can see them kind of tucked in under drop here. That's not easy for Ethan to clear.
Yeah, frustrating death for Ethan on that one. The rest of the players in a good position to finish things out. No shenanigans from Forsaken or anybody else. It's the last couple plays alive for PRX. This is one of the biggest deficits that PRX has seen for quite a little bit.
Very close on the C's laid there. Almost had multiple players caught on the side of NRG. They dodge it nicely up behind their Viper wall, and now an immediate pivot back towards Mount for Paper X, but that's where I'm having a look at this Vice wall. Going to be a little bit harder to break through that.
So Boombot Prowler Claire coming through from NRG. Make sure no one was there on Rubble. That allows now Kiko to move over.
I saw they've got the Paranoia in the right position here, but Brock's only got a Spectre and a lot of work to do. There's the burst into the site that I was talking about, the TP up on top. Not necessarily ideal for Forsaken, and these are some awkward duels being taken. A lot of players here for NRG, but Paper X finally break through.
Okay, Ethan and Marta. Okay, they're really getting some good damage in. There's something on basically 1 HP here. Which is a big flank. PRX weren't ready for it. And now something is just going to end up potentially saving this one. He's just... Well, he's a 1 versus 2, but the HP situation is rough. He's going to go for a potential long flank. Still got just barely enough time.
I mean, that could seriously work out. I don't know how tucked behind the box Marta is. Ethan's ready for it, though. Very much clued on. And that's a 10th round for NRG. Bonus converted. They are running away with Lotus right now.
Yeah, this is looking fantastic for NRG. As honestly, before the flank from Marta and Co came on through onto door, it was looking PRX's way for quite some time.
But that's where you look at NRG, not only the Vice tech with the wall, but also just how annoying they were being for Paper X to kind of isolate and hunt down inside of the site is exactly what allows for that door open to be so impactful on the flank. If Paper X had made it safely into the site like 5 seconds sooner, that's probably their round.
Well, PRX facing the pressure now, will be taking a timeout. They are quite in the hole in terms of the round deficit so far. And a 1v2, that's something really would have taken a lot for him to win that one. And heads up play by Ethan to consider the fact that he might be getting long flanked. And as these rounds go by,
monitor पे उस पार क्या बोलते देखना वो रखा है
likelihood of us going to a map 3 is starting to look really real.
Expect nothing less from this series.
ऐसे कैसे रख के खेल लेते हैं भाई?
Paper X have very much dug themselves a hole here, though.
नहीं मैं बोल रहा हूँ.
Out of this timeout will be on a half buy on this attacking side, where it feels like they're getting shot down more often than not by NRG. We're playing an excellent game here.
इतना पास monitor कैसे रख लेते हैं?
Very well rounded performance from pretty much everyone in the server as well. Like no one is really lagging behind.
From both teams, really. That one's, as you say, really running super far ahead like Devi was on Fracture. Odin out for Brock this time around. Something feeling himself on the Marshall. Seen him do some magic on that before, but here we go. Omen versus Open first and foremost. Does that Prowl actually get a bit of a sightline? Maybe.
Nah, Forsaken tried to dodge it, and Kiko saw his cape going inside of the dark cover. Unfortunate. This is what we know him for.
And that Prowler certainly will be able to see Devi revealing the Odin through that wall as well. Bit of a clear coming through. The rubble side from MV.
Marta. Outlaw out yet again, looking to farm himself up a showstopper. He's halfway to it. Little taps on in will make a big difference in getting a rocket going a little earlier on. Something over on the other side of the map. Sees the sheer wall. Dash active.
You can tell that shot put the fear into PRX as well. Okay, tap the wall.
I have the spike.
Trigger the orb as well. Just wait this one out. Slow things down. 40 seconds left to play through. End on C. Playing pretty far back is going to be Scuba and Rourke.
Yeah, quite happy to let Paper X come to them. Only Sheriffs and Marshals in the mix here as the Paint Shells tries to clear out pillar side. They will be able to at least make it up onto the site and maybe even get a plant here, but how much more success can you really conjure as Paper X?
Well, they got to go for that plant sooner rather than later. Big damage! Brock finds his mark onto something inside the smoke. No problem. Scuba on the Devi as well. Now Jing, yeah, just see if we can get a kill here or two. Help the economy.
Nice tap. Also building himself up a showstopper. One off now, courtesy of those two Sheriff shots, but NRG will complete the retake nonetheless.
11 found. Remember that 11-5 that we saw on Fracture the other way around? Well, PRX on the 5 end of things. NRG was able to make a little bit of a comeback. PRX, after that tack timeout, we'll need to think about where this gun round's gonna go.
Going into their attack timeout, there definitely would have been more so chatting about the adaptation and heading into this gun round. So let's see what they've prepped up here. The half buy is one thing. Plans may have changed, especially when you're considering the orb control. You're now one off two pretty big ults here for Paper X.
Yep.
It's up to NRG to kind of deny those orbs.
Operator in hand. Something. Really keen for it. And Kiko a little bit more. Good spot on the Forsaken. Knows his tricks, knows where he's going to end up being with that TP.
Just a flick one tap. Devastating to lose your smokes on the attacking side 5 seconds into the round. Just a disgusting shot from Kiko. And anything that you discuss on Paper X is very quickly getting much more difficult for you.
Yeah, it's going to have to end up being relying on the Cloudburst smokes or relying on that Nightfall now. His Devi is under pressure. Oh, he's lucky to survive that scenario. In fact, he was looking for that kill.
I'm surprised he almost got Marta there. Honestly, had no business being.
देखा बजा है पड़ा दूर.
3 on 5 here for Paper X. Off angle from Scuba is looking pretty dirty.
This round is
a dumpster
fire. I hate to say it, but kind of in the bin at the moment. And Scuba just drops something from behind his neck.
Yeah.
I mean, what you can do here now? 2 versus 5. You don't feel good about giving up the round. It's about to be 12 for NRG. PRX kind of in the bin at the moment. This was terrible for them.
Yep. Only thinking about Breeze at this point. Picked up by Envy. 30 seconds on the clock. I feel like I'm watching the Masters Grand Final all over again. Like a stop map for Paper X. Oh no, we're so back. We're so done. Hopefully on Breeze we're so back.
We just speed ran Fracture straight into Lotus from that Grand Final. Really, we skipped the other 3 maps in the middle.
Okay.
Time this one out. PRX, it sucks.
भाई esports awards ने
you got to save on this round to give the
वो डाल दिया.
Especially after the attack timeout. Brock entering with the Odin.
ठीक है समझ आ गया जो पूरी official से डाल रहे हैं.
Where Envy is and he won't make it away with the operator, so something will be a little bit more empty-handed. And Paper X, they've got all of the ults but none of the money up against map point here for NRG.
That round went from bad to worse with no recovery on the op. It just starts, like you said, you lose Forsaken like 5 seconds in, smoke's gone, something trying to make something happen over on towards B and just gets dropped from behind, no chance to recover there. And they're basically on 5 ults.
I mean, that's the kind of round that NRG does though. I remember that America's like lower final, I think it was, against MIBR, where every round just feels hopeless. You get spammed.
Okay.
In goes that showstopper for Jing.
Let's see if we can find some hope. Jing really looking for it, just gonna have to throw that rocket out. Lots of ultimates being played in, and something again just doesn't really add anything as Ethan drops him almost immediately. Brock on the other side of that door, spamming on through. Jing made his way onto site, but they're just losing members. They're just continually losing more. NRG are going to make this one look easy. 2 left, down to 1. Forsaken versus the world. And despite the rocket going sideways, NRG is the world. Forsaken can't even run. 13 and 5. NRG clapped back.
Yeah. Really, really nice recovery from NRG. I felt like they were definitely competitive in that first map, but rough starts to both of the halves. I think they very much showed their quality here on Lotus. Both halves definitely look like the better team, and PRX a little bit sheepish, unfortunately, showing some of that map-to-map inconsistency that we just saw over at Masters London.
A second half. And multiple opportunities where they're trying to find anything to work with. Operator not getting anything done for something, sadly. A second to last round, like I said, was just heartbreaking watching them have a save. Yeah. Giving the 12 over. You hate to see that. Howdy doody.
Hi, Bucket. You want to use mine?
Hand signs. Sign language.
Yeah. I'm just enjoying this, honestly.
Hey, game worker, bro.
There we go. Hey, bro.
My producer's like, you're live. Just talk. I was trying. We're going to go to some highlights. Let's take a look at some of the best moments from this game, shall we, gentlemen? Because you told me you cannot blow out PRX on Lotus.
Oh, sorry. My bad.
I just witnessed a blowout.
Yeah, I don't know what I'm talking about. I'm a fraud.
Yeah, let's take a look at why my guys were able to step up for the great USA. Pistols galore. The raises out of the gates. You'll love to see the satchel fights. The team shots were able to go in NRG's direction. This was a crazy round.
This was like the best round, but after this, you start out so strong. Insane divide plus something moments into this Jing 4K that nearly ended an ace.
This is where the PRX highlights end.
That's what I'm saying. After this, it's all NRG highlights.
We got judges coming out, headshots galore. Who had the biggest impact as this game swung back in favor of NRG?
Literally everyone. Like they might have had like 1 or 2 kills between them. It was a very well-rounded performance for NRG. Honestly, I felt like everyone had their moments. Everyone had a fair degree of impact. And like I said, like NRG, when they're this well drilled, on their defense in particular, they make your life a nightmare. We saw it in that second to last round for PRX, where you're just losing 1 or 2 players before you've even kind of made it through the opening parts of the map.
I was quite impressed with Ethan, honestly. I mean, we saw some really smart plays there, able to just sniff out members, not losing to random flanks. 2 versus 1 against something, just understanding, okay, big flank is going to be there, finding him behind the box as well. Ethan just had eyes all over the map.
Is Fade a happy way to play if you're an NRG fan?
Is Fade a happy way to play? Yeah.
You bring her out every map?
Yeah. Well, not every map. You know, she's good on some maps. She's you'll play other things on other maps. But Fade, I mean, they're pretty good on the Fade. Ethan is a very flexible player. He can kind of play any initiator that you really need to be playing. And I think, honestly, I was surprised that Fade came out for PRX, and it doesn't seem to have gone particularly well for them, particularly on that attacking side. Like, I understand why they went for that, especially against double controller Vice. Like, they really want to work the map a little bit more. They want to have more kind of answers to just simplify the map control. But I felt like they probably just needed to burst more, and I would have probably liked to see a Sky.
Which, you know, like I said, maybe a stylistic difference there and a mismatch in terms of what they would normally do. Double duelist Sky, a bit more bursting, explosivity with the flashes and your 2 duelists getting into the mix.
Especially playing into a Viper. Like, just flash to the Viper wall, bro. Yeah.
The Viper causing problems. We'll see if the controllers continue to crush. 13-5 is a nice score. Can we do it again, or are we going to go to ultra overtime? We're already overtime here on the set, but I'm happy to stay here all day with you two gentlemen. I don't think we're going to breaks. We're just hanging out for a minute. Avril, how are you feeling?
I mean, we're going to full 3 maps of the BO3 between PRX and NRG. This is what we wanted. We might be staying extra. The fans might be watching a little bit extra here, but this is the game that people were waiting for, and it's delivering. We're going to all 3.
Absolutely, and I didn't even write down our 3rd map because you were so confident in PRX. So talk to me about how this map was decided through the bans and protects, the veto process, and who should have the edge statistically coming in.
I feel like it's an up and down map for PRX, but if they're kind of clicking today, then they should be reasonably confident on it. Like I said, both of these teams can kind of play all 3 maps in the veto. As far as I'm concerned, I'm just hoping for a 3rd map Gigabanger.
Yeah, I'd like to see, you know, obviously I think the Jet's definitely coming back for something, back on the operator. Found like kind of mid-success on Lotus, so getting the opportunity for him to take over the map would be pretty big for PRX.
Solid stuff all around. Both teams taking one map. We've got a third map potentially loading up, and as you can see, the players are not on the stage. So we're going to go to a short break. When we come back, the players will be in their seats, and we'll be jumping right into the action. Stay tuned. It's EWC.
फैलाना तो सब कुछ चाहिए अभी अब दुख रहा है क्योंकि अब ये देख इनका सुनता है तो बीच बीच में
rolls on through for Breeze and NRG. I think one of the only teams that's still really keen to play this KO in there. Most teams I'm seeing are not really that down for it anymore. Double Enix coming on through for NRG versus the double duelist look of PRX.
That's a pretty popular comp in Pacific, honestly. Both T1 and RRQ had been running this during the regular Pacific season, so I think that this is going to be a comp that PRX are very familiar with. I know it says RRQ down there, but this is the third map between PRX and NRG, and stylistically this is going to be double Enit versus double duelist, the Something Jet and Forsaken Neon that they have been running a lot on this map. It's a map they've been very up and down of, but their last streak of maps, you look at them cutting their teeth on the very best teams in the world, and you can feel some degree of confidence here for PRX that they can close out this series. On the other side of things, NRG playing a lot of very strong teams over in Americas, but they haven't had as many international reps in the last 3 months on Breeze specifically.
Yeah, but overall, I mean, still looking at the things here, like Breeze has been a reasonable good map for both of these teams. Breeze was, unfortunately, one of the maps that NRG dropped allowed in the qualifier coming into this one. As we also remember the PRX side of things, Breeze was a map that they did beat Liv on in the grand final for London. However, bit of rough waters on that, actually. Not a very clear-cut victory for them. We'll see if they can make this one a lot more clear-cut now. Again, don't mind the fact that it says RRQ on the top. That is, in fact, PRX defensive side first, NRG attacking. Kick it off over towards Shops.
Is it a third and decider map here, opening up the group? Winner will go on to take Vitality, I believe, in a qualification game for the playoffs. Loser will play Carmine Core in the elimination. NRG creeping their way in towards A main. Viper wall goes up, dash on in, and they've been given an open A site here. Divide trying to spam one down before the plant goes down, but NRG with the forward high tide will take all control here, including yellow.
Massive coverage. It's going to be Divide hiding behind the high tide and seeing a couple of shots come through on the opposite end as well. The rest of NRG, rather, PRX finally arrive.
Kiko up close and personal here. Not too much utility left over. Just the pistols here for NRG as PRX start to make their moves.
Envy took a little bit of damage early on. Hiding away is going to be Kiko, and he's completely shuts down two members of PRX. As soon as they spot in, 4 versus 3 now, Brock. All the way in the back, Forsaken doesn't even get to move, and Jing, nothing in response either. Falling apart as PRX NRG, another pistol, 3 pistols in a row going their way.
Yeah, really nicely worked there from NRG, just keeping things simple. Creep up in towards A main, throw up the Viper wall, Sova Dart, and the dash on in, and when they recognize that it's a retake setup for PRX, they choose to even take a step forward. That is a big strength of the Harbor in combination with the Viper. Originally, we used to see this over on Icebox, where you're kind of segmenting the walls. But the Harbor gives you a little bit more flexibility in terms of where you actually want to control in terms of the site. So being able to kind of further extend that control gave PRX a few more troubles on the retake going forward.
All right, Nightfall probably getting for on 2 players. Forsaken and Something is potentially got the sniper out, actually.
Yeah, 2 marshals. I mean, this is pretty common on Breeze, but PRX in particular here do have a couple of upgrades to try to keep this one interesting.
Okay, Kiko there as well. Moving up through mid, walking into Something. He's been waiting for this opportunity.
Yep.
Buying up as well, given that what was the pistol going towards the NRG side of things? Very slow around. Look at the trappers well on the door side of things. Jing and Envy dodging out from the Viper molly as well. This could be very interesting. Should get checked though. 2 players there. Envy is the only one that actually gets somebody from the PRX side of things.
Yeah, both of the marshals here. Divide on the rotation over. Something not really able to do too much as the Viper wall goes up. Takes a chunk out of Kiko.
Unfortunate.
But look, not much to be done here as the wall gets dropped on PRX, and Divide not even able to take one more with him. Only Martyr to go down here for NRG, and a pretty nice anti-eco.
Yeah, but PRX would have liked to see a little bit more coming through from the marshals. No one really biting over towards mid. The trap setup. Now the mid doors only delivering the 1 kill. That's after the fact that they dodged out from their molly as well. Once more, Ethan, the rest of NRG, diffusing that situation. Divide's body shot on Kiko, not landing a kill either.
Fair bit invested in that round for PRX. He's going to hamstring the opening gun round a little bit. A couple of sets of light armor. Full buy up for NRG, who were kind of cutting corners there. Initial contact. going the way of either one of these teams. Forsaken well aware that there's a couple of players over towards B main. That's the second time that Kiko has picked Forsaken on the jump spot, and this is a landslide for NRG.
Yeah, Forsaken's first deaths just keep going up, unfortunately, as the light armor gets a little bit lighter now, not in a good way for PRX. 5 versus 2. You know, a map and a half ago, I would have said maybe still winnable for PRX. Devi can certainly do it, but now the way this is going, looking like 3 in a row for NRG.
Yeah, they are all over this. Just keeping things pretty simple here, using the double E-Nit just to be able to take control of the mains and springboard into these quicker executes. PRX having a really tough time dealing with it.
So those first deaths, man. No trades either. Heavy investment on that second round. Double marshals being brought in. Doesn't allow every single member on your team to have a full buy on this round 3 rifle. Now you have to walk out tail tucked between your legs for PRX. They even hold on to a couple of rifles here.
It's the best possible start for NRG, honestly. Like, the cash is already like 2+K on all of these players. They're about to win the bonus round, up 3-0 on the attacking side of Breeze. This is going to be a bit of a nightmare to navigate for PRX.
Similar to what we saw in Fracture, but the opposite side around, right? I mean, we just saw the fact that you get those 5 in a row, bonus converted as well. After PRX wins the pistol, they got both the pistols on Fracture now. 3 pistols in a row. Haven't seen anything come through from PRX. As the timeout coming through super early.
See what they want to kind of construct around these 2 rifles that have been kept through from the opening gun round. Might be some marshals or sheriffs to be invested in. Maybe throw a shotty in the mix, especially if they want to contest a main or something like that. Up to PRX to kind of pick themselves up. This has been a false start here on Breeze so far. NRG are looking pretty locked in, really running through with all of the momentum they garnered from stomping PRX on Lotus, and Breeze looks like it's heading in much the same direction.
I mean, it really did say it earlier on, but it kind of feels like we're speed running the London finals in a way where get a very resounding win on Fracture that this time around actually kind of gets a lot more competitive, and then slowly but surely throughout the rest of the series, and this time just in a BO3, losing momentum from PRX. Confidence seems down as well. Some of those magic moments you get out of Fracture, you're just not getting anymore.
I'll see what they come up with here. Got a lot of work to do. I think the objective starts to move, especially when you have this good of a start on the attacking side, from, you know, being able to string rounds together, being able to break the money, to how many can we kind of chip in early on here. You got to kind of adjust your expectations. Forsaken really going to go for a Guardian here. Down to $400. Indeed, he is investing quite a lot in this round. He feels like PRX have a good chance to win it.
2 players with just the pistols out there as well, including something who's super far away from the Blade Storm. And PRX getting nice and active early on. A couple players wanting to move a little bit deeper into the mid. As NRG, full respect, they want to be prepared for the potential PRX doing something here.
Yeah, something very much saving for an operator heading in towards the next round. He's then jiggling for the mid push. And he, it's courtesy really.
हम लोग देख रहे हैं कितना डेयर उनमें पूरा
a little bit nervous that
पूरा बीमें छोड़ के खेल रहे हैं वो.
Sometimes they even just throw down that wall and then just play towards the mains. In this case, NRG really doing their due diligence, working their way through the map up. Elbow drone goes into middle.
Drone sees nothing. Smoke ends up being pretty useful there for PRX just to hide inside the cove. They don't see anything on the opposite end either. Time is running out, and NRG have barely made moves. It's confusing PRX a little bit.
I think they're making the right call here, though. Just dropping off Scooper in middle for the late lurk. He's able to play in front of this Viper wall, so it's not really troubling NRG too much as they group back up towards this A site. Similar to the pistol, it's just going to be Devi retake. The rest of PRX have cleared all of B, but the execute's going to get in a little bit faster.
Oh, full flash, and Devi isn't able to get anything. Forsaken once again, first death. Very unfortunate. Will convert onto that lone player, Devi, who can't respond at all. Devi had one of the only rifles.
Yeah. Something with naught but a classic. Oh, there you go. He's picked up the Vandal. Wants to try to make this one a little bit more interesting. 2 players cripplingly low on the side of NRG.
3 players off-site here as well. They do get smoked off. Gives a little bit of opportunity for PRX, who with their guns available, 2, one being picked up by something. It's playable, but it's not anymore. They're just leaving, aren't they?
Yeah, they got to save. You really got to min-max your money when NRG has this much cash. Like, you've got to be able to guarantee yourself as many gun rounds as you can get access to, because there's no breaking the attacking side economy anymore. Forsaken looking for some damage here at the end. Oh, sorry, Jing. For some damage here at the end of the round. Stand out by the KO knife. I do imagine he's probably just going to go down to the spike. doesn't feel the need to force the issues. Trying to keep NRG interested so that maybe one of them died to the spike, but as it stands, NRG really just passing the test with flying colors. 5 alive heading into round 5. They're going to have like 7K on each of these players, something like that. It's going to be a ridiculous amount of cash for the attackers.
And they played that round so slowly as well that PRX, like I sort of mentioned, they got really confused towards the end. Didn't really know where to go. Leaving Divide just to anchor A alone, and we've seen what happens with that, and just couldn't even trade 1-for-1 there. Leaves Martyr, I believe, on 5 HP.
I think this changes plans for PRX as well. I was pretty sure that something was saving for an operator, but as he picks up a Vandal to save into the next round, instead it's going to be rifle-centric game fate for PRX.
Oh, okay, hang on.
Opener with the utility here. Keiko gets sent in, then wrapped back into middle here for NRG. Not going particularly well so far. They've really tried to cause a little bit of a reaction and a rotation in the early round for PRX, but they still end up a man down.
Haven't seen PRX get the first blood in some time now over the course of these rounds. It's Kiko trying to dive on A and being punished for it. Divide onto Brock as well. Okay, numbers starting to look really comfortable for PRX. Will still be a plant coming on through, but a 2 versus 4 now. No ultimates in play. Plenty of money though, so NRG happy to get it done.
Scuba on the front foot. Nice placement of the Viper Orb here. Ethan could set him up with a nicely timed flash to try to start to even up the numbers. Scuba going for a little bit of a play here. Something well and truly ready for it. Just down to Ethan. Trying to do some damage to the economy of PRX. Fragment got to keep something at arm's length. Forsaken's made it up onto the site, and Forsaken just just pushing straight into the Fragment. PRX getting themselves their first gun round here. One of many that'll be needed.
Adi.
Leaves with 6 HP.
अगर मेरा आवाज on है तो उसको बंद कर रहा है
now that we're really starting to see PRX getting that first blood, converting onto secondary kill, getting really heavy numbers in their favor. Starting to bite their way back into this map a little bit.
Be a long road back in, but that round was fantastic, really. NRG trying to go for one of these set plays where they set up the jet for success in the early round with a little bit of the double init utility and have a wrap into middle in the mid round to catch some of those rotations.
Well, you want to see the op come through for something. That will now be the case. Back over towards mid. Has to be a little bit concerned about the dart.
Same for Keiko, though, and he's holding this line nicely. PRX punished in the opening kills department yet again, and NRG with a man advantage.
Really expensive there, unfortunately, for PRX. Jing now playing off a Forsaken together. Hey, main's good. Null command is going to cause a little bit of issues here. Jing really would like a kill. He's got one, but instantly Kiko responds with more. Flash is decent, but Kiko doesn't care. That's going to be A taken care of. 4 versus 2 again. Once again, you have to look at the money side. Divide and Envy, how much do they want this?
It's locked out of it, really. The high tide only just went down. Envy's going to give it a little bit of a sniff, but Divide is just sitting in nest. I don't think he's interested in this 2-on-4 at all.
Just got around for PRX. It's already going the wrong way now. Not a bad shot from Envy.
Really just going for damage, though. I don't think he's particularly interested. Dart on in to keep NRG at arm's length. And nicely done. Yeah,
actually, not bad.
That's what he was going for the whole time. Really, really well worked. Heads-up play from Envy. He'll be able to hand that to something in the next round. And with 2 guns saved over, PRX will be able to put together another buy here.
It's well played by Kiko at the start of that one. Out-dueling something and then converting a little bit later on as well.
Wouldn't be surprised to see NRG go for this quick mid to A yet again here. They do have some good ults to be doing it. You see often Keiko has been wielding the operator in the last round or so, but he can rip the Bladestone here, pick up the pace. You can get the Hunter's Fury on through with the dart up over the top. Something that could go quite well for NRG. They did just condition the mid to A though with the pick on mid doors and the null command. So we'll see what they want to go going for here. It does seem like they are going to choose to go to the other side of things. Back to B.
B's open. Nobody home. Late Storm, you called it. Will be popped this round as well for Kiko. And yep, full retake on B, I'm afraid, for PRX. Something might catch a little bit of a whiff of a player. Oh, it doesn't quite land the shot, though. That would have been a hard one to land for sure. Kiko on the other side will just completely rip away.
Drone हटा नहीं, animation हुआ नहीं, बाहर आ गया.
Envy under a little bit too much pressure there. Drone from Brock does spot out that the flank will be coming through from PRX as he meets up with the rest of the team on site. And NRG have flipped the map. They are in defense spawn. It's going to be a very difficult retake for PRX.
PRX now got to execute like they're the attacking side instead. At least their smokes are still online. Brock has a decent line and a decent shot onto Divine. Numbers are now looking sad. And something is just going to peel off in a 1v1. Marta, nice, okay. Makes things slightly better for them. Maybe just playing for the exits now.
Yeah, 100%. Trying to hold on to these 3 rifles, but at some point you've got to stop saving and start getting some rounds. Jing covers that smoke push from Scuba well, but that's where the good news really ends. 6-1 for NRG.
अबे भाई क्या कर रही है PRX भाई क्या collapse हो रही है फिर.
NRG can just close out the one more round. They get the 7, and I think for PRX, recovering up to 4 would be pretty good for them at this stage. Because this kind of deficit is rough to make a comeback from. They are still going to have the weapons to play through, but I hear you, man. At some stage, you gotta stop saving. And I think this next round coming up might just be that one. Another timeout coming on through. Plenty to talk about for PRX to recover in this half.
Yeah, second timeout for them. And just as many rounds here on Breeze have not had an answer for what NRG's been throwing at them so far. This has been a very well-constructed attacking side of Breeze. The double Enit Harbor is something that can be really difficult to play around, especially when the other team is so well organized. The attacking side op has been having some pretty serious impact. Like Keiko has been finding opening picks like it's nothing on the jet, causing a big problem for PRX thus far. Needs Forsaken to start to turn things around here. He hasn't had any impact on the Neon.
Yeah.
It's usually a pretty good agent, pretty good map for him.
It's been a rough couple of maps. Like I said, that first death stat line is a bit haunting. When you look at a guy like Forsaken, you certainly expect more. And a massive turnaround for everyone on NRG. I mean, Marta had a rough go of Fracture, but now that's feels like such a long time ago. And for NRG, winning this the way they are is pretty shocking for PRX and a shocking day for Pacific in general if they can't pull through.
Deep ball on mid here once again for PRX. One way thrown into A main, very much trying to play disruptive. And there you go, wall dropped on Kiko and something gets the opener. Marta replying with the operator, picked up from the jet though. He is pretty good at wielding this gun himself.
Yep, I've seen him on the jet before. Familiar territory, the op for Marta. Reckoning available here as NRG will play this one quietly. Let's take a look at Elbow. How much does PRX want to move up?
Yeah, NV knows he's kind of just in the Goldilocks spot. Not too hot, not too cold. He's just sitting tight. Ready to disrupt this pivot to B if necessary. Something on the other side of things has still got this A main info line with the operator. And Ethan got to spot that out. Well aware that the jet is sitting right there. Drone goes into middle here for NRG. Courtesy of that wall being put up by Devi, it's drawing out a lot of utility, but NRG just kind of simplifying things back towards A main.
Well, they got info that something is there based on the knife coming through from Ethan. How do they want to defuse the scenario? They have still util to play through. Box got recon in there as well. Okay, there it is. Just play the ultimate. That'll be enough, more than enough to push off our jet from the line, but Devi will still clean Ethan up. Something wanted more of that Blade Storm. Smarter and Brock. The operator changes hands once again. High Tide coming on in. 3 versus 2. 17 seconds left to play through 2v1. Envy, he's not been spotted just yet. Might have brilliant timing here, but needs to be able to get through undetected. And he can't do so. NRG again. Big celebration from their side. Collecting that 2v1 victory, extending their lead even further.
Yeah, nicely worked there for NRG. Finally, when PRX are able to find an opener, immediate reply from Marta. And NRG just able to simplify a lot of these rounds and use the double Enit to the best of its abilities. The KO knife spotting out where the operator is, and then they're just placing the utility right where it's needed. They got to put themselves into a winnable post plant.
7-1, massive difference in rounds, and PRX have already burned through their timeouts as well. All alone now. They got to figure this one out. Back over towards mid. Something and Divide playing together. That is big information. Ethan, they're looking for him. They want him. Divide's got it. Secondary as well. Onto Scuba. Not too bad. And the Sphere was used in that exchange as well. Kiko onto Divide. The exchange 3 versus 4 now as Rifle will be recovered by Kiko.
Yeah, drone out onto the middle line. Hunter's Fury ripped by Envy, looking to try to further extend the numbers, but dodged out nicely there by NRG. The rest of PRX all swinging into middle. Kiko and Brock hitting the deck. And it's all on Marta. Spike in hand. Gonna throw out a cove towards B to try to draw attention away from PRX. Jing cutting the map in half.
Jing onto Marta. Yeah, he sees him, but he doesn't land the shots. Marta cleans him up. Well, at least they know where Marta is now. That's the good news. 30 HP as well. Something up next. Doesn't get the opportunity to make the shot happen, and this is unbelievable. Marta is still able to get 2.
He's in the
भाई
matrix.
अगर ये
He just pre-fired that
4
so
भी नहीं हुआ ना तो
perfectly
बहुत
onto
दिक्कत हो
Forsaken.
जाएगी PRX के लिए.
Avoided something with the perfect high tide.
Yep.
I mean, if he had a little bit more
क्योंकि वो
HP, I
पिस्टल
thought he
नहीं
would have
जीत
put
रहे
together
हैं.
a 1v4 there.
Starting to look dangerous, that's for sure. I mean, he had low HP, but just the ability to get past the early 2 players and get those kills.
I mean, we're past dangerous for PRX. They're getting cooked here.
Considering that was a 4v1, that's still rough for PRX, dropping 2 members in that 4v1.
Yeah. Makes their money quite breakable here. Couple ults to work with, though. Overdrive and the Pit ready to go here for PRX. It's a slow round.
Again.
I mean, 2-1-2 here for NRG. Deep wall across middle. Kiko on the line.
Should be an easy one, but I don't think Forsaken's got a bite. Something has been playing through mid multiple times now, using that Viper's wall to tuck himself in, and I lied about Forsaken. He does want to do something here, or perhaps that's actually just Kiko pushing in himself. In either case, another first death for Forsaken doesn't help PRX yet.
Something's pretty deep in middle, though. Could be a great position to be leveraging in towards the mid to late round, but with that deep wall again, I mean, you just continue using the initiator utility.
वो तो देखा भी नहीं
Something
था.
able to actually dash out nicely. Updraft dash with the cloud burst keeps himself alive.
Might have pulled that through a little early. Didn't even see the drone yet, just kind of preempted the drone. Assumed the drone was going to spot him, but in the case, the drone did its job. As the rest of NRG group together, ready to finish on B. It's going to be essentially playing for a retake here. Envy already back in terms of his positioning on site.
Yeah, he pushed back into the site. Dart just came back up off cooldown, but at the end of the day, it's a Sova by himself against an entirety of a B execute, and they're really kind of narrowing down the options. They know his front side sight, flash flying on through, and he only goes 1-for-1. TP towards the back side of the site. Paranoia out from Jing, but they're more than ready for it.
I saw the lineup there for Envy.
एक राउंड और हारी, खत्म है गेम.
Would have been pretty insane. 4 versus 2, Pit
इसके
down.
बाद
PRX's chances dwindling here as something sees just a little bit of a shoulder of a player. And that shoulder converts into a Brock kill. Divide will be good.
एक राउंड ये राउंड अब हार गई अगर खत्म है गेम.
Kiko's all over it. Another 3K. Having a blinder of a
Collapse
game on
हो
the
गई
jet.
पूरा.
Fantastic attacking side here for NRG. Really putting PRX under the pump. If they want any chance of picking up Breeze here, they need probably both of the next 2 rounds, let's be honest.
Don't need that. Don't need to win the pistol anti-eco in the
मेरे
second
को ऐसा
half.
लगता है ना बता देख इतना खेलती है PRX. मेरे को लगता है फटीग हो जाते हैं
the
लोग.
secondary, but just couldn't quite get the head of Brock.
There's just too much to do though. Like you're playing as a Sova against a full execute.
Yeah. Look at the double.
अबे ऐसा नहीं है बे रेगुलर खेल रही है कितने समय से. स्प्लिट 2 खेली. मास्टर्स खेली, मास्टर्स में क्वालिफायर खेली, मास्टर्स के बाद क्या खेली, अब ये खेलने आई है भाई. कितना होता है भाई, खुद सोचो ना. लगातार खेल रही है टूर्नामेंट.
Brock still
भाई तो कोलैप तो आएगा ही ना एक समय के बाद.
Something would have gone down, but he's able to slip back through onto that nice off angle. Drone
कंटिन्यू
through
खेले जा
towards
रही है,
elbow,
खेले जा रही है,
confirming that NRG are still kind of hanging around in spawn side. PRX will definitely want to be slowing this round down, not giving away this man advantage. With a minute on the clock, though, NRG need to get a bit of a wriggle on.
The other thing is, like, if you abandon this position, you start giving away the guns. Something Divide looking for those pickups. Oh, and Brock eats a shot. That is gross. 10 HP left.
Yeah, something sliding out onto the line. One share of shots, all that's needed to catch him on the cross, and down goes the spike. Ethan now trying to pick up the pieces. Something completes the thrifty from PRX. That is a classic from them. The elbow play with the paranoia, overdrive ripped. It's a recipe for success when you have no money to work with. Now if they could just pick up this
नहीं
go
यार
round
देख
towards
क्या
the end
होता
of
है
the
ना
half,
बार
it's
बार
at
अगर
least
तेरे को भी मैं 2 हफ्ता 3 हफ्ता लगातार एक ही चीज करवाऊं तेरा भी एक समय का हो जाता ना अरे यार बस अब नहीं कर भाई वो लोग कई महीनों से लगे हुए हैं इतना अरे हम जो खेलते हैं उससे तो इंटू पता नहीं कितना इंटू पे इन लोगों का मेंटल प्रेशर होता है गेम में
This campaign of a potential comeback back in again, but getting shot now. By the way, something did steal away that operator, but it's pushed off the line.
Drone at least spotting out where the op is playing. In goes the Harbor ult, as well as the null command, but something still picks one on the cross straight through the Viper wall. That is illegal. Divide out, waiting for further aggression, and he's going to find it as well. Nice multi-frag on in. Ethan trading one back. The high tide zoning Paper X away for now.
Ethan looking for more with this null command, but Marta's the one that will actually find this kill. There's not a lot of members left to play through. Just one, just Ethan. Taps the spike. Reels in the last 3 members. Forsaken is the one that bites, but Ching is the one that actually gets to chew up the last player. And now suddenly 2 rounds in a row. Paper X.
पिस्टल जीतना बहुत जरूरी है. पिस्टल नहीं जीती है 3 उससे.
Building up the potential of a comeback.
पिछले मैप के दोनों पिस्टल हारी है और ये वाले मैप में भी पहला पिस्टल हारी है.
So we head into half time. He's going to need all of the energy possible.
पिस्टल जीतना बहुत जरूरी है PRX के लिए.
That's a really nice hold from Paper X though. Something despite 2 ults being thrown at him and a Viper wall still finds a pick, and Divide, who has only had a couple of little moments so far in this game of Breeze. That's a very key multi-frag. Like I said, Paper X needed both of those rounds towards the end of the half.
Yep.
पिस्टल जीती तो 6-8 हो जाएगा.
Still going to be feeling confident here.
तो विनेबल पोजीशन में आ जाएगी. कमबैक पोजीशन.
Comeback to win it. Need to see those magical moments. Saw the kind of insane rounds, insane kills that Divide got in the first 2 maps. Clutches he had on Fracture. Insane share of shots he had. Top of A on Lotus as well. And now late in the day, what an incredible eco they win. With only a couple rounds left to play through. Forsaken showing up when it counts as well. Overdrive and play to sort of deliver that one over. But otherwise, NRG in full control of this map and in the position to win the entire series.
A little bit of momentum in towards the tail end of that last half though for Paper X. They need to really embody that. They'd love a pistol here. Start to close the gap in towards this second half. Start kicking things off on the attacking side. This is where particularly playing into the comp that NRG is piloting here on Breeze. You're really going to be put through your paces. Harbor, KO, very disruptive. It's going to be coves, you know, one-ways, things like that. The Storm Searcher try to deny that kind of A main space. The KO knife really directing the flow of traffic and gathering information. Ethan is a bit of a master on this agent.
He's thinking deep. Man, the screen there, leading the charge for NRG. After a rough start in the series, game is in their hands, ball is in their court. Did say though for Paper X, they would like to finish the first half with at least 4. They got that, and now I think pistol basically required here.
Now here on the B stream, we've already had 1 victory for Americas over Pacific. We are staring down the barrel of another. It's up to Paper X to change that narrative. Both teams kind of peppering shots down range in middle, and I'm surprised no one walks away dead from that.
Yeah,
so it's complete disengage, and Paper X pick up the pace into 8.
Some damage done to players, something, and Marta the ones that actually get shot there, and Brock. See if he can find somebody through that smoke. Not going to be the case, but everyone's basically arriving now. Just waiting for Scuba to come through from spawn as well. Something up first. He's half HP, but it's Envy and Jing onto Marta and Brock. Numbers good for Paper X. Spike plant to come on through. Now NRG. Let's see what else they can do. Nothing so far. 5 versus 2 now. Kiko doesn't even get Divide either.
Scuba. A little bit late to the party here. Never even got a chance to get involved. A flawless pistol for Paper X. Full momentum coming in from the end of that last half, and they are very much in this game of Breeze now.
Get that anti-eco in there. That's another round. 6 and 8 now starts to feel, if they get that round, a lot more doable. Then we're seeing the danger they can have on the bonus as well based on what Fracture is. See if NRG has anything to say about it though. This round though, happy to just let it go economy-wise. Classics abroad. Something is potentially also making that save towards the op as well. And see what that looks like.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it is just pistols with the Outlaw Divide. Knows that NRG have taken that A main space courtesy of the KO knife from early. Kiko jiggling around. Scuba maybe found the side of Forsaken for a moment, but it's all down to Marta to see if he can fashion even one kill. Nicely timed Storm Surge, but that's where it ends. Another flawless back-to-back for PaperX as they win their 4th round in a row.
मैं तो क्रॉस फिंगर करके बैठा हुआ हूं
PaperX walks in.
हो जाए.
Double flawless as mentioned, plenty of money in the bank. They could afford to really buy up here, given the amount of players on PRX that still had pistols for that round. Could be a very dangerous looking bonus coming on through in terms of economy.
See what NRG come up with. Gap has closed quite substantially. Cannot afford to let a team of PaperX's caliber back into a game. It's going to be the flash to set up the jet for the pick here early on in combination with a little bit of a shocky onto door. PaperX just pinging out the map. Triple swing to try to re-clear that mid space. And it seems like they want to group up back towards A. They're in two minds about what they want to be doing this round. I guess it's back to B here.
It's double rifle plus Guardian. Outlaw Bulldog, so somewhat reasonably competitive buy in terms of this bonus.
For sure.
A little bit of acceleration coming through, mid under control for NRG. As NRG start to sniff the fact that it could be a B, and that's exactly what it looks like under pressure now. Scuba, he's paranoid out, but hiding behind a box. There's no contact just yet to be found. I mean, this is a scary moment for Scuba. The rest of the troops are still yet to arrive. Starting to come through for spawn now, as Mardig and Brock will be up. A couple of kills here looking good so far, and Brock is really delivering now. PRX not getting as much out of this push as they would have liked, but Divide into 1v1. Viper versus Viper. It's Phantom versus Outlaw, but Scuba's already tagged down. See if Divide can find that shot.
Scuba with the spike in hand here. Gonna kind of dance around.
30 seconds left.
PaperX are well aware that he was anchoring the side initially. He was spotted out early on. Wall going up for Scuba here. Divide. Sheriff in hand creeping up on the line. Doesn't have a primary weapon to be using. 15 seconds on the clock, and Scuba is all over this tunnel flank.
Oh,
reading this one very well.
Is he? Yes! Managed to get back in there, timing extremely well, as mentioned. Thought for a second that he might have turned away at the wrong time, but Divide just had not even a single shot to say in that round. But like I said, a dangerous bonus coming in through that could be very competitive. Ends up in a 1 versus 1, so despite winning that one, very curious about the money situation for NRG.
Yeah, definitely a lot of guns taken away from them. But, able to at least deny that bonus.
Oh.
You have a judge on in here for Kiko. So just trying to scrap together a buy. Both teams starting to run out of money early on. As once again, you have a similar opening to the round here. Shock dart in towards doors. Got a lot of damage there to open things up. Something looking for a pick with the Outlaw over towards this B side of the map. And indeed, Scuba is low on armor. There it is.
Big shot. Scuba down. That is B almost open. Still player there in Brock. Just putting the pressure on numbers-wise to keep things interesting here as we go back over towards mid for PRX.
Invi taking space on B, causing a lot of problems. The judge is still here towards mid doors. That should be an easy opener for Kiko, who's under a little bit of pressure. Tentative now from Jing, pushed away by the fragment.
Paranoia. But Amada still gets Jing, and now Brock as well. Envy, you talked about him exploring over towards B. That might be the opening now to play on through. And NRG know it as well. Trying to cut off something here, and not going to get the time to get that cut off, actually.
Yeah, NRG on the wraparound through elbow. Spike has not gone down yet for PaperX. Envy is on the push all the way through spawn. Something planting in a safe location here as Marta creeps up on him, caught by Kiko as well. Ethan is ready for this flank from Divide. Great read on this round from NRG. Envy last player surviving, and they know that he was deep on B. Cove onto the spike. Marta taps it, and they're giving him nothing. Nice opener here. 20 HP. Half has to come through. He's going to get a little bit of chip damage on Marta, but it takes way too long to go through that cove here. Marta's off the spike. Going to start defusing it. Swing on through from Keiko. Gets it done for NRG. Double digits.
Two players there from PaperX. Really far away from helping something, unfortunately, as Envy. That is deep exploration all the way in enemy spawn, but doesn't quite have the HP or the time to do much more. And it starts out okay. We talk about the one kill from something onto Scuba, but beyond that, that mid doors causing issues for PaperX as they couldn't make their way through that at all.
NRG very much on top of the rotations here, especially in a pretty complex round. PRX with a little bit of a mixed bag buy here. Devi feeling like a hero with the hero Vandal.
I have the spike.
Very close towards a pit. If he ends up in a post plant, this could be problems for an NRG whose money is still very much shaky at this point.
Which means that maybe the low buy of PRX can still find some value here. Forsaken on the shotgun Neon. He's on the wrong patch of that, but he's doing what he can.
Very dangerous buy for NRG to be dealing with here. PRX with a lot of weapons that could do some serious damage. This Outlaw is the main crux of the issue, though, and this is a fantastic angle for Keiko.
See if PRX are ready for that one. No, not quite. Oh my god. Doubling up. Exactly what you want to see out of the Outlaw player, and now PRX left hurting. Didn't even fast lane, didn't even really do too much in terms of utility, or otherwise I guess Kiko just sees over the top of everything either way.
Yeah, I mean, it's just a dirty off angle over the top of the Viper wall. Not much really to be done. These are great positions for NRG. Like, they're really just out-positioning PRX, preempting any kind of aggression. Spike dropped out in the open. Outlaw is still on the line if it's even needed. And something on double doors, cleaned up by Mata. A flawless round for NRG. And it's looking like back-to-back stomps to reverse sweep this series here.
And we're looking at an okay early half for PRX. Double flawless. Really closing the gap slightly, but after that third round bonus of the half, things start to go back the way of NRG massively. I lied about the fast lane, but in either case, didn't really help Forsaken towards the end there. Finally, you get to see 5-4 rifles on PRX.
See what they come up with here. Very much starting to run out of time. 2 players on light armor. It's a glass cannon Vandal here for Devi. Quick moves into middle for PRX. Backed up by a little bit of elbow control.
It's fully taken here. Drone to re-clear. Potentially that gets removed, but the information gained. Now Jing on the line here. Brock trying to get flashed out, and something just takes him off the table. As we set the table now for A as well. It's going to be Scuba up first. Double poison orbs being played on in, but something has already made its way on site. He snuck away and finds an opportunity to just shut Kiko down. 5 versus 3 now. Seems like NRG are not quite ready for this one. Scuba has to drop off.
It's a bit of individual brilliance from something. Finds a really nice timing for those 2 openers. Open plant for PRX, who are playing this from yellow side, and I think NRG are just forced to save.
I mean, they have the money for it, but the numbers don't look good. Mata's already on the other side of the map. PRX clinging on to this map in the series so far. 7-11. NRG still, though, in control. 2 more rounds required. Still got 3 guns. Everyone's still got plenty of money. Plenty of ultimates coming online.
Dart into spawn side. I cannot believe PRX are exiting here. They do not have much money. It's a big lineup for Ethan that takes 2 guns away
जा
from
रहे हैं?
him.
इकोनॉमी है नहीं, घुसे जा रहे हैं उनमें.
They are losing all of these weapons. They cannot afford this at this point in the game here, kid.
भाई चुल है भाई कसम से इन लोगों में.
Plenty of money. Even if NRG die here, look at their bank. It's good.
पैसे हैं नहीं, घुसे जा रहे हैं उनमें.
Guns away for not a lot of gain.
I don't know why they exited spawn side there. I got to be honest. Maybe they were concerned about the flank towards A main, but the dart confirmed that NRG was playing on spawn there. So definitely not ideal, especially when you're trying to come back from such a deficit here on the attacking side. These are weapons that you very much need.
Ethan happy with that. Doubles up with the Bulldog and doesn't even care if he dies because 4 ultimates online. Money still amazing. Got a Blaze Storm up though from the side of NRG. And something got some magic to play with, or what? Yes, sir, he does. Brock to respond. Don't even know if he gets a tag there. Doesn't look like it so far. Just completely whiffs on the Hunter's Fury. And on site we go now. What can Scuba do? He's alone at the moment, playing on the other side of the wall. Does he have the opportunity to burst on through? Jing just finds him. Might have revealed the barrel or something, and something has a freebie onto Brock. Goodbye.
Oh, इसका तो info ही नहीं है.
Give him 8 PRX.
That's 2 rounds
भाई वो जेट का info ही नहीं है इनके पास.
For PRX and puts a round together. Kiko coming on the lurk, but that is a gorgeous little high-low for PRX, who are very much on the warpath here. Still a lot of work to be done, though. You can see the
do they
money.
want to run after Ethan?
No.
Again?
Probably not.
Something wants it.
The money's a little bit better this time around.
Something's keen. PRX recovering. They got 4 ultimates now as well. Forsaken one away. They're about to have the full stack. The Christmas tree online. Early Christmas with something in PRX on that round. Even though it's only July.
Looks like a timeout here. I'd imagine that's from NRG. This is getting a little bit too close for comfort. See what they can come up with. Still with plenty of cash in the back pocket to be able to put a buy together. They've got a null command, I believe, for one of these retakes. Could definitely help them out quite a bit. But their biggest issue right now is this man.
ये round तो बहुत पैसा है NRG के पास. ये तो save नहीं होगा.
Self-sufficiently finding these openers for PRX, and this is exactly the player that you need to start to get warmed up here. Going to make a comeback on attack.
Look at the confidence. Well, he doesn't care. He's just going to run after Ethan. He needs the money as well in terms of not dying, but whatever. Run after him. Drop that rifle away from Ethan. He's beaten the timing for some of the U-tools as well, and we saw that 2 rounds ago. Given that insane timing versus Kiko, and then it felt like on that last round, kind of a similar story. All these opening trades going the way of PRX. It's kind of night and day to the PRX we were seeing on the rest of this map for the majority of these rounds.
Yeah, very slow start for them, but very much working their way back into things now. Still more work to be done. This is where all eyes are on NRG post their timeout to make a nice little adjustment. A couple of times this series, they've already been in some rougher positions, and at least this time, they're front running before the timeout's needed. 2 very big ultimates here. Both Marta and Ethan have got the Reckoning and Null Command respectively. Could give PRX a lot of problems here, but the pit could be fantastic to set up one of these post plants. Device been holding on to it for quite some time.
Big shot, Kiko. Makes his mark, found. Shut down the big carrier PRX. That'll cause some problems.
Absolutely. Scuba on the line that he's played in multiple situations here. Going to drop himself the snake bite. Both teams just trading out a little bit of utility, a bit of pressure on this B side. Destroy out a big rotation here for NRG, and Ethan on the other side of things playing very safely, not a toe out of line. Even if PRX make their way into A, the KO knife has scouted exactly where they're headed, and like I said before, there's some very big ults here for NRG with a man advantage to close this round after an excellent opening pick onto something.
It's going to be playing for a full retake now because you don't really see the rotation just through yet. Jing's going to rip his ultimate out just to reposition on site itself.
Should be the pit going down here, and indeed it is. It's a pit for Brickside, though, not actually on the site. I think they very much understand that the Reckoning is going to be a problem here.
Null Command as well. I mean, you got both ultimates that can sort of defuse the Viper's Pit in due time, and they should both be used here as well. Just Fury coming in. Envy shoving away NRG ever so slightly, and I don't think he actually got a tag there, unfortunately. Here it comes now. Reckoning push in. The entire squad right behind it. Jing goes down for second trades on the Brock, and Envy as well on the Scuba. It's looking fine for PRX. There's something to say about it. 2 versus 2 now. Ethan low HP. Kiko, operator on this retake, doubling up as PRX together. Time is starting to run out now, and Envy with 4 this round.
भाई मेरे को लगा था फिर मारे इन लोग.
Yeah, it's very clever pit placement there from Devi, making all the difference. Both of the ults burned through for NRG there. Post timeout, still not able to walk away with the gun round, even after something gets picked early on. It's been a big difference maker in a couple of these gun rounds. They're still able to navigate their way into a 4-on-5 where NRG had all the information, numbers advantage, all the ults, post-tack timeout, and they still lose the follow-up gun round. That is rough.
5v4 as mentioned, but they gave up site. Full retake. You'll say they've got ultimates for the retake, but they ended up not really getting rid of the pit at all, and Hunter's Fury from Envy as well to slow down the retake. And at the end of the day, 2v2 goes the way of PRX, and NRG starting to feel the pressure of PRX nipping at their heels now.
Yeah, this is another timeout here for NRG. 2 rounds in a row. This is very problematic indeed. I think whatever was said in the initial timeout hasn't really come to pass, and the coaching staff of NRG are really trying to hammer home the point. They need to close this game here. I mean, honestly, you're going into the upper bracket qualification match at the end of this group against Vitality, so your hard days are not behind you at the end of the day, but you definitely want to make your life easier by not going into the lowers here against KC on home turf.
Lack of an armor buy for NRG as their money situation has finally dwindled down. They still can afford weapons. Notably, you do have that off on the Kiko and on the line early, but look at his HP already destroyed.
Yeah, great shock there from Envy to kick things off. Scuba very much on his lonesome. NRG set up heavily inside a middle. Have to wait for the mid to late round to try to go for a flood here. How much work can Scuba get done? If he does get a pick and cleanly is able to get away here, he can potentially drop a pit and buy some time. But PRX diving into the site.
Yeah, high tide coming in. Good timing coming through Ramada as well. That'll buy time for Brock to arrive as well. And soon, Kiko to follow through. Slow going PRX is trying to make their way through the back left side. Still haven't found Scuba yet, by the way. Forsaken, though, gets Marta out of the way. And Scuba finally activates alongside Brock. Bring this one down to a 4 versus 3. Still no plant to be heard of at the moment. 50 seconds left to play through, and PRX, are they committed to this?
Yeah, for sure they are. This is a localized 3-on-3. Ethan's inside a middle. Envy gives them the advantage, at least on the B side for the time being. Kiko down to 50 HP right since day dot. Something's found Ethan inside a middle. Kiko trading one back. Scuba hiding inside of his poison orb here. He's trying to be a little bit cheeky.
30 seconds left.
And Kiko sliding through that dark cover. PRX with 2 frags in quick succession to get themselves double digits. How many rounds in a row is this, Kev?
A lot. We're about to find on out. It was starting to look like a nightmare for PRX before, but in the last 5 or so rounds, they have been waking up. Opportunities here abound as they just get both the last 2 plays and the 2v2s. I mean, this is like the magical number.
Yeah.
2v2. PRX winning those.
I mean,
handedly.
Pretty consistently, NRG are up in numbers, but then when we head into these awkward post-plant situations, PRX are just making the right moves in the mid-round to be able to kind of outmaneuver NRG, who are now out of cash.
That's it. This is like the first time NRG are really out of cash for this side as well. They're making some moves now. Led by the flash coming through from Ethan in mid. Forsaken and Envy. Ready for anything. What they're really ready for is a free sight on a Scuba. I have to play a retake here, buddy.
Yeah, not much to be done. They've been kind of hammering his sights more often than not. I think he's probably getting pretty sick of it at this point. Phantom in hand.
उसी साइड में इन लोग जा रहे हैं.
Forward for PRX. He's going to tuck himself into the site. Forsaken, very much hot on his heels.
Oh my god,
Comes
okay.
away with 2, but there's really not much left in this buy here for NRG, despite yet another man advantage.
It's about as well as you can do. Getting the double up there is pretty nice. And overdrive for Forsaken now to clean things up. Something on the kick.
भाई बस तू गन गिरा के मत आ जाना 4 सेकंड कुछ भी करना.
So the guns all the way in PRX. That's not a bad shot from Ethan though. You respect it. Now you're on for the retake for real. 3 versus 2. And he still has an ultimate to play through, but not positioned for it at the moment. Despite the lack of guns here, NRG moving together as a team, and Envy doesn't quite land the shot. Bit of a whiff here, Envy another opportunity. Gets a double, and NRG, despite having like no money at all, they get 12.
Yeah, both of the rounds you expect them to be putting together, they're not quite able to do it, but apparently they don't need coach intervention. Retake complete, and that series point here for
भाई मैं एक लाइन नहीं बोलूंगा अगर PRX हार गई तो मैं लेजिट बंद करूंगा और चल दूंगा सोने.
PRX very much under the pump now. Need 2 in a row to push us through into OT, and that's where the comeback is just going to need to continue chugging along. Much better looking buy here for NRG heading into the last. The pit wasn't even needed.
भाई ड्रोन में स्पॉट है बंदा. वो लोग सरप्राइज हैं उसके.
That shot was good. Ethan hitting that one is probably the round winner, but I think that wouldn't have mattered as much if Scuba didn't get that first 2. So the combination of their efforts.
Bro, the presence of mind to know that he's on the off angle up on top of Bricks. Quick one to start here for PRX. Trying to be shut down by Ethan's KO knife, but PRX going to push the issue into A.
Yep. Flashing on through. What can we find here? Marta on the Jing, but not really seeing much else from Ethan's POV. Doesn't matter though, because it's still a 5v3. Marta's making good work of this defensive so far. My god, Marta. A triple here. Envy taken down as well. This might be the end. PRX have got 1 left. 1 versus 5. Divide with all of the work to do. But NRG will not be undone here. You feel like the 13 as days revealed. Divide with the secondary. And a 1v3 here. This has to be an ace clutch, buddy. It's not going to be anything less than that. NRG can taste the victory. But can they get this one cleanly here without Divide walking out?
He's trying to slip away. Putting the wall up and down to keep them interested. He's been able to pinch the spike, but Scuba trying to stay 1 step ahead of this pivot back over to the B site. Tucks himself nice and safely into elbow with 40 seconds on the clock.
Viper versus Viper. Might have just made a little bit of noise
हाँ
there.
गई
Scuba
उसको आवाज.
calls the troops into action. Here's the footsteps for sure by now. Planner's got to come on through, and the timing should be good. 1XP goes down as heel, and NRG clean things up.
भाई हो गया. Guys, done for the day. कल मिलेंगे आप. Bye.